out plans for Bayside Park and want to be involved in any decision. Uh, and when I say we, I mean people that live in the area, the businesses that surround the park. A couple of things that I would like to suggest as we move forward with this. Uh, Number one, uh, it makes sense to me that the pier that uh, runs in front of Snug Harbor and runs in front of Nervous Nellies, there is a piece missing where Bayside Park is. To me, it makes some sense in the long run to have a walking pier which would extend from Moss Marina all the way down to Matanzas. And it could be, if handled correctly, a very nice addition to the area that would be a point of interest for people that are both visitors and residents. Number two, I think that there is kind of a consensus of people around there, and I'll give you just a couple of items that they are thinking of. Certainly the people from Harbor Village and Marina Village and the Harbor House would like to see the views preserved so that whatever the end piece looks like in the park, it doesn't spoil the views that these people have presently. So any answer for what the final look of the park would be something that had relatively low items in it or thin items in it that would allow people to still see the waterfront. Number three, many people believe that to the extent that we can, preserving a green space in front of the water would be something worth doing, allowing people to bring chairs down to sit and relax. Many people take photographs down there, et cetera. So that a green space would be something worth doing. The next criterion, I think, would be maintaining flexibility so that any different events could be simultaneously had. I've been talking at the chamber about perhaps having a Christmas fair down there where we would invite vendors to set up booths and sell their Christmas wares down there. Such a plan would coincide with the boat parade. Of course, during the boat parade, I don't know if many of you go down there, but you will see between 500 and 1,000 people cramming into that park area to watch the boats as they go by.
This year.
The last thing that I've heard a lot of comment about is the fountain. And the fountain, as it exists, was a problem not because the fountain was a bad idea, but because of the fact that the pump for the fountain was placed so close to the seawall that waters rushed in and would ruin the pump. So many people would like to see a fountain reestablished there. For me, I would like to see a combination of both a waiting fountain for children and something that could simultaneously be used in the evening as well. I guess that's the all of the issues that I wanted to discuss. And like I said, I think flexibility is the number one key to having a park that can be utilized by many different people for many different groups. Thank you.
Thanks, Glenn.
Next request is from Ellen Vaughn.
Good morning, Town Council members. I'm asking to speak on the Dune Walkover / Bridge part of the administrative agenda. I hope you all had the opportunity to read the letter that I sent to you yesterday afternoon. Did everyone receive it and have an opportunity? The main point that I would like to make is the town has embraced uniqueness of the small 7-mile-long island that we have. And at the south end, we have the luxury, well, we have the good fortune to have a critical wildlife area that is nationally recognized. I know people that are birders at the international scale, and many of them know about our little critical wildlife area because it is so valued, it is so. If you permit a dune walkover slash bridge to encroach on it, it will fundamentally damage it. I think those of us that are residents of Florida have, at this point in where we are in the 21st century, recognized that a lot of short-sighted decisions have been made in this state regarding many things, including the half-baked notion of filling in the Everglades. And here we are, 100 years later, trying to redeem ourselves from that. We should not make short-sighted decisions that benefit very few people and damage something that is an attribute to the entire community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next request is from Michael Poff.
Good morning.
Morning.
I sent a letter around concerning the Laguna Shores Buccaneer Lagoon dredging. And I just want to reiterate on a few things. I know you've had it and it's on the agenda today, so I won't take much time. This channel that we have was built in 2011, I believe. It is filled into the point where I got stuck, had to be towed off in the middle of the channel. Fish and Wildlife got stuck the other day, was quite upset about it. And so we have to have that redredged, and we look forward at Laguna Shores. By the way, we did a survey, and 75% of the people that live in Laguna Shores, both waterfront and non-waterfront, want something done with this. We cannot, at low tide, it's almost impossible to get in and out of that channel. So I look forward to whatever you come up with on here, and we at Laguna Shores will look forward to working with all of you. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike.
The next request is from Penny Jarrett.
Morning. I also would like to address the dune walkover lagoon bridge proposed at the south end of Fort Myers Beach, and I hearten all of the words that Ellen Vaughn spoke just a few moments ago. I would like to read the three significant aspects that Audubon has stated in a letter that sent late last night, due to the fact that this came up rather suddenly. So the applicants bought their property well after the adoption of current town rules affecting their desire to build a bridge across the tidal lagoon behind their rental houses. Therefore, there is no claim of new lessening of the value of their rental houses due to town's actions. There has been concern expressed by council over recent months whether the applicant's attorneys had a realistic claim to ownership of the lands and habitat behind their houses, which are part of the Little Estero Island Critical Wildlife Area. This is a baseless claim. Audubon's coastal biologist, Adam DeNovo, who manages the Shorebird Stewardship Program, has photographed further evidence of the state's ownership of the CWA provided in the packet and document that was sent. Since Tropical Storm Cristobal this past spring, a 10-foot wide, 4-foot deep tidal connection has been reopened to the Gulf of Mexico, extending tidal flushing of the lagoons in the CWA behind the applicant's properties. This tidal connection remains fully flushing at all times. It is Audubon's legal counsel's opinion that these remain state lands from the Gulf to the landward side of the tidal lagoon. Audubon continues to have strong confidence in the prime importance of the town's rules in protecting the town's own unique resources, these natural resources, especially in the critical wildlife area. The gentleman just a few moments ago spoke regarding the north end of Fort Myers Beach, trying to preserve green space, to preserve the view. This applies to this, but even more critically so. It is clear the nature of this part of the town is unlike anywhere else. It is an economic and ecological treasure. 5-foot wide, 300-foot bridge and boardwalk is not consistent with these values, and the town very wisely prohibits such structures. I encourage you all to view the photos that were attached with this document and look at them very carefully, because it does protect the town. They do not have claim to the Burt Harris Act, and we are risking the
We're gonna have to wrap it
extinction
up now, Penny,
of
please.
species. Thank you.
Next request is from Doug Spear Smith.
Good morning. Thank you for your time this morning. My name is Doug Spear-Smith. My wife and I, Christy, own the Matanzas Inn. We were happy to submit a proposal to the town for the contract for the mooring field. It is on your agenda later today. I would just like to say that we are available for questions when it comes up at the agenda. There is a cone of silence relating to RFPs. So we tried to create a pathway for the town to improve facilities and provide continued services. And we threw out several options to do that in a good faith attempt to anticipate what the town is interested in doing without having any specific discussions in any detail with the town. We look forward to further dialogue if possible, and thank you for your time.
Thanks, Doug.
Mayor, the remaining requests I have are for public hearings, for advisory committee reports, and the aforementioned letter from the Audubon Society.
Okay, thank you very much. No more public comment. We'll move on to the next item. Local achievements and recognitions. What would you, Councilman Beach, if you have anything?
As usual, this time of the year, I just want to give a shout out to the volunteers from Turtle Time who are out every morning at dawn, patrolling the beach. We've had a stellar year so far. There's been some overwash from the early nest, but now they're coming in strong. And also, I'd like to give a shout out to the guys who patrol the beach. I know that the weekends have been pretty busy and pretty trashy on the beach, and I'm sure right now they're picking up after it happened over the weekend. So the town crews that are out there cleaning up the beach on Mondays, give a shout out to them. Nothing at this time.
Mayor?
I'd like to recognize Cindy Johnson of Turtle Time for offering me a wonderful turtle experience the other evening. There's nothing like it. It's to be able to help release turtles is almost a religious experience. So I appreciate that opportunity. And second, I'd like to mention that this week is the 100th anniversary of the final vote that enabled the passage of the 19th Amendment. Women finally granted the right to vote after struggle, which most people are not aware of how painful that struggle was for women to obtain that right to vote. And we shouldn't take it for granted. So I urge everyone to remember how important that is the coming elections.
Councilman Hours?
I would also like to thank Steve and Cindy Johnson. Last week, they extended an invitation to my wife and I to go out and dig up a turtle nest, one that was actually vandalized off of the Flamingo axis. So it was quite surprising to see. I think it was 100. I don't have the exact numbers with me anymore, but I think it was 130 some eggs, and only 8 were actually not hatched. So it was really a neat experience. And mirroring what Councilmember Beach said, they're out there every morning working very hard. We see them every morning, and the good work. And thank you.
Thank you. I don't feel so special anymore. I thought I was the only one that was out there. Anyhow, that's great that they had us all out there. It's a wonderful experience. Okay, I don't have anything this morning. The next item is the advisory committee reports, and we have John Goggin, the chairman of the Public Safety Committee here. John, come on up.
Good morning. So with your permission, I'll read this into the record. I believe you all got a copy of our latest report. but I want to read it in the record for those that are listening at home and to make sure that I get this accurate as to what the committee actually came up with. Originally, the committee had prepared this report for the March meeting, but at the meeting, and I'm going to be short of breath, I apologize for that. At this meeting, the topic of the emergency actions in response to COVID-19 were placed on the regular scheduled meeting. Mayor asked us to postpone the report to a later date. Although responding, apologize.
Oh, we can have someone else read it if you want.
I'll get through
All
this.
right.
I'll get some footnotes.
All right.
Thank you. Although the responding to the outbreaks and the plan of recovery for COVID-19 is still a priority, we have two requests. One, the council include funding for the tram trolley shelter in this year's budget. I understand the Public Works is in conversation with Lee County to fund all or part of the shelters. However, since the amount is unknown at this time, please allocate sufficient funds to pay for the construction as proposed. Funding is received from the county. You can use that to offset the town costs or use for construction of additional shelters. While there has been much discussion about making significant capital improvements in Times Square, Bayfront Park, and Bay Oaks, we believe investing in safe haven shelters, which will serve to encourage use of public transportation and reduce the volume of vehicle traffic, related congestion, deserves equal consideration. Detailed here are the components we are recommending be incorporated into the shelters. These items represent safe haven concepts discussed and agreed to during the joint Public Safety Committee Council meeting in May of 2019. Tram trolley shelters, components, costs, and funding. Design. Kudos to Chelsea and her staff for research and efforts to deploy a proof of concept safe haven shelter in conjunction with the redesign and rebuild of the sidewalks on School and Bay. Plan is to move the tram stop to the library side of Bay, eliminating the conflicts, delivery vehicles supplying the Seagrave Plaza merchants. It was proposed that, even though the current shelters are single bench design, we recommend a concrete pad be deployed that can accommodate a second bench. This is underway. Shelters will have a covered bench, a second unsheltered bench, using some shading, landscaping shading alternative to handle overflow areas. Incorporate a standalone code blue communication component that allows immediate contact with 911, has emergency alert warning broadcast capabilities. Original design proposed digital signage for advertising and communicating items such as trolley stop, next arrival time, public events, two-way communications with EMS. However, the county contract costs approximately $20,000 for signage, which is more than the base shelter itself. The Code Blue solution will handle EMS needs. We are instead investigating the cost of a smaller digital scrolling information device like you see down at Bowditch. These devices could still communicate the public events, next trolley, etc., but wouldn't be realistic for advertising. Public Works can provide estimated costs for each component for your budget discussions. Second request below is the other topics, which at the direction of the previous council, we are working on. We're requesting a joint Public Safety Council meeting in which we can have a discussion to explain the committee's actions to date and where we see we can make contributions going forward. After that discussion, we asked the council to direct us on the topics they want the Public Safety Committee to pursue in fiscal year 2021 and which topics to be tabled. Current topics. Monthly activity reports and participation by FMB Fire and Lee County Sheriff. Both the Fire and Sheriff have agreed to attend our monthly meetings to provide reports on their respective activities during the month, participate in design discussions, various safety topics. Intent is to identify issues, trends that may need to be addressed, incorporate the opinions of professionals as we make recommendations. Now, the original intent was to analyze the calls and identify areas on the island may need additional lighting or safe haven communications, etc. Since that time, council has introduced the idea of implementing a nuisance abatement board. Would encourage, as part of that analysis, you look at the documentation available to these fire and police reports and ensure sufficient information to ensure due process and objective actions. We're looking at the detail in the documents to justify cost. Want to look at that for due process. Sidewalks, next topic, sidewalks and bike lane markings. Sidewalk markings local. In the joint PSC council meeting in May, it was agreed the town would work the county to put bicycle pedestrian markings on the sidewalk north of Red Coconut. There is still no interlocal with the county to allow the town staff to paint these markings. As you may recall, the idea is that one side of the sidewalk would be represented by a bicycle, while the other side would be represented by a pedestrian. The increase in both bicycle and pedestrian traffic using newly paved sidewalks combined with a lack of compliance or any enforcement for vehicles without warning devices or lights, and the increase in electronically powered vehicles like e-bikes and e-scooters using the sidewalk instead of the shared roadway is rapidly becoming a significant safety issue and needs to be addressed. We're asking the council to encourage staff to move forward with the interlocal agreement and the markings. Further on the safety issue of lights and warning devices, for example, bells on bikes, it's been suggested we look into the option of the town supplying these devices for free. Cost benefit of pedestrian safety versus the cost of bells and lights would be considered, especially a high risk for cyclists park in the bike lane, or because of poor street lighting, cyclists go unseen by pedestrians walking the sidewalks after dark. In the interest of public safety, we'd like to know if the council would allow the Public Safety Committee to come up with the cost and distribution plan for free devices. A little bit more. Bike lane markings demonstration project. At the last joint council meeting, PSC had recommended a more prominent marking patterns for the bike lanes. At the time of the meeting, the consideration was deferred because of expected erosion concerns expressed by the county. Bike lane visibility is still a major concern. Formal observations while walking the boulevard. So several vehicles drive the bike lane. Therefore, we've been working with the Public Works, create a demo project on the town-owned roadway on the north end, experiment with more visible, durable bike lane markings. As that project unfolds, we will be publicizing the markings and seeking public feedback. Public Works will be assessing the durability and the cost. E-bike legislation. In February, we received an article from the state representative who's trying to reclassify all three categories of bicycles, pedal power, e-pedal assist bikes, and full e-bikes as basically pedal power. At that time, we were asking council to have the town attorney review the proposal, draft a position opposing the legislation. We already have issues with enforcing e-bike pedestrians on our sidewalks. Our current policy, with the exception of ADA, pedal assist only on sidewalks, so that to classify all categories of pedal assist as pedal assist, contrary to our policy and exacerbate the safety issues that already exist. This time, we are updating our request to ask the town attorney review the current status of the legislation and determine if any action is required by council to protect our current policy. Public safety education. At the recommendation of the council, the PSC members are developing a list of safety tips that can be published in local newspapers to educate the public. Further educate the public, we are also drafting an article on community reporting of streetlight outages to encourage individuals to identify and report outages. Finally, we have provided CRAB with a copy of our safety brochure, incorporate any content they feel appropriate in the general FMB brochure they are developing. Both safety tips and streetlight outages articles, we will coordinate with the town POI, determine the most effective way of publishing and distributing the educational tools. We have submitted 14 safety tips. All right, now lighting, study, and foot of the bridge design. Committee has a great deal of experience. Former FPL supervisor, law enforcement, 2 fire commissioners, local business persons, and decades of government operational experience. We believe we can apply that experience reviewing RFP content, as well as assessing vendor proposals and study results. Applying a wide range of diversified experience can only help shape the quality of the report. Results. We have had the opportunity to review and comment on the lighting study RFP last month. However, we have not received any feedback on our recommendations. We've been given a secondary review based on those comments. Similar feedback loop occurred on the foot of the bridge design. We recommended 0 crosswalks in the area. The current design still shows 8. We'd like an opportunity to discuss the significant difference in design. The town and the county FDOT engineers. We continue to be told by the county that the extreme seasonal fluctuation in population makes designing to the industry standards impossible. I encourage you to push back on the 8 crosswalks in our highest traffic area. At minimum, we'd like to have the feedback as to why 8 are required, and that all alternatives were considered so the information could be shared. How'd you like us to move forward?
John, thank you very much. That was a great report. Obviously, a lot went into it, and even more in delivering it this morning to us. Thank you for your efforts. Questions for John?
I don't have any questions for John, but I would say that I'm generally in favor of all the things that they're asking for and would like to see us move forward on that.
I am.
I know there were some complexities, things like for putting in bus shelters or doing it on county land. My understanding was that the county said they would do it if they were allowed to put advertising. And the town was not in favor of advertising, making them own the ads. There's some complexity. Anytime we seem like we're dealing with the county, it seems to complicate things. It goes with the shelters as well as the lanes. Also, John, I was wondering, in the bus shelters as they're envisioned, are they going to be lightning shelters?
Pardon me, what kind?
Lightning shelters where they're grounded in a way where they're protectable from lightning?
That part, I'm not sure that part of the design Chelsea would know. So I want to go back though to the question about signage and the county paying, et cetera. We had originally proposed digital signage and advertising. Roger had taken that and talked to the county. He talked to local merchants. He had come up with an arrangement where the county was satisfied with the process Roger was going to go forward with. When we looked into the cost of putting true digital signage, two-way communication there, we could have the flexibility of ads, the cost was outrageous compared to the cost of the shelter. But what we've done is we've drawn that out and we added back in scroll bar that you see down at Bowditch. You still have the opportunity to say next tram will arrive, trolley will arrive at, and it also has the ability to say public events, downtown tonight we're doing whatever. I would have no advertising per se, so that part of the discussion came off the table. Right now Roger and Chelsea are working with the county. We've shown the design. They've set up the pad. Right now they're working with the county on what part they would pay for, what part the town would pay for. Last year in the May meeting, the joint meeting, Mayor Saracita at the time said we wanted to go forward with a safe haven. They should budget for the full cost. If the county doesn't pick any up, at least the funding was there to do it. If the county does, we could use that to offset it. So I will check with Chelsea on the grounding. My assumption is it would be in there, but
It's pretty specific design to make something. Sometimes being in a shelter that's just got a metal roof is like being under a tree.
yeah, these are the same vendor that puts the shelters up all throughout the county. So some of those details of that part would be in there, but I'll check with Chelsea.
And another thing, are you? I know you were talking about meeting with the fire department and the sheriff. Or would you be interested in trying to spearhead like neighborhood watch installation? Maybe some kind of or like a see something, say something, kind of to help the sheriff out with more observations of things happen.
I'll bring it up. That hasn't come up. And as far as meeting with them, what the sheriff and fire both agreed to do is not only give us the reports, but to actually send a representative to take us through those reports, discuss what's in there, what's not in there. As I said, originally our intent was that we would look at trouble spots, see if anything we could do on the public lands for improved lighting, the code blue call for emergency, if there are spots, hot spots to put that in. what we really haven't had a chance to do, because that was starting March, is actually start looking at what those documents really entail. I'll bring up the neighborhood watch at our next meeting.
Questions for John?
And if you could, real quick, just for people that might not know, when you talk about Code Blue, what exactly that is?
So Code Blue, the idea is that there would be at each safe haven concept that we're trying to develop for the shelter. One is protect from weather, et cetera. But the other is so that if an individual had a medical emergency or had some kind of, where they felt at risk, there would be a call box there, basically, that allows them to get in touch directly with 911. And so they could go there, pick up that phone, get a hold of emergency services. That would be very much like you see on college campuses, where they would have that immediate contact with both the sheriff and with fire. You want to put those at each of these stations, each of these shelters. By the way, I think we looked at a total of 9 shelters altogether. That was over a year ago. We're still working on the first prototype. Else? So I'll wait to hear. We'll continue on the agenda as we have it, but we still like to have that joint meeting because we come up with, it always seems to be in sync with what's in your head. It's a new council.
I'm in favor of setting up a meeting.
Yeah.
Sure that happens.
Question, John, are you planning on sticking around anymore for the meeting here today, or are you?
Today?
Yeah, are you taking off now, or?
Is there?
Just asking, there's another item on the agenda later on regarding this nuisance abatement board. I was gonna actually ask if the PSC was interested in taking a look at that. Taking a crack at it before we do.
So I guess I'd answer it this way. I can stick around. But the current charge of and the makeup of the Public Safety Committee was targeted towards traffic, pedestrian, design, safety on the island. As I understand the nuisance abatement board, and I'm certainly just, I've done this, what I've read and saw about it. It's another level of skill set in there. Some general citizens input, but there is also, I think we need legal input on due process. We need some other things in there. So I think representatives from that committee would be helpful because of their understanding of what's going on the island. Some of the work they've already done with the fire and the sheriff, but that currently wouldn't be within what these people had signed up to do. A fair answer?
Yeah, that's fair. What I was getting at was more of like a research sort of thing, you know, just research into the background of various ones and so forth, and maybe come up with some sort of recommendations or opinions that we could use as a basis. Right now, all we're doing is we're getting a sample from somewhere else and saying, here it is, have at it, you know? I was looking for more detail, more information.
And again, I think we do some of that, but we need to be augmented by people that understand the law, understand due process, et cetera. That would have to be
You could
augmented to the committee we could be
you
the
could solicit those people to your
coordinate,
meetings.
I guess is the way we put it, but that's not the expertise they signed up for.
Okay. Think about that. You don't have to stick around if you don't want to, but it's up to you.
Well, then, good. Okay, anything else?
Anything else for John? Thank you very much for that report, John. It's very good.
Mayor,
Yes, yes.
we
ma'am.
also have the chairperson from the Bay Oaks Advisory
Oh,
Board,
great, great.
Barbara
Come on
Hill.
up. Barb.
Honorable Mayor, members of Town Council and staff, good morning.
Morning.
I'm Barbara Hill, Vice Chair of the Bay Oaks Recreational Campus Advisory Board.
Apologies, Barbara.
No worries. Nearly 2 years, our volunteer advisory board has been hard at work researching how Bay Oaks can better serve our community now and in the future. Based on public response and surveys over the years, we recognize this campus has many limitations. Just to list a few, property is hidden from plain view, a building that has outlived its usefulness, inadequate space to hold meetings, fitness classes. Last year, each of us separately visited other Southwest Florida recreation facilities only to learn that virtually every one of them provide much more than we do. The town's acquisition of the Staro Boulevard property and with support from council and staff, we developed a gangbuster strategic plan, create a vision that would ensure the highest and best use of our Bay Oaks campus property and would provide indoor and outdoor programs for everyone, adults, kids, students, our social senior group, and for sports and fitness buffs. Like pieces of a puzzle, we drew up a rough site plan indicating what we would like to see and where. These ideas were given to land planners, the RMP, a few months ago, and they tweaked it to what we believe is a very exciting direction for the town. Last month, a very productive kickoff meeting was held to introduce the plan to stakeholders and to get input from the public. We intend to hold more of these in the future. We value the feedback from our residents. Give this board cab report to you today, council members. Ask for your support in bringing this vision to reality. This is a quality of life amenity that the residents of our island deserve. We recognize that this is a legacy project for current and future generations and will no doubt happen in phases. But please, let us begin right here, right now. Invest in our community. We are worth it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Barb. Any questions for Barb?
Well, Barbara, first of all, thank you for all your work. I've watched all the hearings. You all have done woman's work and appreciate all your efforts. You were in our shoes, and right now we're going to discuss, or today we'll discuss this $10 million loan for the three various projects, of which roughly 5.5 is set aside for the Bay Oaks. Has your committee, you've got a lot of different ideas, all of which are wonderful. Have you set any sort of priorities or said, hey, council, phase one ought to definitely include this for the $5.5 million? In other words, have you all prioritized your list so we have a sense of how to prioritize on our end?
It's a great question, Councilman Jim. I really feel that we've been doing this process basically as a collaborative effort between staff, really recognize what our programs need to provide for the community and what the land planners have recommended in terms of what our buildings should look like and where they should be. And our volunteer advisory board has been mindful of the obvious cost in doing this. Setting up a priority, we're kind of in the beginning stages of this. You all approved a 30% design plan, which land planners have come up with, and I think you're going to get a presentation from them today. It remains to be seen specifically about what would be phase one, phase two, and phase three. I think our intent is to have the least amount of disruption for what our current programs can provide. That would be probably the determining factor.
Okay, thank you very much.
Anything else?
Questions for Barbara?
Thank you.
Hold on,
Barbara,
Barb.
hey, Barbara.
Barbara.
Oh, sorry.
So are you asserting that the existing building with the gym is not worth keeping?
It's our feeling that it is not worth keeping. It still remains to be seen as to what specifically will be the best use for that our portion of the property. The building, when it was built, something like 35 years ago, was poorly designed based on budget constraints. So while the initial design of that building was to include so much more, it was cut back to the point where when the building was built, it was nothing more than a basketball gym. So it was never adequate for the needs of community, and even more so now that it's gotten older and very, very expensive to maintain. So I believe our recommendation is to have the building demolished.
One thing I'm pretty much aware of is that with the zoning, you can't build a building like that today. You probably have to be elevated up.
Correct, and I think that the presentation today and Paul will basically speak to that. FEMA regulations, you're right, actually does dictate that everything is elevated. But we're keeping all of that in mind, and I think the plan that they've put together is an extraordinarily brilliant one. And I'm not underestimating that. I mean, I just think they've done a great job. And all of those are under consideration for what our zoning requirements are. Welcome, Bill.
Thank you, Barbara, and thank you to you and the committee for all your hard work, and we're all very excited about the prospect of redeveloping Bay Oaks. Look forward to it.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, that would have been a beautiful segue to the item 9, but we have to take care of 8 first. This item is the approval of the minutes, regular meeting on August 3rd and the management and planning meeting of August 6th. Is there a motion to singularly approve those or separately?
Move to approve both sets of minutes.
Move, is there a second?
Second.
Move second. Any discussion? Any objection? Motion carries unanimously. Which leads us right into the presentation. The next item is the preliminary designs for Times Square, Bay Oaks, Times Square, Bayside Park, and Bay Oaks. A presentation by DRMP Inc. on the design concept for Times Square, Bay Oaks, and Bayside Park designs. Gentlemen.
If I could, while we're passing stuff around, I still don't have access to the agenda, and I asked. Okay, so we can't get access to the agenda?
We're printing one just in case we can.
Okay, I guess in the future, I'll just ask for one, since it seems to be an issue.
I always do.
I've been trying to save paper by relying on my iPad. Thanks.
Well, good morning, Mayor,
Morning.
Mayor, and Town Council. I have 3 presentations to give you
You gotta
today.
identify yourself, you know the
My name
routine.
is Paul Benvey, and I'm the project manager for DRMP, running these projects for you,
Okay, Paul, thanks.
for the record. Thanks. So we have a series of presentations for you. I'd love to start off with Bay Oaks, but that's kind of buried into here. So we'll kick off with Times Square and then get into that next project. So
Paul,
yes, sir.
Before you start, could you just define your charge? We hear this term 30% design fee. Would you, in lay terms, just design what your charge is before you?
Sure. So far, we've been released on Times Square to get to 60% plans. We're hoping after today, that we can get released to do 100% design biddable documents.
In lay terms, what does that, when you're say I'm doing 60% of something or 30, what does that actually mean?
So, yeah, so traditionally in engineering milestones, we present plans that are then reviewed by governing boards or staff at different milestones to kind of show a percent complete of a project. So on this project here, we'd love to get to 100%. 100% means you've got biddable documents ready for construction. Your specs and everything are laid out. You're ready to go. You cut back in other milestones that come ahead of that so that you can make adjustments. So if there's something that you see that you want to change, you can, at 90%, you might change your color palettes. At 60%, it's kind of to make sure that we're headed in the direction that staff and council wants us to go in. That help?
Yes, thank you.
So, and just so we get back to like 30%, 30% is basically just going through and making sure that, yeah, the ship is going in the correct direction. We're trying to find our true north. And then once we get released for further milestones, then we would be able to get down to that final biddable document.
Thank you.
This is our beloved Times Square. I moved down here in the early 90s, and this was just under construction. At that point in time, I remember the grand opening, and it was a great thing back then. And I think that what we're doing now is really exciting. Closer here, and here's the plan that we drew up in the initial stages. This was what was approved by town council at the time. As you can see, we're basically gutting from threshold to threshold across the right-of-way there, replenishing everything, aligning the trees into a nice boulevard, a walkable boulevard. We've got some shade structures there. We've got shade sails. putting in some entertainment amenities, including a stage and the ever present iconic feature. That's really what we're going to talk about today is where we are with that and try to get consensus from town council to see if we can move forward with it. Some of the design elements we have here, real quick, we are looking to bring in some of the design elements from the arches from Old San Carlos and trying to bring that cut coral stone to play into some of these features here. We do have some rain gardens that are featured here so that they can collect rainwater and naturally filter it through without having heavy drainage. There are overflow structures that go along with it, but for the most part, we're trying to filter that runoff immediately through these rain gardens. At the lower left here, you can see a view of what that stage might look like. This is looking from approximately Palaka looking out towards the new beach approach. You'd see these items here. And here's that 15-foot walkway. About 4 abreast can walk through there comfortably. And then on either side, you've got seating areas. And this is what the town currently has for leasable space. This was the original concept for the iconic feature, and it got good reviews at the time. As you can see, it's a tall structure that has a helical wind turbine that can spin with the wind and also potentially have the time maybe projected onto it or spun inside of it. I don't know. I know previous town council had seen these sketches and artwork before, so I'll play it for those that are new today. A minute. I don't take credit for this work. This was Matt Horton's work at Insight. He did a great job.
Incorporate the iconic Sheriff Scissor observation tower there.
Hopefully we can negotiate a better placement for that. So this is looking at from Estero Boulevard down towards the approach, kind of Lynn Hall. As you can see, the boulevard of trees is there. We've got a monument sign with a clock on it. Again, this is not 100% designed out, fleshed out, but this is the concept and the flavor that we're going for. You can see the shade sails. You can see the articulating louvered pergolas in the back there under the protecting the leasable space from weather events. And then up here on the right-hand side, we are looking at farmers potentially space for them to do some entertainment. Materials here are consistent with what's going down on Old San Carlos. This is a elevated view from the same area. So there's that sign structure there. And then in the very back, you can see one of the options that we have for you for this iconic feature. This is the stage. I'm going to play the whole one through idea, but that's kind of artist rendition of what that stage might look like. Again, the pier is off to the left. There's the original design for that iconic feature, upper left.
What kind of wind can these sails handle?
They're rated. They have different ratings, and we would actually design that in a cost-effective way. We can limit the size of the foundations, and then we have to pull the shade sails down. They can be up to hurricane rated, but they're probably you're gonna want to take them down to try and save them ahead of a hurricane.
I was thinking more about the sudden thunderstorms that are very common in the area.
Oh, they'll be fine.
These going to be manual sails or will they be motorized up and down? That looks like it's going to be pretty tall.
Yeah, so these shade sails here, they would be, you'd have to get in there with a piece of equipment, a cherry picker to.
Are you talking about
The shade sails, or are you talking about the louvered?
No, the feature, the one on the
Talking about
previous page, it had the
the
FMB,
sailboat
the big
sails.
sailboat
Yeah,
size
so,
one.
so that, we're envisioning that one would be rolled up like a flagpole.
That's the one I was more,
Yeah.
is that gonna be a manual thing or is that gonna be a?
It would,
Push of a
yeah, it
button.
would be manual, yeah, yeah. But if you'd like it to be motorized, there's no reason why we couldn't put a motor on it.
Oh, yeah, I'm just thinking ahead, with the sudden storms, if someone from town hall can push a button to put it down as opposed to pulling people
That would
out
be
there to
nice.
put them
Yeah.
in danger would be
They
fantastic.
typically do is get like a sailboat winch type of thing, but then they'll have, instead of the manual crank, what piece that fits into a variable speed wheel.
Ah,
drive
got
it.
it.
This is looking, Palaka would be here on the right-hand side. And this is the stage area. It's a band shell. We're working with acoustical specialists to try and make sure that sounds great. From an acoustic standpoint, also having all the correct equipment in there. This is one option that we looked at for that iconic feature. Again, it's Times Square. We wanted to incorporate clock. This clock stands at about 35 feet tall. Those are acrylic plates. They can be either backlit or side lit with LEDs. They could be replaced with local artist work. It could be placed in there. Those could be commissioned, yearly to get new ones in there if you wanted to have a yearly contest, or lots of different options for that. They also could be changed out for the season. They can have different information on there, or they could all be replaced completely with video boards. So there's lots of different options there. This is just an idea of what it might look like. This is the sail that you saw before. This harkens back to, we live on the beach. We've got a good sailing community here. It's a really, really tall structure. This is about 45 feet tall, the mast is. And this shown here is just one of the Fort Myers Beach logos that could be shown on there. And then to balance it out, and this was more of a mainsail, we added a head sail as well to try and balance it out and get a little more visual fun to it. The item at the bottom there, it looks like a crow's nest, is actually a variable message board. You could say Happy New Year, Happy St. Patrick's Day, have the clock spinning around it, displaying digital time.
Where's that ball?
Circular thing.
It's this. It looks like a crow's nest.
Oh, I see, yeah, yeah.
Is it gonna be stationary or will
It's
that
an
be able to move
Osprey-
up and down?
Osprey platform.
One is moved, the thing's stationary.
The board would be stationary, the letters would move. But you can see there, it says Happy New Year on it. This is just another view of the same structure. Again, just variations on the logo. This is another option, looking at the helical wind turbine idea. Also, at the bottom here, we have an hourglass driven on a motor that turns over every hour. We've got several different things here telling the time. This flips over on the hour every hour, and then you've got your digital message board down here that again can display time or other messages you might want to. To balance it out, we've got two of those helical wind turbines here. And a lot of this stuff is shown as a gray palette to start, just to kind of get the structure down, and then we start adding some color. See, the sand is a little more visible here on this photo. So
You chose royal palms there on the pier. Is that what you had throughout the square as well, or no?
we're looking at coconut palms.
Really?
These are actually a little short compared to what you might actually see. I think for our program, this is what we had in our database and was able to populate it with. So these are probably 2/3 the height that they would actually be as they're installed. And this is a view looking back from the stage down toward Estero. This is kind of what the rendition might look like there. This is a render of what it is. So you've got the seat wall here, again, in front of the Dairy Queen. and you've got this rain garden behind it. And it's an open, walkable corridor, pedestrian friendly. So that's kind of where we're at. We're excited for this project to keep moving. That'll wrap up Times Square. Do you have any questions for me on Times Square?
Yeah, we have some coconut palms in our house, and when those fronds can fall, they have considerable force.
Do.
Like, will they damage these louvers?
So right now, the town has a very good maintenance program, and they're taking care of those and the coconuts that could be a hazard as well ahead of becoming an issue, right? Yeah.
Royals or coconuts?
Coconuts.
Royals are the ones that cause the damage when they come down,
Well,
that frond.
I gotta say, I think the coconut palms are a bad idea. It's a liability issue, constant maintenance cost. Lots of palm trees we can use besides coconut.
Don't have to,
Well,
we
you
don't
know,
have to
we-
decide that right now, but,
Yeah, we'll, at 100%, we'll pick that and put it in our specs to make sure we get the right one.
any other questions for Paul about Times Square?
Paul, as part of your process, do you price all the elements of your plan? In other words, are you within the budget that's been set forth out of the 10 million?
Yeah, so when we started all of these projects, it was before a budget actually been developed. So what we're doing now is we're looking to make sure that we're staying within now the allotted budget that we have. And that's, like we were talking about earlier, it's 5.5 million roughly on Bay Oaks. This is about 2.5 million. And we got another 1.5 million, I guess, left over for Bayside. So we do. With Bayside, it's going to be a little bit different story. This one, we're locked within budget and we're moving forward with it. So yeah, we do look at species of plants too, as a part of that process. But really, when you talk about a specimen tree like that, most of them come in at around the same price. You're not going to see a huge fluctuation to the whole project cost based on your landscaping.
Is there a huge cost difference between that main feature, whether it be the sails or that hourglass clock or?
Those have not. We have a placeholder in there for what that iconic feature might cost, depending on where we go. Just thinking about it, it looks like the sail might be expensive. The double helical wind turbine with an hourglass and message boards, there's expenses that go along with each one of those things. We haven't fleshed out those costs yet because we're really looking to present that to you to see if there's one that you want us to start pursuing a little more. We can put together maybe some rough estimates on how much those might cost, and that can help you play in your decision. Was there one, I'd ask you guys, was there one design that looked, that you liked more than another, the sails or?
That was going to be my question.
Yeah.
Which things are you wanting us to choose between at this point?
I think right now we're looking for that
Wait.
iconic feature to see, are we on the right track? Is there something that of those three that really, that you'd like to see more of, or is there one that you just absolutely hate?
Personally, I like the one with the sails because it was tall. It's the first thing you're going to see when you come over that bridge besides the pier. The clock on the bottom. That was the one I liked the best.
I like the sails too.
Just for clarification, so the sails was up against the other sort of wind turbine structures, right?
So what we showed there was three options, and one was the dual sail. Looks like a triangle.
Right.
That would not be as a part of the same structure as the one with the hourglass and the twin turbines.
So we're not
those are
choosing
two separate
between those
options.
two, right?
Sorry?
We're choosing between those two options?
Yes.
The wind turbine, is that decorative or is it actually functioning? Does it generate electricity?
Can generate electricity. It's more of a, would it generate enough to do anything of significance? Probably not.
Cell phone charger.
Yeah, you could charge, it would go into the grid and then we would pull off the grid to a cell phone charger. And then the third option was the first one, which was the clock tower with the different acrylic panes in it.
Don't mean to be indecisive, but I have a completely open mind at this point.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I do like the sails. I'm a little concerned about durability. Having to have someone there if a big storm's coming to down, or, is that like a daily activity now, we're taking it down every night?
Mhm.
Is it possible maybe to add something in there, like some kind of tide clock?
Tide clock?
I'm thinking that, this is a beach town, people are probably more concerned with what the tide is, they should be, than what time it is, because we know that 5 o'clock is pretty flexible
Gotcha.
around Fort Myers Beach. Especially the boats that seem to always get stuck out there.
High and low tides. Fishermen would like that too.
With respect to the sales, if we could go back to that picture again,
Sorry.
The bridge,
maybe easier said than done.
I did. We zoomed in on it and it kind of looked a little grainy, and so we pulled it from the presentation. But yeah, you should be able to see, the upper 15 feet of those masts as you're coming over the bridge. But right now, for reference sake, those trees are existing 50 feet, 40 to 50 feet. And this thing would be another 10, 15 feet on top of that.
Could just find that shot.
Again, the actual options that we're looking at, that's kind of what it would look like. Again, this is like if you were in that sheriff's station looking down. There it is. So that's the first option A, let's call it.
These are all in the same location, right?
Yeah, right in the same spot. Yep. That would be option 2A, 2B. So you got the two sales.
When you look at 2B here, that concrete base does not look decorative. Would it have colored tiles on it? Could you dress that up a little bit? I mean, people like Barbara, I'm curious to what she thinks about this, because that just looks like a cement block there. I like the sails, but I assume you'll dress that up down there.
Yeah, so that would harken back to the arches that are the San Carlos arches that are behind you there. So the bottom would have that cut coral finish to it, and then the top would be tile. I think you're thinking like a sand cast concrete that would be soft that you could sit on. You can definitely look at adding tiles. There's no reason that we couldn't.
You just look, maybe the picture's not doing it justice. Could you go back to the the other sail option? What's the base look like there? It looks like it's sort of blocked by the railing.
Yeah, it's tough to see. It'd be similar to the other one. It's something that's inch height that you'd be able to set on. It was kind of the idea. There's an individual sitting on that bench right there.
now, so we go work on the
The
surface.
But this is determining the choice between the three. That's why I was asking. I realize we can tweak all this, but what was the third choice then? Or was that,
The third was the double wind turbine with hourglass. It would flip on the hour.
I'm comfortable with the sail option.
Question about the sail one there, that 2B. It looks like it's in that same area where you do the poinsettia tree at Christmas?
Yes.
Still be in.
That could still be incorporated into that,
Yeah, and
from that clock down, say?
yeah, I don't see why not. Also, you could hang your New Year's ball off of this top of this thing. So there's lots of different uses for this, and we heard a lot of these different suggestions and a lot of feedback over the last, I guess. And so there's all these things we're trying to incorporate in there to get the biggest bang for your buck.
I'm just gonna ask the council, I assume that the band shell is a gimme. We all want that, right?
Yes.
Everybody wants that. Okay, good. That's probably one of the more expensive items, but everybody wants that, so you have your direction.
Band shell's good. And did you want to have us get some more information on those sales?
Sure.
Is your option number one for now? Okay.
I prefer 2B. I like the double sails myself. Looks like one is facing down Estero and the other one down San Carlos. Is that accurate, or is it?
So this is actually showing they're 180 degrees. So one's pointing down the pier and then the other one's pointing down Old San Carlos. And we can tweak those a little bit too, to maybe make it look a little more like a traditional head sail. So it's where it's the type that kind of comes back on itself, that pulls the boat along. We can mess with them a little bit more too. Or if you like the symmetrical look of the double triangle, this is good.
So, I mean, would you, that's in this thing to keep it from acting like a sail, because the load doesn't need to be enormous.
Yeah, so again, these, this is gonna take some engineering to get into it and make sure that it all functions as designed.
I'm sure there'll be more to talk about.
Yes.
Okay,
I think we're good with this one. Any other questions or comments before we move on?
move on to Bay Oaks.
All right, while Paul's queuing that up, I want to come back to Council Adalt's question. So, you were asking about the 30, 60, 90%, what's the ramifications of each? Up to the 30%, it's like change this, change that, change everything. Once you get to 30%, you're pretty much saying we're in the fine tuning stages going forward. We're not in the wholesale changes. So that's why, for example, Bayside Park was put on hold because of, we're getting to the point of, do we have a concept or don't we have a concept? So, for example, someone just mentioned the stage. The stage at this point is like, is in, and we're sort of, from the standpoint of the design team, we're not revisiting that. It's in. Every time something gets shown and it's sort of approved, either out loud or by nod of the head or no one commenting on it, that's an implicit, that's going forward. And the reason that's important for all of you to understand, because the amount of rework that's created by changing your mind downstream gets more and more significant, more and more costly if 2 or 3 or 6 months from now you change your mind. So it's not quite speak now, forever hold your peace, but you're pretty much signing on to the concepts that you're signing on to. So if you're not comfortable, you tell us that, because that will affect where they direct effort.
Fair enough.
Okay. All right, so this is 30% plan, so we're in the pretty picture stage still. This is, you see every logo in Southwest Florida is on this sheet here. Right now, this is a functioning park. Barbara, for giving us a good segue into here. It's joint, right? I don't know if it's definitely written down, but we definitely have a interlocal verbal agreement, if you will, between the town, Lee County, and the school district for all this land. We're going to go into some detail on who owns what and controls different pieces. So this was, if you remember, last year, town acquired this parcel down here off of Estero. And as a part of this project, we were looking to add a building potentially on that piece of property that would coordinate with the Times Square design that we're currently working with. For that project, we just felt like to address that one small parcel and not look at the rest of it would have been a mistake. So we actually put this whole plan together for the goodness of our heart. And just, it took off. Well received, lots of good feedback on it. Really, really minor changes throughout. We've had several meetings with stakeholders, and we had our first kickoff meeting with Barbara's team. This was the major change that we incorporated. This occurred about June of this year. The main feedback we were getting was we wanted to remove that existing building, which is here shown in its repurposed format, and in favor of having a second baseball field. So this is where this design kind of blossomed into. Again, this was done agnostic to budgets. This was, what do you guys want? Let's throw everything at it and see what we can come up with. Kind of with a multi-purpose field. It's primarily a baseball field with the amphitheater. We added in a second baseball field, and it's going to require, or would require, the revamping of each one of these existing sports. All new parking. This plan here shows about 300 parking spaces. It also shows two buildings. One has been labeled the cultural building, community center. And then the second one is more of an athletic building. It's a gymnasium with workout equipment and basketball. And then we also have the welcome center down here at the bottom. So now everything is coordinated, everything kind of flows well. And again, it was definitely well received. And this was kind of the direction we were going. We started looking at the budget.
Sorry, just a clarification now, where is this new building?
The new building?
Talk about a new.
This building here, I don't know if you can see the pointers. Yeah, it goes.
By the pool there? Significantly
So
smaller.
let's just go through it again. So the bottom, why don't you start at the bottom and work your way around?
Sure, this is the new welcome center. It's optional. Man, there we go. That's the welcome center. The next building in is the community center.
Incorporates the pool?
It incorporates the locker rooms for the pool, concessions for the pool. And that was about the main thing there. We have a large community gathering center. We were hoping for, I say we, I mean, the stakeholders were helping for potentially a culinary arts feature, a kitchen, things like that. So this was mainly for your soft, passive recreational activities, and this building here was more for sweaty activity.
Is the passive area, does that also accommodate all the facility, equipment, trucks, et cetera? Or is there a separate maintenance building?
Yeah, there needs to be a separate maintenance building. We do have some area locked in under here that could serve as some of that maintenance facility area, but there's so much real estate out there at the park now dedicated to maintenance. We were looking at potentially putting it within this structure here, underneath these bleachers.
That would be an additional structure that would need to be built?
That's not shown on this plan. And again, we talked about it a little earlier. Due to the FEMA flood regulations, these occupiable spaces really need to be elevated. So working with maintenance to get an elevated structure is going to be interesting. We'll definitely do some due diligence on that.
The areas below the elevated structure need, or,
If it's
building
occupiable
trucks?
space, if it's
occupiable space, right?
yeah. And that definition is kind of fluid. So, for example, we did get pretty good determination that the locker rooms are not occupiable. So we were able to put those on the first floor, which I think is great for your pool patrons. So we had several we had several decision points that we needed to make at the stakeholder meeting, if you remember. We've kind of actually boiled them down now to two or three major points, and one is this welcome center building. So the advantages of having a welcome center building is you have a recognizable structure on the street frontage of Estero Boulevard, and everyone knows where it is. It's a welcoming building and bringing people in. But in all honesty, and correct me if I'm wrong, I think that we had trouble filling out the programming for that building. So we're looking at building a building that really didn't have a lot of intense usage inside of it. This building here or the way this is shown here is this is a vehicular entrance in only. And then underneath the building would be walkable space, or walking space to get into the main buildings back here. That was just the original design. We heard it'd be a building with pedestrian only. It could be a one-way in driveway, or it could be a two-way in and out driveway. After that, what I did is I just quickly made a sketch here to show what it might look like if it was a access driveway with large monumental signage, drawing people in. Everyone still knows exactly where Bay Oaks is. It has the Estero Boulevard entrance, but it doesn't have that building with the street presence. So really, this is a question number one. We continue down the path, building a $250,000 entrance two-way, or should we be looking at something that costs about $1 million to build for a welcome center?
And second question to think about is whether or not that building needs to be sort of included in the initial phases or not, or just space reserved for the future. So it's not obviously if you build a two driveway approach, you know, you're sort of locking that in somewhat, but if you keep it as one driveway and we could just put up some temporary landscaping in the other area, and then sometime in the future, we can come back and put in the building. The programming needs dictate that.
Well, let's see if we can't get some consensus on that right now. I'll start off. I don't see the need right now myself. I mean, I'm not trying to quash this. I mean, everybody has welcome buildings these days and centers and so forth. But judging by the grand plans here, which I'm all for. I mean, I'm all for these plans. But if we're going to be limited at all budgetarily, the amount of money that we're going to have available, I can see it better spent inside than out on the boulevard. This, to me, would be adequate with the proper signage, you know, something that people can see coming. Maybe the arch, you know, maybe an arch with Bay Oaks on it, directing people in. But to me, that would be adequate. I mean, Lover's Key is building a multi-million-dollar welcome center right now within the park. It's not even visible from the outside. So to me, this would be, and as Roger said, I mean, it certainly, if we went with this concept with the landscaping and the vehicular traffic, it's something that some future council could consider in the future when more funds are available. That's my opinion. Now I'll open it up to you all.
I can tell you, being involved with this, when I was on the committee, and you know, this is the big concern that I remember most of us had talked about was the lack of people knowing that it's there. And this entrance, whether you have the building or you don't, I agree with you, Mayor, that the needing a building right away doesn't seem like it's a necessity. Having an entrance there and letting people know that it's there, whether it be some grandiose, like some of the things that you incorporated in Times Square, something that's a really unique feature to let people know that this is what it is, I think is sufficient enough to, and then obviously with having a vehicular entrance in, I agree the money that having a building there at this time, as long as we have the potential to maybe add to it later, should we need more space, I think that the bottom solution makes more sense.
Generally anti-building at that location. I think it looks more open. The whole idea is we want people to know it's back there, and I think it looks more open to not have the building. And I've been told that I would see something eventually that would look more open and convince me that it was good, but I haven't seen anything yet. Personally, I'd be in favor of getting that right lane open as soon as possible. In my opinion, that's one of the first things we should be doing. We've had that property, that paved, get an entrance sign there so that people are used to it and start getting a feel for people coming in there and using it. And we'll get more input from more people who are coming in. And then what we do with the left side can be wait, as far as I'm concerned.
I agree with everything that's been said. I think free up those additional dollars for other projects within Bay Oaks that have already been talked about, I think would really be helpful. But I wouldn't want to make this entrance temporary. I wouldn't want to keep it at a point where it doesn't, we're going to build a building so we don't do anything. I'm not saying that's being suggested, but I think it ought to be the landscape, it ought to be there, it ought to be the proper signage, and maybe even the appropriate there that you guys were talking about before that you've done to Times Square. I just think because it does need to draw attention to that area, but I don't think a building's the answer to do that. And I'd rather see those dollars spent for some of the other good ideas that we've heard for Bay Oaks. Yeah, one thing the first thing that comes to mind, I think we should avoid having a two-way drive into that, because in season, people will start using that as a shortcut if there's an exit off the island. That's pretty common on the island. The idea of the building is, the idea of getting that land was to make Bay Oaks more visible from the street. Ways to do that. One is either bring Bay Oaks out closer to the street with the building, or make it more open so people can see what's in there and see. I'm a bit concerned that we're talking about, looks like this is kind of piecemeal, because we're talking about if we had this, it'd be 3 separate buildings, right?
Mhm.
Which means ADA, they'd all be elevated, they'd all have their own elevators. It seems like there should be a way to make them more homogeneous. You could look at it was all together at the same time, even if it's like it's some kind of elevated walkway between them. So you have one point of entry, one elevator to serve what you put in there.
Just to clarify on that, we have looked at a plan that does that, where, back up here, these 2 buildings are actually converted into one large building. The entrance was moved to middle.
Let's hold that thought. Let's
Sure,
work through.
sure.
Is there any other issues about the entranceway? Then we'll come back to that.
As far as the entry building, in concept, I like having a building there, but the point that you made, that you just don't have enough programs to really utilize the building, I thought that's counter to what I was thinking, because I thought with the demands for a senior center, for some of these other classes, there would be more demand for that space than. So, if there's no real need for it, then I kind of concur.
Yeah, the welcome center type programming and information distribution can happen in the building just to the north of it. So the use for the welcome center building was really just street presence.
And a lot of things like, with professional gyms, they put things like, whatever, spinning bikes or, exercise classes behind glass so people can see them, so they know right away what it is. You don't need a sign to say this is a recreation facility. It's pretty obvious.
I think also the fact that buildings will be elevated will also help their visibility. It's not, obviously there's expense involved and we have a choice in some cases, but the fact of the matter is that elevating the buildings will also elevate the visibility.
You with the golf while you're on your bicycle.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I think you have consensus there about the entryway. Continue.
Okay, so this is where I was saying we kind of got this whole thing hammered down, and is really what do we want to do with that building, the existing recreation center building. BORCAB has expressed that that building is beyond its useful life. It's somewhat expensive to maintain. I pulled these numbers off of Lee County's document they provided to the town. I did inflate them a little bit because they seemed a little light. Also to consider time frame too. So if we're talking a 10-year time frame, numbers are definitely going to get bigger. Again, that's for the cost to maintain. We can convert what we have out there to an airnasium and threw some numbers together on that. I think for your ballpark is $500,000. And then if you were to completely demolish the building and replace it with a new one, you're looking probably closer to $1 million. So,
What is an airnasium?
airnasium, okay, it's the pavilion. It's an open air pavilion where you can play basketball and other court sports.
Basically, the gym with the walls open.
The playground.
It's a roof, but it's no walls. You have foundational supports, but basically.
Which part is the airnasium?
So that would be the same structure right now, the same footprint as the current recreation center. I can back up here. Right. That's where the existing recreation center was. In our original concept, we were looking at converting that into an open air basketball facility.
start. I agree with the comments that were made earlier about that building. It's antiquated, it's unsafe a lot of times. We're throwing good money after bad with that building, as far as I'm concerned. So I think by eliminating the costs out front there on the entryway, that money would be better spent back there providing that. You have to have the courts available. You have to have the basketball courts and so forth and so on. And my recommendation would be to get rid of that building. And God knows what else is in there. Asbestos, this, that. I mean, you know, when they made that building, it's a disaster. And, I mean, we could keep it going on life support as we have over the years, but my recommendation would be to bite the bullet and get rid of it and start over. If we're going to do this project right, that would be the way to do it. Now, there's also the argument that you could keep it and continue to maintain it, then phase this in later on as the project advances, which is certainly a consideration as well. But I'd only be interested in that is for guarantee that these eventually would come down, some sort of relatively timely fashion. But I tell you, it's not worth redoing that project with that old vestige of whatever it is still standing. So those are my happy thoughts about that. I'm open it up to you all.
I'm not trying to look ahead, but the next alternative design slide that you have,
Mhm.
the building that's shown in that location, is that the existing building or would that be a new one? Or
All
it
of
could
the
be
above.
either.
Yeah. The same footprint is still there, and this decision point down here on the bottom is kind of what we're gonna talk about right now, and then whatever we put there, we can put there. But there is, the next slide is pretty important when it comes to that. So I guess this is just information right now to see what the building costs, and let me go to the next slide, and we can kind of talk a little bit more before a little more information for you guys might make an easier conversation. So again, this was the plan that we looked at. This was hearing everyone's wish list, and this blew the budget out probably 4x, 2 to 4x. It's very, we like your taste. We're looking at either cutting back some programming, raising the build out so that we can do it intelligently, so we have available funds and work within them, and then also looking at alternative design. So we actually took another stab at another concept here. Very, very similar. Again, you have the buildings are located here, same shape, same structure. We rotated the baseball field around a little bit, and we found a way to push this multipurpose field to the northeast, and then squeeze in a second baseball field, which is highly desired by Little League. And then this is that same building here, and it's shown with a single basketball court under it. Right now, it's got two next to each other. So this could be, again, either existing building, it could be a complete tear down, or it could be something in between where so this doesn't.
So, Paul, that contemplates moving the gym into your new unified building, the bottom, right?
So yeah, let me actually go to the next slide here. So this is phase 1 and phase 2, how we kind of broke it up to try and make that happen. So if we keep in phase 1, if we keep the existing gym here, we don't need to build this right away. I think that's the key point. So this building here can run anywhere from about $1 million to $5 million, depending on how much you want to put into it. And so in order to kind of bring a portion out now to try and fit this into your budget, we're looking at keeping this one. Again, you have programming that is being utilized there all the time. And so if you were to take this building out in phase 1, you'd need to be building this one. What we're trying to do is we're trying to play a game of shell game, if you will, or a leapfrog, to where you're trying to move things around and keep the park still functioning as you're doing this construction. And really, we kind of broke this off here. It's a good location to break it off for a time being. So if you need 2 to 5 or 10 years time to get the funds to get the remainder of it built, you can.
So if I might, Paul, just going on what the mayor just said, and I agree with him. Eliminating the Welcome Center, which has freed up some additional funding. It seems to me, and again, it'd be good to hear from Barbara on this, is that I spent a lot of time at Bay Oaks the last few years, and it really drives, one of the things that drives attendance is pickleball. Quite honestly, I think the weight room would drive attendance demonstrably if it was larger and just a better setup. And for the great thing about the weight room is that appeals to seniors because it's great for your health, great for bone density, strength, balance. It's also something that draws in young people. And if it was larger and people had room to move around, little space between the machines, particularly in these COVID times, we'd have a little bit better environment there. That coupled with the pickleball from a physical act, not the passive side, the physical, that will really, those seem to be the two drivers that I think to a lesser degree now, basketball's kind of gone a little bit, it seems diminished in terms of when I first started coming to this island. But I think the pickleball and the weight room would appeal to everyone on the island as well, which would again be a nice draw, particularly the residents. So I'm with the mayor on implementing this new recreational facility as well as the passive one. Are you saying that they can't be done together from a fiscal standpoint, or do you have to phase it?
So the budget is way over, we're way over budget. So we're looking to try and pare down any way we can to try and get it to a project that's possible. Also at the same time, recognizing you have programming that exists, you have to maintain. So you have daycare, you have people using this recreation facility now. If in phase one you take that out, you're pretty much locked in the building a $5 million building.
Couldn't you keep that open while you're building?
You could.
Your
Yeah, you
recreational?
could.
Okay.
Yeah.
In phase one, because of all the services that are in the existing building now and are going to be moved correct into what would be the new building in phase two, what would be the difference to incorporate the sweaty activities, if you will, into phase one so that when you do go to phase two, you've already got everything in place?
Budget.
What are we talking as far as adding that?
So we started off with a pie in the sky, then we got even more wish list added onto it, and we were looking at like a $15 to $20 million budget. Where we started looking at. You've got $5.5 million to spend, so we're trying to figure out how do we get this thing down into that little bucket. And one way we're looking at it is through this intelligent phasing technique here, where we can take this out. You don't need that right now if you have this existing recreation facility here. It's on life support, as the mayor said. You can kick the can down the road a little bit longer and trying to keep the building open before you build this one here.
My concern
So
is
really
though
the
that,
budget is where we're at.
my concern is though, when you go to phase two, you're not going to have those services anymore. Because now that building's going to be gone and you're going to be constructing the new one that's going to house the old building's facility.
Maybe I just tried to make it phase one and phase two, but you're right. During construction, we would leave this open and accessible until such time this is built.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so you would maybe phase 2A and 2B.
So, I mean, some of the numbers, I'm a little bit shocked by the kind of the project creep here, because one of the you're talking about $5 million project. Now we're talking 15 to 20 in multiple phases. And I understand the other building is old, but it seems like this is getting kind of out of hand.
Well, I think one of the things that hasn't been discussed yet that's important to note is that we're still we know we're trying to understand what the potential costs are, but we're also, so for example, the yellow building, that, that could be a bit alternate to include that initially or not include it, and we'll see what the number is. Maybe better than we think, the economy's down a little bit, maybe worse than we think, we just don't know. Whether we need to build, for example, all that blue parking space right now, or not, versus the building in the yellow parking space. So when we do the bids, we're going to kind of set different types of criteria up so that when we see what the pricing is, we could put the best package together based on our means. So there'll be some decisions and trade-offs down the road. It doesn't mean that we design phase one and we don't design phase two. I want to be very clear about that. We're going to design the whole thing. And we're going to bid elements of the whole thing. And then once we have those numbers, which will be hard numbers, then we can make some decisions on what best fits in our budget and what our priorities should be.
If you're talking about if the phase two part of that new building is about, would you say 4 to 5 million?
Or let's call it $4 million.
Okay, then do I also assume that the phase one part of that is about the same?
Yeah, so yes, it's there. We pull some programming out. We're making this area down here, this little trapezoidal area, we're pulling that out as well as a part of this thing to pare it down. No welcome center building. Instead, we're building a vehicular entrance, which is considerably cheaper. But yeah, this what you see in blue is about $5 million.
I mean, it isn't, let's be clear, it's not our goal to come to you and say, oh, bad news, guys, it's 10 million, it's, these buildings are $10 million and we want to start on Monday. We understand that there's a budget issue right now to try to incorporate everyone's good idea. We're going to try to see how much we can incorporate within the budget and make intelligent decisions about that. But we also want to be clear that it won't include everything. And
So you've got it at a bit of a disadvantage here. So in fairness, Paul, just very generic general numbers. So the passive recreation center building is roughly 4 million and the active recreation building is about 4 million. Is that?
Yeah, I mean, the building itself is going to be about $1 million.
Which one?
Each building about $2 million for just the building.
Both of those two buildings would be 4 million,
Yes.
passive and active.
Yes, and when you start adding in all the features and amenities to those buildings, that's where some of those prices start going.
Features within the building.
Yeah.
So the other, so this 15 million, 20 million, that's coming about, where is that number even coming from? Is that because of the fields? I mean, what?
Yep, yeah, it's everything you see.
What fields are 1 million each? I mean, just give us,
Yeah,
we're
so-
operating in a little bit of a vacuum here because we don't even know the numbers you guys are talking about.
Yeah, and really, for us, this is first pass looking at it. We're just using some historical averages on how these are going to price out. The large baseball field, the multi-purpose one here, is going to be about $500,000 for just the grass turf. If you wanted to go to the that's right, $500,000 for the grass turf. If you want to go to the artificial turf, you're looking about double that. It's for walking around numbers. So that's and it has a 10-year lifespan. After 10 years, you're ripping it out and starting it over. You can push it off if you need to. I mean, it's not hard and fast 10 years, but they have about a 10-year lifespan. That gives you your field turf. That's that big area here. This building here, bleachers, amphitheater, all that, you're looking at $500,000 to $1.5 million, depending on, are you going to have a press box in there? Are you going to have all acoustics in there at the onset? What finished product is going to be built out there?
While you're talking about that, I was going to ask, we've got pink on here, which I thought meant buildings, but then there's that fan-shaped thing, which I guess you're now referring to as the amphitheater, which doesn't have walls, I'm assuming?
Correct.
So what does pink mean? Because if you've got an aeronasium that has a roof on it, it's not pink. I'm assuming this was color-coded.
No, this is really just pretty picture kind of stuff. The building,
not very
it just so happens that the building's roofs are colored terracotta, for these two and this building here. This one here, we left a little more open to show that it's the existing building that's being repurposed, and what's inside of it is a basketball court.
So Paul, in fairness to Borcab, I'm still confused as, we've now talked about the 2 buildings at 2 million a pop, fields roughly $1 million each. Well, that's still, you got to go inside the building. So you're not even close to this, we got to be careful to throw this $15-20 million number around, because that doesn't sound like it's even what we're talking about. Where's the other high priced items? Because Bill's a lot better at math than I am, but we're not even close to 15 or 20 million.
We've got ranges, right, for each one of those items. We've got, parking lot is made of pervious pavers. That's a high ticket item. You're going to want to do that here on the beach to try and limit the amount of stormwater retention that we're going to have to provide. So we're going to have to work with South Florida Water Management District to get that rolling, and make sure that's going to be approved.
Well, again, I will never hold you to this, but is that $1 million ballpark? I mean,
I think about, I don't have the numbers in front of me, and I didn't break it out, but if I had to throw a number at it, you're talking about $1 million parking lot left and right.
helps us just have a better sense of
In
things.
our own code, don't we define pavers as not being appropriate stormwater wise? They're not pervious.
It's like the library pavers, I think.
The library pavers have tanks underneath them to hold the water. It's
This
a
would.
whole special design.
Yes, this would have percolation field underneath the pervious pavers. So it's expensive. Lots that's going to go in there. It's not just your typical asphalt pavement with drainage structures.
It's, I would have to defer to Borcab, but I'm sure this was all thrashed out as to what needs are these days, as far as the seniors and the children and so forth, and who's using what, and what the demand is. I know middle-agers to seniors are pickleball is the rage now. I mean, I don't know if as many people are playing tennis as they used to. Bocce was hot for a while. I don't see bocce being hot anymore, So, if somehow in the phasing, you could incorporate really what's happening now, what the demands are now, and then the big ticket, the wish list items, like the Airnasium, maybe that's not the big demand now. Maybe we can get away with a couple of basketball courts stuck back there somewhere without being so dramatic, and so forth, with still taking down that building somewhere along the line. But maybe that's how you get around these budget constraints, along with the phasing, but in phase one, like that band shell there, I mean, that's like the band shell down in Times Square. It's focal. I mean, that's a must. That's a must. That's a thing that brings the whole community together right there. And my vision of that is a post-COVID day when we can get some bands down there all day long playing music, and we can have a big party, and everybody can put their arms around each other once again and have a great time. That's my hope, and that day is coming. So, if you get the priorities down here, if we can, kind of zero in on what we can live with right now, and then phase it in as we go along, I think that would probably serve our purposes better.
Tagging on to what Ray's saying, I think we not only need to look at what people are using, which I agree basketball has gone downhill here. We need to look at the future. The demographic of our island is fewer children all the time. I don't see the need for 2 Little League baseball fields. We have fewer and fewer children all the time. We're going to have more and more seniors. That's who is moving to the island.
Well, actually, excuse me, Vice Mayor, it's 1 Little League field and one regular sized field. The regular sized field is used by the seniors. Seniors
I've
use that.
seen plans that have been given to us before with one field on them, and I don't see the reason that we need
Well,
two
that's a,
baseball
that's a
fields.
possibility. I mean, the Little League field is typically, and the Little League people would have to describe that to you, but it's typically a smaller environment and everything's pulled in and tighter.
And you
so
can
forth.
do that with the big field. You can have both played on the same field.
I suppose you
It's-
could. I suppose
To
you
me,
could.
it's a lot of space dedicated to a small group of people whose numbers are declining on this island.
I think this would be a great chance to hear from Barbara. If you want to comment, because these are great comments, I think, by my colleagues here, but I'm curious as to what your research has found.
Roxanne, we really evaluated that, and I understand that there is seemingly a lot of wasted space for a dedicated purpose. But if you look at that amphitheater and you look at that green space, that's going to be a multi-purpose.
I'm
There'll
not,
be a
I'm
lot
not
of-
against the amphitheater. I'm
No,
saying
but-
we do
but-
not need two fields to play baseball.
But that field to the right that is by the amphitheater is actually just not a ball field. It will be a multi-purpose field for
But
concerts.
she's not questioning that one, Barbara. She's questioning the one to the left.
Little one.
Well, that's the Little League field on to the left. So
And that's what
that-
I'm saying we
oh.
don't need.
Well, actually, our community wants it. We have a lot of very, very enthusiastic Little League
But their
parents and
numbers are
kids.
declining. You have to look to the future. There may be enthusiasm today, there may be enough people left, but I think 10 years down the road, we're not going to have that many children on this island. It's just not happening. People can't afford, families cannot afford to buy property here.
There's a number of people who with children who do move to the island, and plus we get a lot of people off island that come to play, if I'm not mistaken. It isn't just for the beach road.
So let me
Well,
just comment.
While Barbara's up, Barbara, while you're up there, would you opine a little bit about the importance of replacing the existing recreational facility and putting in the new one and timing of that? Do you all find that that's something that needs to be done upfront? Part of this
Well,
project?
when we were looking at this plan, we were looking at what would the concept be in a perfect world if we had this available acreage with what our needs are currently, with what we want to provide for future generations. And so we came up with this plan, not really thinking about phases, not really thinking about budget, but what could be possible. Clearly, budget is a reality, and that is something we have to take into consideration, which is where the phasing comes in. However, if you're looking at something like building the building and having a culinary center, yes, that is a luxury. That probably, as far as we're concerned, would be the first thing that would be cut, because that obviously would be expensive to equip. And I think that we could look at that in all of the areas that we're evaluating. I think the mayor was correct that amphitheater is a win-win for everyone, for adults and for kids, the community, for visitors. But we felt that that was a really essential part and probably should be part of phase one. The programming that we currently offer is amazingly extensive. And we now realize that we could be even more ambitious with programming in the future if we had these buildings in place. So we have looked at what we need, and we looked at what the community wants. We looked at what other facilities provide, and we incorporated all of that into this plan.
And that's great, and I appreciate it, but you've studied this as much, if not more than anyone. If you were to prioritize in terms of phasing, do those two buildings seem like a core piece of this along with the amphitheater? If you were going to put your core first phase in, how do you, you could even take your vice chair hat and just speak on your own.
If I were up there right
Yes.
now, I would say if there is a $10 million loan up for grabs that we could then, sign on for, that we look at funding all of it. Jackie Lissack, by the way, during our stakeholders meeting, head of the chamber, said, why are we picking it apart? Why don't we look at the overall concept to say, let's do all of it? So rather than a $5 million budget, let's do a $10 million budget and look at the fact that this is what our community deserves. So you have the more conservative point, but then you also have a very progressive position to say, this is what we deserve. So yes, so you can pick it apart and you can kind of cut it, what is a death by 1,000 cuts? Or you can look at the entire concept and say, what is essential? And that is something that you all as council members need to grapple with.
Barb, and to your defense and the committee's defense, that's the way these projects start. You start with a big palette and you have a charrette type situation and you shoot for everything in the sky and the moon and stars and everything else. And then you work down from there.
Exactly.
And that's the way it's always done, and that's fine. That's perfect. And that's where we are now. We're somewhere between Earth and the moon, so we're trying to figure that out. So
Barbara, what did BORCAB think of the phasing options? You guys, I assume, saw this alternative plan that they have, this alternative design with the two different phasings, the way it's showing up there.
We
How
haven't
did that
really
go?
talked, we haven't really talked about the phasing part of it so much. We've really kind of come together with this plan, thinking about, what it is that we'd like to provide in terms of the facilities and the programming. In terms of budget, in terms of phasing, that is a conversation that I think is better discussed with Paul because he knows what the costs are. The notion, Bill, of $20 million to me is outrageous. I don't think that would be even, I mean, what we're talking about is in a perfect world. I don't think that is really realistic on any level. And I think we as BORCAB members would be the first to recognize that. But on the other hand, permeated paving and the grass, the artificial turf and the essential meeting rooms that we need and the dedicated fitness rooms that we need are essential. And so that should be built into the budget.
and we're not even discussing yet alternative financing options. We haven't even discussed any of that yet. All we're talking about is digging into the ad valorem pot here instead of talking about, maybe there's people in the community that want to contribute to this. Maybe there's bricks to be sold. Maybe there's options of people leaving sizable donations in their estates to Bay Oaks. I mean, there are countless opportunities. All we have to do is look down to Lover's Key to see how they did that welcome center in a matter of a couple of years. I mean, when I was back there, we were nickel and diming it for years, and then boom, all of a sudden, in came the money, and they've got a center going up right now.
Great example. Great
You know,
example.
so,
Thank you, Mayor.
I mean, there are other. It's just not the one pot we're looking at here. There are other alternatives. We haven't even begun to discuss yet.
I guess I take a slightly different view on it. I feel like we've been telling the community, hey, we're spending about $5.5 million on redoing Bay Oaks. And to many people that I've talked to, yeah, I'll go along with that. But it was already a stretch at 5.5. So I feel we've got creep going on here. I think we need to try to bring it in closer to what we've been talking about spending. I'm not against doing it in phases, but I think it can't be in phases just because we're putting off part of it because we're going to plan on spending a lot more money. That's not what we've been telling the community. This is.
I think, to be fair, I think these were just numbers that were very, very rough estimates. I don't think that the intent of both the BORCAB members and staff to say that that was a finite figure. It was sort of thrown out as a ballpark. And we all recognize anybody that's done remodeling or built a home, you understand how those costs do increase. Just that.
We'll have a better idea once we get up around 60% or so. That's when we'll have a better idea.
But, a couple things I want to point out is that, and I understand there's a lot of it's driven by usage. And I do agree with the mayor that the idea of the amphitheater and that multi-use space opens us up to more users coming into the park. So coming into the recreation facility. Now, as far as the pervious pavers you talked about, I'm all for trying to maintain, keep the water where it is. Is there other options that would give us the same benefit? Like is a room we could put catchment pond or something, so we take the drainage from the park and treat it on the, in the property instead of use the previous pavers, because I understand they're expensive and I understand they're effective, but I also understand that like on our beach accesses, other town property, we don't do that. This would be, I think, the only town property that we're gonna go to that expense to put on pervious pavers.
Yeah, so there's very little drainage out there now. There's very little superficial drainage as it exists. As we touch this and have to go through permitting, unless we can get an exemption from it, we're gonna have to provide water quality treatment.
Kind of catchment, so it's not pervious pavers, we have to give up some space for water storage, essentially.
And you can do it with vaults too. I mean, there's other things we can do. It depends on what type of field turf you choose for that multi-purpose field. And again, that could be done with grass now, and then in the future, if you get, find the need and you want to do turf, field turf in the future, you could. But underneath that you can also some relation soils in there and vaults and pervious pipes in there as well to try and capture some volume.
And when does Little League run?
Little League runs from approximately the end of January to the of May.
It's outside the wet season.
Yes.
Is there any way to like take that Little League field and in the wet season use it as a catchment basin for the water? Or is that incompatible?
It's you may have some usage of it at least the large field will be during the summer. I believe some of the senior leagues play at night. So I wouldn't do that on the big field, maybe on the small field. We could look into it. I haven't really heard of anybody using Little League fields as dry detention, but
I've seen a lot of
I'm open
places,
to it.
a lot of places, I've lived where they're like the West, they'll have catchment basins and they're an important part of the water treatment and flood control. And they're recreational fields 99.9% of the time. The big storm happens, filled with water and so they drain.
Mhm.
They're all grass. They don't have
Yeah.
the grass and the dirt, so that could be.
We're blessed with very pervious soils, so they drain well.
But I agree, this is with what Rexanne's saying. I think that, the idea was we're gonna spend the lion's share of our $10 million on the loan on Bay Oaks, which has a limited usefulness, but as a community asset. And the idea that we're gonna spend this and still not get what we want concerning me. I don't know if it's a separation between expectations and budget. And I'm also kind of curious of what are the maintenance issues with the old building that go away with the new building?
I understand the roof needs to be replaced on the old building. It's past its useful life, so that's a big expense that we're gonna have to probably look at. I believe the chillers and the air conditioning system has recently been replaced. The floor has recently been replaced, so it's right now we're band-aiding it, from what I understand. What the costs are exactly, I threw some numbers at it that I thought it would fit into. So $100,000 to $200,000, I think was the number.
Rehabilitate the building.
To just maintain it, just to keep kicking the can down the road. You're looking at about $100,000.
Like, I see the old building, one of the important functional elements is the fact that it's big open space. And it's good and bad. It's good for things like pickleball. I've been out there to shoot baskets and told I couldn't because it was a time when they have the school programs going on.
Mhm.
And they can pretty much take over that space. So I see it as being pretty useful space, and I don't know if I completely agree that it's usable.
Yeah, so real quick, we throwing basketball around, and we understand basketball is kind of losing. It's not the most popular thing right now, but really, all of these court sports become flexible spaces, multi-purpose, different kinds of sports can be played on the same surface. Stripe it out differently. If you go to the recreation center right now, I think it's got 3 different striping patterns on it. One's for basketball, one's for volleyball, and one's for pickleball. So basketball just happens to be the big court of those, and so you can fit other courts inside of the basketball. I just wanted to clarify that. Talking about the baseball facility that we have right now. That first phase, the line actually comes in here. We would maintain this existing ball field, how we moved the large baseball field. Again, we're maintaining the recreation center also in that first phase. And to Rexanne's point, I think that by doing that, we're giving ourselves a little more time in between the two phases to see, are we getting the utilization out of that T-ball field? Does it make sense to build the second T-ball field in the future as part of phase 2? I just want to throw that out there. It's like, we're going to get more information as time goes on.
It's not just a T-ball field, that there's a difference between T-ball and Little League.
Right.
T-ball is for the minis. Little League goes up till they're in whatever grade, you know.
Yeah.
There's a
So from my recollection, based on conversations with Little League, Little League is the organization that has several different leagues within it. This is primarily used for T-ball only. This is used for what's called the minors and majors within Little League. This is a 90-foot basis, and this is a 60-foot basis. I think actually right now they can adjust the bases on this one from 60, 70 to 90. This is also used by softball. So, and this is also used by the senior league. So this field actually probably gets more usages. It gets more varying leagues use it. And this one here really is more dedicated towards Little League. I think the first kids, they start pitching on this field, and then once they get a little better, they move into the.
Yeah. I don't know if there's that canal, there's water close. If another way to increase some usage here, we put in like a kayak launch, other facilities like that.
If that made it on the plan.
But I do think that, I would appreciate having the conversation really change to what can we do for 5.5 million as opposed to what do we want, regardless of the price.
I agree.
It's off the top of this page here, but there is a kayak launch coming off of this trail, right up into the.
Bill's point, that canal goes all the way out to the bay that I think is part of Bay Oaks property. Is there an activity trail or a running trail that goes around the property? Could that be extended out along the canal as well?
If you're talking about this canal here.
Yeah.
So this canal here is actually privately owned. That's not one that we can.
Well, the property for Bay Oaks, does it abut that canal?
It does, but on my
Bottom.
purview.
The canal bottom is owned by a private entity.
Talking about a trail on the side of the
If we had
canal,
an
not in the
exercise trail,
canal.
could that go along?
There is one here, yes. The trail along the side, yes. There's one that goes in and encompasses the whole park.
Does it go all the way out to the bay though?
Yeah, so
Goes as
unfortunately,
far, there's mangroves, it goes as far as the
Okay,
mangroves.
all right.
and then has shown here, there's a further trail with a boardwalk that goes out into the bay, let me bring it back up here and you can see the aerial. Yeah, so it would cut through about here, the shortest path that we can get in there, and get into the bay on the backside. And also it does tie into Lee County's kayak launch, which is just now finishing up. Which starts here and corners back.
It's a great thing because if there are showers available, people will want to actually run, walk along those paths back there and bike. I don't know if biking's part of it or all good.
So Paul, I really like the way that you guys took the time to, I like that design right there with that phasing that you have up.
Mhm.
And the way that you're able to keep the old stuff there by still bringing in new stuff and then revisiting it later, it makes a lot of sense. It gives us that we currently already have to continue using, but it also gives us, as the mayor said, that amphitheater is, I think we can all agree, the most important part of that phase 1 design as far as community center, community hub. I thought I heard you mention that phase 1 could be much closer to coming within the budget that we've been talking about.
Yes.
And then as you go forward with your designs, will you be also encompassing what you have here for phase 2 as far as costs? It goes to the 60% phase and the bid phase. So we will have a better understanding of what we could potentially add from phase 1 into phase 2 or phase 2 into phase 1. Yeah, should budgets come back or should costs come back much lower than what we're hoping?
Yeah, I think the key is go out and you walk from one end of the park to the other, you see that it was built over, what, 50 years or so, the whole park. And so there's some hodgepodgey kind of things that are just kind of thrown about. It doesn't look like it had like a master plan that was well thought out from beginning to end. So we want to make sure that when we put this in front of the contractor, that they see the whole picture, see what it's going to look like when it's done. And to Roger's point, I think that you'd bid this thing out with ad alternates. So you can say, this is what we're going to do. We're going to do phase one for sure, but we also want pricing and potentially better volume pricing, doing more at the same time. And then that would be your decision to pick on and how much extra you want to go.
I want to be really cautious. You know, we've talked a lot about shortfalls of the building that's already there because of budget restraints and things moving back and cutting it to the point where it just became a gymnasium. And I want to be really cautious that that doesn't happen with the new development.
Mhm.
We have options that we can put in there and we can make it so that it is sizable or scalable down the road, should we decide we want to add to it later or add amenities. That's more important to me. I'm comfortable with the phase one, setup that you have moving forward. I'll let the rest of the council members speak to how they feel.
I'm starting to think, Councilman Veach was talking about there with the $5 million. Starting to think that we ought to be looking at this a little bit more comprehensively amongst the three plans. In other words, you've given us the presentation on Times Square this morning and now Bay Oaks.
Mhm.
These are sort of the wish list, for lack of a better term, and so forth. And we really haven't even gotten back to the Bayside Park yet. So, you're kind of getting direction this morning as to which way we're going with this sort of thing. And then I think maybe you need to come back to us again with not hard numbers, but semi-hard numbers, where we can sit down and look at this and say, well, let's trade this for this and this for this, and really see where our focus is, where we truly believe that the dollars should be directed, as opposed, I mean, are we after making our community center our focal point right now, as opposed to Times Square? Or are we trying to do a little bit of both, or what is it exactly that we're trying to do comprehensively? And then we can start pulling out, we can start adding and subtracting, which you're talking about at the bid stage. I'm talking about it in big picture before we even get to the bid stage.
Yeah.
So I think that would probably give us a better direction of the feel of the council, how we want to proceed with this. And I'm not trying to throw a monkey wrench into the process, but
You're not.
but I can see where we're heading here, and so if you want to.
This is
that.
exactly why we go to the 30% to make sure we're there. And if it dies of 1,000 cuts, let's have it die at 30%, not at 100.
Right.
And one point that I will kind of interject here, because also we have, most of our demand isn't during the season. Right? And during the season, it's cool. So I'd be interested to know things like, does pickleball really need to be in air conditioning? If there's something we could do like in an airnasium, down costs, and maybe even where this phase 2 building is, can that be just open space? Can be facilities in there that they don't require to be walled in and air conditioned?
I think that's a whole nother question. Right now, we have the building, kind of, if you think about it, so we sort of have a center cockpit. We have the left wing and the right wing. Right now, we're saying if you have the center cockpit, we have the right wing being sort of the passive recreation, and we have the left wing being the active recreation. Now, and that's because of some of the comments we heard that, you're playing cards and stuff, you don't want to hear someone bouncing a basketball right next to you, or, making a lot of noise or whatever. But the actual size of the rooms, the numbers of the rooms, and all of that is still yet to be developed. So the first thing is to situate the buildings and get this understanding that some might be phase 1, some might be phase 2. To maintain a continuity of services while this is all being constructed, best of our ability. And then as we get to the 60, 90%, we're gonna actually be saying, okay, this room is gonna be this size, it's gonna be able to be broken down, or not be able to be broken down, or it's gonna be a dedicated sort of classroom type setting, or tabletop type setting. This one will be more that, you pull furniture in and out of it. All that stuff has to be worked out. Allison, independent of all this, Allison and her staff, looking at our current in-season, out-of-season activities, our desired, if we had more space in season and out of season activities. Trying to judge basketball, bocce going out and what's the next thing coming in. They're all working on that as while this is going on as well.
Okay,
All right, so let's continue with Bay Oaks and talk a little bit about another aspect of it. So on the 25th, we're going to be presenting in front of Lee County School District to talk about the land swap. And I want to just keep you guys up to date on that. This is the exact presentation I'll be giving to them, so I'll just run through it with you quickly. This is an aerial view with the parcels located on it. This shows who owns what or who controls what. The town owns all those right-of-ways inside of there.
Who's the town?
Blue's the town, and the tan peach color is Lee County lands.
School board.
Or Lee County School Board lands, correct. In on that, and we're looking at having the town vacate parcel here, or a piece of right-of-way in this location in exchange. So that's where real quick, that's where their parking lot is, and it comes down to the existing pavilion and a pad that's existing.
in Lee County,
School
Lee County
board.
School Board.
yeah, okay, town, okay.
We own it, but they've been using it?
The way around. They own, sorry, let me back up. They
It says
own-
Town Swap 2.
Yes, so, well,
That's
it's
right away, dedicated right away.
Okay,
On right away.
it's a town right-of-way, but the school's been using it?
That's correct. We've been using their land.
Yeah.
I understand, I was just trying to
Yes,
clarify.
yeah, it's like a verbal agreement. They currently own this peach piece here and here. As you can see, this is the baseball field on this parcel here, and this is some other playgrounds and other court sports that exist. So we're looking to swap that piece of right-of-way for the usages of for the ownership of these. And as a part of that, there will be an interlocal agreement that allows them to come back and use some. What you get at the end of the day here is a secured parking for the school board. They also would have this purple area would be their day-to-day during school hours, during school months, would be their secured fence. But there would be access between the two. So outside of school hours, the town folks would be able to come into that area. There will be another slide that shows that. So, and this red area here is the shared multi-purpose field. We would have access to that through coordination with Allison and her team.
Very important, we would own it.
That's kind of what it looks like as the finished picture. The things that the town may want to be accessing in this area would be this outdoor classroom. There's a playground out here. So I'm imagining Friday nights and baseball is going on. The parents can let their kids out here and use this school hold access zone during. That's the long and the short of that area.
Do you have the county on there, the Lee County too, or can you just go back
I can go back and show that, yeah.
real quick?
I don't have that drawn in here, but you can
I think you see it if you go back on a previous slide, when we're set.
right here,
Okay, so those areas right there,
that one, and this one.
right, so from the right of way, those two areas, and we're gonna get a piece of, Chelsea, can you just point to it? We're gonna get from the county? That's what we're getting from Lee County.
You can't see it on this map, but there is a bit of town right-of-way that runs in the back here. Way dedicated to, town gets those slivers of land.
Oh, forgive me, but that school portion, do we then have a right to have that, is that exercise trail extend around that school property then as well?
Yeah, but that, it would be outside of the fence. So they have certain laws that they have to follow for security of their students. And so we would make sure that that fall outside of their fence. You can kind of see here, this is that fence line. That's that's the dividing line. The fence line comes in here.
The full circumference of that exercise trail, is that does that work
Yellow trail.
out to be a mile, half mile? Does
It's
anybody
about a
know?
third of a mile.
Third of a mile?
Yeah, okay, yeah, so once you got through there, you could probably, we could come back and make it into about a half mile.
We'd probably put up measurement markers, so as anyone who is trying to gauge how how far they were running, they would know.
Is that in the Oaks or is that in the preserve?
Within the property of Bay Oaks. The preserve encroaches into the property line.
So it connects up with the trails that are existing?
So that's it. And so just so you guys are aware, some of the stipulations from Lee County School Board is that they are asking to have new covered playground. So playground with shade sails, shaded courts. So these courts here are getting relocated and shaded with shade sails. Covered and secured parking. So they already have secured parking. They already have covered parking. We're realigning their parking lot based on this new design. And it would be, again, gated for them during their primary times. There are some hour stipulations and stuff like that that would need to get agreed upon. I think it's on an annual basis, the agreement. Then finally, there's the secured fenced area. So we're showing roughly what we think it would look like. Obviously, as the programming goes forward, those will be finalized. Exactly when and where those lines are drawn and when they're open to.
They're paying for those amenities? School board is paying for the new
We're
covered
paying
playground?
We're improving those as part of the land swap.
I noticed we're going to talk about this later, right? It's another part of the agenda, but there are conditions on that we'll use that for recreation. If we stop using it for recreation, back to the school board. Was there any kind of conditions like that on the other part of the land that we currently have, or is that just ours outright?
Right now, we have a handshake agreement. They could kick us off tomorrow.
What I mean as far as the northern part, where the existing building is and stuff, is that just the town's outright
Town owns that.
conditions on it?
All right, so that's Bay Oaks.
Could you give me an estimate of how much we're paying for the amenities that we're going to give them as part of this land swap?
I can prepare an estimate for you on that. Yeah, it's,
Looking round figures here.
yeah, you got a playground to $150,000. Maintaining the gazebo here, the new courts, $50,000 covered. And then the outdoor classroom, which hasn't been designed. You care to throw a number at that?
I would say that we're trying to, this thing at, I'm gonna say like $300,000 around number.
And is that going to be part of the agreement, how much we're spending for them? I don't like this nebulous idea that, okay, we're swapping this land and we're going to build you a playground, and we think the playground is going to cost $50,000 and they think the playground's going to cost
Well,
$80,000.
they don't have rights of approval. They just said, it's just a playground. So we built a playground. I mean, all these negotiations were with tremendous good faith on the parties' parts. This happened.
But if it's a legal agreement, there's generally some specificity.
Well, there is. So it's going to say, it's going to say at the end of the day, renovate the courts and cover them. I don't think there's any dispute. Chelsea, you've talked to them. Is there any dispute on any of these issues in terms of we think it's a Buick and they think it's a Cadillac?
Part of it is too, we're moving these baseball fields and
By all
encumbering.
means, you guys have said dollar limit, say, well, not to exceed this.
It just seems appropriate. I mean, it's,
There will be another agreement, which is there is an existing interlocal agreement between the town and the school board for the use of the existing facilities. That will be modified to account for all of what's been discussed here, to the extent that you direct staff to move forward. So we will be bringing back to you in short order a new interlocal agreement between the town and the school board, laying out all these issues and the cost and
if
those
we're
things.
actually swapping land, it's more than an interlocal agreement, isn't it? It's an exchange of real estate.
Yes, and
Which means there'll be a contract,
there's an agreement in the agenda
right?
later on that specifies that. There will also be a subsequent interlocal agreement that will provide for how the aired field, the red area gets. When we have.
I get all that.
And that includes the cost of the improvements that the town is agreeing to make. That's still being negotiated. What we do have in place and what's in the agenda packet is the agreement to do the land swap in principle. If we don't come to an agreement with the school board on the last component, which is for concern, that interlocal agreement, then nothing gets done.
Okay. I think we've pretty much exhausted Bay Oaks here this morning, Paul. And clearly you have a very defined direction on which we
Yes.
were going.
One thing I just want to throw out there, though, Mayor, before we go on, and it's just kind of a random idea, is have we looked at any kind of public-private partnership ideas that we could do in there, like anything from a concession to facilities that would be put in privately that could help generate income and provide some of the services that we want to have done, or expand some of the opportunities for people?
Not to date, but it's certainly something that has been discussed with the prior council, as well as with this, and we will continue to carry that over. And for example, the concessions and things of that nature, that we may be able to bring in someone, a third party from the private sector to sponsor and help defray some of those costs in exchange for naming rights or use, whatever. So those are certainly becoming more common, and it's just a question of whether or not there's a market for it, and we will explore that as we move the project along. I think that the concept of the plan needs to be developed so we know what it is, so then we can, as staff, can go out into the private marketplace and say, this is what we're proposing to do. Are you interested in sponsoring or being partner in this part of it, or that part of it, or the entire thing?
Thanks.
And that's one of the possibilities I was talking about earlier. I mean, there's all kinds of possibilities that are out there. Some of those would be more geared towards the maintenance, the ongoing maintenance of but larger ones like naming could be used towards the capital. So yeah, we'll see what it goes, but that's your direction for now.
I think we got clear direction.
Don't lie to me, you do not.
I'm gonna go back and watch the video tape, make sure I got it all.
But anyhow, it sounded good. But why don't we move on to Bayside? And
Yeah, I was gonna
the
ask you-
abbreviated version of that, knowing that already covered a lot of that.
Yeah, so if you want to switch that over. Was it June 15th or so we were here? And we're asked to put it on hold. We had a presentation ready to roll, and so it's been sitting in a box for the last 3 months. Ready to come out, or 2 months ready to go. So if you want to just a quick talk about it, I know it's coming up later on your agenda, but hopefully just refresh your mind where we're at and what we heard. I'm going to ask Ryan and Matt to pop up here in a minute because a lot of the questions came from their aspects. So what we heard mainly, lots of things that we heard, but we heard the color scheme didn't fit necessarily with the town's scheme, what we see as a beach community. We heard that the building kind of looked a little too East Coast. The hand railings looked a little bit like a prison. And remember, this is a first blush. These things usually get hashed out in the specifications, but one of the big items of contention was the palm trees near the crosswalk. So as you're walking across street there, it like you were walking straight into palm trees. So we kind of adjusted that. And then also the views from Nervous Nellies. We described that we took that into account by aligning the column lines. We've got some renders in here of what it might look like. So, fine, man. I'm an engineer. He's an architect, so he's going to talk about colors.
Good morning / afternoon. My name's Ryan Richards. I'm with RG Architects. So we're gonna walk through, we had some of these ready to go a little bit back, and then with a little bit of a start at local context, what's around it, what we're building up against, and what your neighbors look like. So back here, some existing photos of the plaza. You can tell they're all kind of quite different. They all have their own character. The harbor, I'm drawing a blank on some. The Harbor House has the tan scheme, or Nervous Nellies is really bright and vibrant. So you can see just doing a 360 from that area that it's a pretty complex neighborhood as far as styles go. And what we had presented earlier was really, well, there's a lot of gray and white kind of pushing that color decision down the road. This was some of the thought process or the inspiration for that. It's kind of that old Florida look. At the same time, you can bring in any bright primary color, bring it in, throw it on top of it, and it'll go just well. So that swash on the bottom left, that's your branding colors. That's what the town's color palette is. And you can pick anything out of that range, and it would go quite well on a gray and white, kind of a modern type scheme. One of the adjacent buildings across the way, it has kind of white and yellow, which some newly added vibrant pastel colors into it. So it's a very, contemporary scheme as it was originally designed. And then you can see people have come in and tried to brighten it up and tried to liven it up. So we can, take a look at some of these palettes, and we'll put some of these buildings later. And Felipe is right down the street. It's a very vibrant color scheme in itself, but it's, again, picking one primary bright tone and then running grays and blacks and whites off of it. When we start looking at these and to build elements of the building and what we were looking at earlier, that blue, we can swap it up everything. These for anything. These aren't set in stone by any means. Any of these palettes could easily kind of be brought into this color, into this building layout. And I want to talk a little bit on the sail shades, some color options there, whether they're monochrome or have the full canary yellow color palette down below and what works, whether they're all one. You could kind of start mixing it up and bringing some variations into that.
Hey, Ryan, let me interrupt you just for 1 second. I know you put a lot of work into this with the color schemes and everything else, but I don't know if you were here at the last meeting or not, but we got slammed on the whole concept of this.
Understood, yes.
So I think we need to be thinking big picture right now, rather than delving into color schemes and so forth. That's where the community came out, and they're against this park. They're against what's going on here. I mean, overwhelmingly. So And I'm not trying to be rude or anything. I'm just trying to, we've spent a lot of time on this morning and we need to cut to the chase here. So I think the discussion has to be alternatives to what was proposed last time as far as the building, because that's what came out. Everybody came out against that. So rather than us go through here and start talking about colors and shades and everything for that particular building, we need to discuss alternatives to what was proposed.
Taken, so this could still be a park.
Okay, all right, well, let's go down that road.
Yeah, where we were, where we were was we were asked to just put on hold until discussions happen. That's gonna happen today, so we'll be on hold until discussion. But I just want to show one quick.
Again, I'm not trying to belittle your work or anything, please, you know, I mean,
Please understand, this was done before most
Yeah.
of those discussions happened.
I got
This
you.
is-
Well,
This is the first
the
round.
times they are changing, you know, so we gotta keep up with them.
So this was the respecting the views. This is from inside of Nervous Nelly's, from the restaurant out into the park. And want to show that, so
Okay,
beyond that, I think everything else is landscaping. And do you want to talk a little bit about landscaping? Ask those questions.
Good morning, Matt Horton, I'm with Insight. I
Morning,
was,
Matt. Morning.
was fortunate enough to have the opportunity to work on the existing park some 20 years ago. And I'm pleased to be back, looking at a redesign. Put it really simply, what I'd like to point out is park, as it's designed, whether the building is there or not, functions as a park. And I would say functions much better as a park than it does today. Council direction at the time was to have a water feature and a small stage at the end of that. And we've seen over the years that the fountain has gone away in favor of seating space for that small stage area. And we've listened to the public and provided a larger stage area, in space in front of it with ample flexible seating, and more hardscape and more shade. So I think moving forward.
Can you just hold that picture again? So if the council's direction today was to move away from the building and would you just be continuing the grass area to the bottom of the picture and continue the pavers to the bottom and perhaps continue the trees sporadically along the road to the bottom and say we extend the H/structure to the bottom? Is that basically what would happen if council direction was?
It's a freshen up. What-
Essentially, without a complete rework, this could function without the building. Building footprint would become another row of shade trees at the top, and we're off to.
What was that
develop the
ballpark
design.
figure we were looking at for that building, the total ballpark?
I think we were budgeting about.
Well, that'll go a long way towards Bay Oaks doing something over there. Okay, I'm sorry, go ahead.
So, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I think that's, we can keep it on hold, or we can. And you sort of have a related item discussed later today about that. And as soon as you're ready to make a decision with respect to that, then we could task them to move forward, but it's basically on hold, pending council coming to a particular conclusion about what whether a building's appropriate for the property and what to be in that building if the building is designed.
Well, I bet we could probably come to some sort of conclusion right here, right now. What do you think, council? Any direction here?
I'll go first if you don't mind, Mr.
Go
Mayor.
right ahead.
I think that building has no need being there. The community has spoken quite loudly about that. they choose not to see it. Looking at some sort of park space, and again, this, as the mayor said, this is nothing against your guys' work. It's, we came into this towards the tail end of it, and I think the community has spoken pretty loud that not in favor of having a building there. I think they still like the stage idea part of it. Lemmer had a great idea, I thought earlier, of some sort of boardwalk going along there, if that's something that could be incorporated into it. I don't.
Already is, I believe.
There is one. Okay, so I like the sunshade idea. I think, having the green space with the picture up there with some different kinds of sunshades going across there. That's more of the vision I think the community is looking forward to see.
I just agree with that, but I think the one thing and I don't think it's by design, but one thing we haven't mentioned today that I think we're in unanimity on is the importance of a veterans memorial here incorporated into this space. So you guys are the smart folks. Think about how to do that. Think about what other communities have done that makes sense in this type of a space, because I do think veterans piece is very important to that. I don't want to diminish that. It just has to just be appropriate and respectful given this space. Everything else being said, I'd rather see that and the money for that building go towards Bay Oaks and some of the additional needs that we've got there.
Oh, yeah, I concur. I do like your design. I think you guys did a really good job with what you had. But there's certainly the neighbors that are affected are very against it, and they have rights to their, what they want to voice. So I appreciate that. I do agree with Jim. I think, there's definitely a movement, and I've been supporting for a while to put some kind of veterans memorial, whether standalone, whether it's incorporated, something, calling it veteran stage, maybe right into the stage, or whether it's something separate. That's important. But generally I concur. I think though that doesn't mean that you have this upland facility to deal with. It's still going to be an item, either maybe a budget item or maybe just an agreement. So it isn't like it's now free money. We still have that to deal with. And I don't know where the Anchorage Committee is. As far as this park goes, I think pretty loudly on what it should look.
Mayor?
Concern is if you completely pitch the building, we have no restrooms there. Something I keep fighting for on this island.
Yeah, Snug Harbor has a public bathroom that was put in as part of the agreement too, I think, when they're
Well, they're
building.
completely then unknown to the public as far as I'm concerned, because I've never seen a sign for it when I've been down there.
I've requested, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I've requested the town put a sign up in the park with arrow towards it.
I haven't seen them. I don't know how adequate they are.
I actually used them this weekend, and they're very nice when they're there.
Well, I'd hate to speak for Nervous Nellies or Harbor House, but sure, with that building not being put up there, they might be able to provide something to us to use as well. Or there may be something else coming down the road here to consider.
The thing that I kept hearing from the business was they were tired of the fact that people were coming in to use the restrooms that were not their patrons. So expecting the businesses to provide restrooms, I don't think is appropriate. Now, that one may have been a public restroom as part of an agreement, but I don't think we impose upon Nervous Nellies or Harbor House to expect them to provide bathrooms for an area that has a stage. My second question is, I've always wanted to have a stage, but we just talked about having a stage in Times Square. So we're now going to have 2 stages downtown. Do we really need 2 stages?
Like, they're used for different, they're different things. I mean, they're opposite end of the street, but things like, we've had lots of events downtown that are on Old San Carlos where the stage has been used. The Times Square is not really connected to those events. Really don't close down Times Square to make like a taste of the beach.
Just a question I wanted to throw out, that spending town resources for 2 stages in such a close proximity seems like something we should think about.
Did you not incorporate restrooms into that stage, kind of like they did in Bonita? Worried about the restroom issues?
I think it would be good to have more restrooms. Personally. And if you're actually going to have a stage and you want to use it for more than just traveling bands who come through and pick up, their own stuff. If you want to use it for theater, you need to have a changing room for people to use, place to store props. Is it a stage or is it just a platform? So I think those are aspects of the stage that need, if the stage in Times Square is really going to be used for music and this one's going to be used more for other types of things, then it might have more of a building component to it. It's not necessarily as large as the other building that everybody found disfavor with. The last thing I want to do, and I've repeated this many times, I am not against doing something for veterans, but I keep asking that we call it a veterans tribute rather than a memorial. Memorials are for dead people. I believe we should be honoring all of the veterans. So if we could call it a tribute instead of a memorial, I would appreciate going along those lines. And one thing that people don't seem to realize, I let Mr. Kritzer know this, Forrest Kritzer, there is a Vietnam Veterans Memorial, which I have gone to several times and never seen anyone visit on McGregor Boulevard in Colonial. That close to us. So again, how much of this do we want to allocate to a veterans tribute that may or may not be really appreciated is a thought. So those are just things I'm throwing out there about what we look at doing with this property. Maybe looking at more at using the bayfront, fish opportunities for kids to do fishing. Thanks.
Okay, I can't add much to that, except that I'll go back to Mr. Lemmer's comment at the beginning, as far as extending that walkway on the waterfront down there, connecting. That'd be a beautiful water walk, and I'm all for that.
Those plans are 100% now, aren't they?
I think that would be a big plus down there. People like to be down next to the water. Certainly an entertaining view down there. That's a walkway that people would use. I think that would be great. So other than that, I think that's your direction on Bayside. And your final swing at these guys for right now, Council. If there's anything else to ask, gentlemen, I thank you very much. Ryan, again, I apologize for short-circuiting your presentation, but
No worries.
we
Thanks,
gotta
guys.
keep moving.
Appreciate it.
All right, thanks a lot. Okay. Next item on the agenda is the consent agenda. There are two items on there, technical support services contract and also our annual interlocal agreement for with animal control services. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second, moved and seconded. Any discussion? Objection? Yes, sir.
I didn't know we're short on time. Roger, could you just give a thumbnail sketch? Is this having to do with video conferencing or the video sound dynamic for town hall meetings and other advisory board meetings?
This would be the town's IT consultant / contractor for several years, and they would weigh in the money we have in the 2021 budget to, including all the video and sound. Yes, is the short answer.
Thank you.
With an eye towards improving our communication here in Town Hall, I'm sure. Okay, it's been moved by the Vice Mayor, seconded by Councilman Veach. No further discussion, objection, motion carries unanimously. Okay, let's see if we can get a couple of these public hearings done before we break here. Does anybody want a 10-minute break here? No? Or do you want to keep plowing ahead? Good, okay. All right, the first public hearing is a request for continuance This is ordinance 19-14. It's the Publix CPD. Applicant has requested it for a continuance of the second reading and the public hearing of ordinance 19-14, an ordinance of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, replacing Town of Fort Myers Beach Resolution 98-11 and amending the schedule of uses for public CPD, providing for revisions of conditions of approval and other as necessary, providing for severability, providing for conflicts of law, and providing for an effective date. Is there a motion to continue this public hearing? It's been moved. Is there a second?
A second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? The objection? Look forward to hearing that when it comes back. The motion carries unanimously. The next item is a variance for 147 Miramar Street, which is a principal structure and side setback variance. Someone here to speak on that? Yes, sir.
I'm Dave Van Ammy. I'm representing the owner for 147 Miramar Street.
So what was your last name?
Van Ammy?
Are you a contractor?
No, I am not. I am her representing agent. I have a general contractor. It is for a like-for-like deck replacement for access and egress to the second floor of the building. The owner bought the place a year and a half ago. When she bought the place, the home inspection told her that the deck structure was sound and was in code compliance. When the fire marshal came in to look at the building, to give her permission to rent the second floor, it is not in code compliance, so the deck was deemed unsafe. With that said, we put in for the building permit. Once we found through the building permit process dealing, we were outside of the setback dimensions. We did go through LDC for approval, and it was approved a month ago. And now I'm coming from the town to get approval to put a one-for-like replacement deck back in at this property. Questions?
Any questions of the applicant, representative?
Ask unanimous. Roger?
Understanding.
That's what it says in the material here, yeah. Oh, excuse me, it says it recommended approval, it doesn't say the vote, I'm sorry. Oh, hold on, sir. Any other questions? There you go.
Thank you.
All right. F. Allie, I remember you. Back.
Yeah. I have a little presentation for you guys. I think it's working. Here we go. So the applicant has requested a
Allie, take. Okay there.
off.
Take your mask off. We can hear you better. All right there.
Sorry, I didn't hear the beginning
Good.
part. The applicant is requesting variance from setback for the principal structure, and it is 5 feet from the north side and 3.31 feet from the south side. This is the property details. Currently, it is zoned residential commercial, and it's within the mixed residential future land use. And it is currently served as a single-family residence. This is the existing condition. It's a survey. As you can see, on the north side, it's 5 feet, and on the south side, it's encroaching into the side setback. It doesn't show it's 3.31 feet, but the next plan it shows it's 3.31 feet from the south side. This is the existing condition of the house. The applicant is not proposing any addition or expansion to the house. This deck and the staircase is existing. The applicant is trying to do some structural replacement to this structure, and that's why the code requires the applicant to apply for a variance. As per the finding, building footprint will not change. Second of all, these are not the results of action of the applicant. They are existing since 1972, and this stairwell is a crucial access to the house, and the variance is the de minimis. Staff recommends approval with conditions as the conditions given in the staff report. Also recommend that, also determines that for any structural improvement or cost more than 50% of the value of the structure or a new development on the parcel must brought into conformity with the current regulations of the zoning code. And requested also, this variance is in compliance with current land development code and comprehensive plan. The requested motion from you is to approve with conditions, or deny this variance to allow the principal structural encroachment into the side setback.
Thank you, Kelly. Any questions, Kelly?
Mr. Mayor, just to be clear, this is a single-family residence. Is that correct, Kelly?
Yes, sir.
Right, so I was thinking about setting up the upstairs for rental. This is a single-family residence, one family in there at a time.
It is a public hearing, so open up to the public if anyone wants to speak before you take a motion.
Yes. Anybody want to speak to this from the public? No requests, okay.
And for the record, this, and I apologize, this is a quasi-judicial item. And therefore, before, again, you take a final vote, it would be appropriate for you to disclose any ex parte communications you all may have had with regard to this item.
Right around the horn.
Bye-bye.
Site visit.
Done.
Visit, I think I may have gotten an email.
So the question is whether to approve or disapprove the conditions, or approve with conditions, or deny variance for the principal structure from side setback requirement per LDC table 34-3 at 147 Miramar Street. Motion to approve or deny?
I would move to approve resolution number 2027 with the conditions included. I believe they're the same conditions that the LPA had.
Second that.
Moved and seconded. Question? Objection? Motion carries unanimously. Variance is approved. Okay. The next item is variance for 5619 Lewis Street setback variance for a parcel at 5619 Lewis Street to allow the principal structure to encroach to the side setbacks. It's a public hearing. It's a,
Any ex parte communications?
we're right around the horn.
Drive-by.
Site visit.
None.
Visit again, I may have gotten an email.
You swear these guys in, or?
Yeah.
That's, just in case. You tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Forgive me, excuse me, sir. And Roger, just for the record, the LP, I think, voted unanimously again in support. Is that correct?
Yeah. I think it's in the backup material.
In the back, I was looking for that.
Okay, sir.
Good morning, it's almost afternoon. I'm the owner, my name is Paul Clark, I own 5619 Lewis, requesting a variance in order just to repair the pilings that the home sits on under the property. No increase in envelope, height, width, or anything to that. The property was built first on the tax rolls at 1961, assuming it was built in 1961. So I'm not changing anything from that particular time.
You in Bill Van Duser's old house?
Don't know who
Oh,
Bill Van Duzer is.
Former mayor here on the beach.
Oh, okay.
But anyhow, that's okay. Any questions of the applicant? Questions? Questions?
Thank you.
Staff.
Another variance. So this variance is requesting encroachment into the front setback, rear setback, and right side setback. 92 feet front setback, which gives 3 feet encroachment into the front setback, and then 2.3 feet, 1.3 feet into the rear setback, and approximately 2 feet into the side setback. This is the property details. Currently, the parcel is residential conservation zoning district, and it underlays mixed residential future land use. Currently, it's developed as a single family residence. This is the survey of the lot. As you can see, it's encroaching into all side setback except for on the south side. And the applicant or the owner has done some structural changes under the crawl space. And again, the code requires for any structural improvement to the principal structure requires a variance, since it's not compliance with the existing land development regulations. Again, findings are, this is not created, these are not results of actions of the applicant, and this will not change the footprint, existing footprint of the building. And this is a de minimis variance since it's a non-conforming structure. Staff recommends approval with conditions as given in the staff report, and also determines that the structure, this variance will be consistent with the land development code and comprehensive plan of the town. And again, determines that any structural improvement that costs more than 50,000 of the value of the structure or any new development will require complete consistency with the current regulations. And request you to motion on approve with condition, or deny this variance to allow the encroachment into all side setbacks.
Thank you, Callie. Any questions of Callie? Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Sir.
just a couple of points to be sure the council picked this up in the staff report. So this work was initiated without a permit, and which has precipitated this process. So I wanted to mention that. It's structural work, so I think it's really important that besides getting a sign off from our building official, we contemplate a sign off from a PE that it was done, it's done correctly. And because of the encroachments into the setbacks, that we ensure that the stormwater is adequately managed.
Roger, are you wanting the PE to be part of the conditions of approval, or is that already part of?
I'm mentioning to you, I would definitely suggest that because of the structural changes that were done, particularly some of the work was done without, prior to the plans and getting a permit. Like back-end inspection by the PE as well, I think it's prudent to do.
And that's not required under our current code?
Typically, it would not be. But if, had the work not been done, or some of the work had not been done, less concerned because some of it has been done.
Okay.
The question is, this has been, the staff has approved the conditions delineated in the staff report. The LPA has also recommended approval. Now, the town manager has also added 2 possible extra conditions. A motion to either approve or deny this request with those conditions stated.
I would move to approve resolution 20-28 with the additional conditions as requested by the town manager. Do I need to restate them?
No, and then, and that the variance is consistent with the LDRs.
The variance is consistent with the LDR.
Moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion?
The discussion, just a very technical point, and John or Kelly, if you could, in the blue sheet at the, it is in the notes, John, I appreciate that. But I think since you write the LPA has recommended the approval of setback variance request, just it's helpful to have that vote on there. Because when we see it's a unanimous vote, obviously.
We'll get it on the blue sheet.
Helps us. Thank you.
And that, I do recall, Mayor, that you did open up the public comment, public hearing.
Actually, I did not. I'm sorry about that. I missed that again. Is there any public comment variance? There's none. So we'll close that. And Okay, there's a motion on the floor and a second to approve this variance resolution with the stated conditions. It's been moved by the Vice Mayor, seconded by Councilman Adderholt. Further discussion? Objection? The motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Okay, the next item is the first reading and public hearing of ordinance 20-14, which is the all-year low-speed manatee protection zone. The ordinance?
Yeah, do you want me to read it?
I'll read it. First reading, ordinance number 20-14, an ordinance of the town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, repealing Article 2 of Chapter 32 of the Fort Myers Beach Code of Ordinances, amending Article 5 of Chapter 16 of the Code of Ordinances of the town of Fort Myers Beach entitled Boating Restricted Areas, Vessel Control, and Water Safety to include a manatee idle speed zone in Matanzas Pass, providing for severability, codification, Scrivener's errors, conflicts of law, and effective date. Open the public hearing. Is there anyone that wishes to speak to this? What a year.
Our environmentalist is here if you have any questions about this facility.
Okay, we'll close the public hearing portion. Anybody wish to hear from the environmentalist?
I would. I have a couple questions of Chad.
Okay. Chad, okay.
Morning, Chad Schutz, environmental staff.
So, passing this ordinance, but then it goes to the FWC.
Yes, sir. So
Vetting.
I've worked with them to make sure that the language is something that they would approve. So they've done a soft review, and after adopt the ordinance, that would be the procedure.
Okay. You know how long that'll take? Is there?
No, sir. I think I'd be guessing if I said a 60-day process, up to a 60-day process.
Chad.
Questions for Chad? Yeah, Chad, thank you very much. Okay, if there's no other discussion about this, we'll move this forward to the second reading, which would be second and final hearing, be September 21st, 2020, 5:01 p.m.
You need to move and vote that.
We'll put it on for second reading on that date, but the motion is to approve on first reading and move it to second reading.
I was just asking if we needed a motion. In the past, we typically had done a motion and
Yes.
saying,
Well,
I'm sorry.
okay. I'd like to move this for second reading and final hearing for September 21st, 2020 at 5:01 p.m.
I'll second that.
Good, it's been moved and seconded, moved by Vice Mayor Hasselfrost, seconded by Councilman Allers. Discussion? Objection? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, the next public hearing is the ordinance, first reading, public hearing, ordinance 20-12. This is state of emergency and disaster planning. This is ordinance 20-12, the state of emergency and disaster planning, an ordinance of the town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, adopting a new Article 2 of Chapter 12 of the Code of Ordinances of the town of Fort Myers Beach, entitled Emergency Management and Disaster Planning, and repealing existing Article 2, 3, 4 of Chapter 12 of the Code of Ordinances of the town of Fort Myers Beach, entitled Emergency Management and Disaster Planning. Also, access to Emergency Preparedness Fund, local emergency procedures, providing for severability, codification, Scrivener's errors, conflicts of law, and providing an effective date. We'll open the public hearing. Anyone who wishes to speak to this item? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Is there a motion to move this to a second hearing?
I'll move to end ordinance 20-12 for a second reading and final hearing on September 10th, 2020 at 5:01 p.m.
For second.
I'll second that.
We'll give it to Councilman Allers this time. Okay.
He was first.
It's been moved, seconded. Any further discussion? Any objection? Motion carries unanimously. That will move on. Okay, the next item is a first reading and public hearing of ordinance 20-13, nuisance abatement board. This is ordinance 20-13, an ordinance of the town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, adopting a new Article 5, 16 of the Code of Ordinances of the town of Fort Myers Beach entitled Nuisance Abatement Board, providing for the creation of a nuisance abatement board, intent and jurisdiction, providing for certain activities to be declared nuisances, definitions, organization, initiation of proceedings, conduct of hearings, costs and fines, appeals, enforcement, rights reserved, and providing for severability, codification, scrivener's errors, conflicts of law, and providing an effective date. We'll open the public hearing.
Mayor, I do have two requests. The first is from Ellen Bogdanoff, and the second is from a Michael Whitt, who has asked to defer his time to Ms. Bogdanoff.
Hey, Ms.
That's
Bogdanoff,
the will of the council.
that's fine.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. And let me just clarify, if I do start coughing, I promise you it's allergies. I have horrible allergies, but it's not very popular during this time.
Well, the town attorney does.
I represent the Lani Kai, and as you know, the Lani Kai sent a letter to the council asking them to defer this item as they have hired a consultant, myself, to review their risk management and the overall parcel of property that they have, which is rather extensive in the town of Fort Myers Beach. I guess that request has not been honored, but we're going to make that request again today. I think you saw, and I actually introduced myself to John, your public safety chair, because I think there could be a great collaborative effort in kind of figuring out what exactly is going on. We have requested the public records from the police department as well as the fire department to try to analyze exactly what is going on. Do know that as an iconic property, very often people might say, oh, I'm near the Lani Kai, if an incident occurred. So we really want to drill down and see exactly what's going on so that we can address it from a risk management standpoint. We do have additional concerns with the ordinance itself. We feel that it could be dangerous for the town. We know that we are the catalyst, and by many of the comments made, the target of this ordinance. So we do have some concerns there as to whether or not it would be applied fairly and across the board to all businesses. I also feel that this is rather a huge issue that the business community should evaluate. As I was sitting here thinking and listening to John speak to you all about the public safety issues, that it might serve the town to kind of create an ad hoc committee that would include the public safety committee, would include the business owners, and perhaps maybe law enforcement to find out if there is a better solution than pitting neighbors against neighbors. I mean, this is a very broad ordinance. We also believe it violates Florida statute. It allows for anybody, including employees, disgruntled employees, to start reporting their prior employers. So we just have concerns that this is perhaps maybe reaction that is probably needs to kind of just put on pause. We asked for an opportunity to do our own assessment of the property, of the police reports, to see what exactly is going on the property so that we can address them directly. So if we were in fact the catalyst, which we believe we are, if we are in fact the target, which we believe we are, that you give us that courtesy. The Lani Kai has been a good corporate citizen for over 42 years on this island, generous to the community and wants to be a partner, not only with the community, but with this council, and would prefer not being the target. They have a true desire to address the concerns of the council and the community at large. And we believe this is potentially, as I've heard some of the comments made, that it's pervasive and happening elsewhere. And I don't know if all of the business owners truly understand that it only takes 2 incidents within a 6-month period in order for them to come before the abatement board. And some of the punishments are severe. So we do continue to have the concerns, respectfully ask that you give us the opportunity we requested to review the police reports, to sit down with the Public Safety Committee, to sit down with law enforcement, to sit down with the fire department, to find out if there are not better solutions and what we can do together with the council to make sure that the island remains safe. I'm happy to answer any particular questions that you all might have. I think I kind of covered everything that I
Did.
wanted to cover.
Thank you. Mrs. Bergdorf?
Bogdanoff, but
Bogdanoff.
yeah, you can call me Ellen, it's a
No,
lot
no, no,
easier.
I'm gonna get it right. I want to get it right. Bogdanoff, okay. Ms. Bogdanoff, are you a risk manager? Is that your business or what exactly?
So I'm an attorney by profession.
You're
I
an
spent
attorney.
16 years in the insurance business and my degree is in insurance and risk management. So I work a lot and I've done a lot with respect to kind of analyzing risk. And I'm also going to bring in other appropriate professionals as needed to do the appropriate analysis. But I'm kind of, I would say the, the traffic cop, so to
You're
speak.
associated with a law firm or you're
Becker Law Firm.
Becker and Polikoff?
They have an office in Fort Myers.
Yeah, oh, I'm familiar with them. Okay, any questions? Ms. Bogdanoff?
I don't think we interface with public comment.
Well, you know what? I want to deviate from, I want to hear a little bit about this.
First of all, thank you for being here. It's good to have you here. Help me understand a little bit more about your firm, your background. Is it just a law firm or is it a risk management firm? And have you had experience going in and triaging other situations like this? And then second of all, what's your charge? Are you given full authority to see everything, are you an outside entity? Have you done work before? I'm just trying to get a sense, to give us a sense that you're an independent look at this, that the challenge ahead. Again, I'm very thankful that you've been retained and I wish you nothing but the success and I hope we can work well together, but help us get a little bit more background as to what your background is and also what your charge is at the Lani Kai.
So I have a very varied background. I mean, I can share with you one-on-one in terms of some of the things that I've done throughout my career, but somebody who spent 16 years in the insurance business, when I would go out and evaluate a risk, I really had to understand the entire operation of the business to make sure that risk was appropriately transferred, to somewhere else if that was the desire. So there's a strong background there. As an attorney and somebody who has been an elected official for many years, I understand the political process. So that was helpful to me in terms of, and one of the,
Because forgive my ignorance, but what your elected official, tell us.
I was in the Florida House and the Florida Senate for 9 years.
Did not know that. Thank you for sharing that. Yeah.
At one time, I actually ran to represent Lee County in 1998, but that didn't work out. That's okay. So based on, this is kind of an issue which, I'm sure you can appreciate based on my background from the political. I also did campaign work, which kind of falls into the public relations kind of situation. My legal background, understanding the laws and the ordinances, and my risk management background. So I'm acting as what I would call the traffic cop to try to figure out what we can do. Okay, we heard what the council said. We heard what the community said. I've done a lot of troubleshooting in this area as well. And I'm just simply trying to help the Lani Kai navigate the political environment and make sure that they don't become a target of the community. I don't believe they should be. I mean, the Lani Kai has been a very generous, I would say, corporate citizen of this community and has asked me to help them navigate so that they can become a strong partner and not a target. And it's kind of difficult for me to explain exactly specifically what I've done without violating, client confidentialities. But at the end of the day, if I have to bring in additional experts or certain people to help them evaluate what's going on in the property, I will be doing that as well. It's my plan to kind of advise them and to kind of work with, I would say, the other stakeholders, which I've done very frequently in communities, to work with other stakeholders to see if we can come with some common ground. We just feel that this is a kind of an aggressive action where they were not only the catalyst, but in large part the target of this. And I don't know if other businesses understand that they're going to be subject to the same. And I heard one lady talk about that she had picked up needles in front of her on her property because of some drug use. Well, there's nothing in this ordinance that requires them to have knowledge or known or should have known that illegal activity was going on in their property. They can, if it's going on in their property, become subject to it. If somebody has a break-in on a car, twice, they could become before the abatement board. So I think I would like to be able to create greater transparency, bring in more businesses, try to understand better what's going on in the island and how we can fix it together, instead of making one corporate citizen a target of the ordinance.
Just one additional question. Thank you very much for that. And I would just recommend to you that I think you can get access to the town's website. The last M&P meeting that town council held on this particular issue, I don't believe the Lonnie, we discussed it in depth for probably an hour and a half. I don't think the Lonnie Kai's name was even mentioned. So I just want you to know that there is a real attempt to de-escalate this issue. But at the same time, again, there's an old saying, it's an old Russian saying, Dovi, I know Provi, I trust but verify, which I've talked about before. And I just, at this point, I just, at least from this counselor's perspective, that it's data driven. The information we've gotten from the fire department, the sheriff's department is pretty stunning, pretty shocking. So at this point, it's data driven. It's not about the Lonnie Kai. It's not about anybody there. Everybody wants to move on that front. But at the same time, the data is pretty shocking. So we're looking at it on those in that perspective. And second of all, my question to you is that if we were to limit the nuisance abatement ordinance to just the 4 areas that are referenced in state statute authorizing the nuisance abatement ordinance, would you be okay with that in that perspective? I think it has to do with just prostitution, drug dealing, gang activity, and illegal gambling. If it was limited to the sole purpose designated by the state statute, would you be supportive of that, for those conditions?
To answer your question, I think it conforms to Florida statute without the additional 2 that I think Lee County added. But I would like to address the data issue, if you don't mind for a second.
Sure.
Nearly 1,000 of the calls that were reported were just general checks by the officers that came onto the property, because it's an active property and we know that, right? It's definitely one that is visited by the general public a lot. Additionally, as I believe John also pointed out, we got general statistics. We were not allowed to drill into the details on those reports, and that's what we are doing. I'm drilling into the details on the reports, because any recommendation you make to a business has to be about the risk that's to them, and they don't know the risk. A police call could just be a police call because you have 2 people fighting on the sidewalk in front of the Lonnie Kai. Well, that can't necessarily be their responsibility. That's the public domain. Talked about additional lighting and other things that could be done, because keep in mind that property has a relatively large footprint. So anything that happens in and around that property, whether they are patrons of the Lonnie Kai, might be reported to that address. So we're not trying to make excuses. We're just trying to get better information so that whatever changes that they do end up making are going to be a benefit and reduce the resources that are used of the town, which is what they want to do. Meaning, I think they've proven themselves in the past to be good corporate citizens, and they want to continue that. All we asked for, and we did not ask for, well, obviously we would prefer not to have the ordinance, but what we asked for at the very least is a 30-day delay. This is, from what I can tell, and I was here, and I do know that the Lonnie Kai was not mentioned in the last meeting, and we truly appreciate that. But I think it's been pervasive in the community and in private discussions and emails that I've reviewed that they are, in fact, the target. So we
All
would
right,
just.
Counselor, you're repeating now, so
Okay,
let's wrap it up. And
no,
we got
that's-
another person that wants to speak.
Thank you. I would just at this point respectfully ask, and this is what we're asking, is the 30-day delay to give us the opportunity to do our homework.
Very good. Appreciate it. Your information was very informative. Thank you. Michelle, was there another person that wanted to speak?
Only the gentleman who said he wanted to defer his time to the attorney.
And we sure did. Okay. Here we are. We'll close the public hearing portion of this. Now it is the question of whether to move this on to second hearing on September 10th, or as the councilor has requested to defer this.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
If I may, at the M&P meeting, a number of you all had some questions or concerns regarding the initial draft that I was provided. And if you go to the agenda packet, you'll see, starting on page 152, that there's yellow highlighted areas. Those were the areas of concern. The first one was, in fact, the 2 added provisions that Lee County had put in regarding the illegal sale, consumption of alcoholic beverages and lewd or lascivious behavior as defined by state law. I did reach out to the county attorney's office, and they have no record. They can't explain how those got added into their ordinance, particularly in light of the statute not listing those. You also see that there are actually 4 new categories that have been added because the statute was just amended this past legislative session. And last month, the month of July, as all this was being discussed, this new statute actually went into effect, and it lists those 4 additional categories. So I've added them in, and a bunch of caution. The statute's at the end of your packet. It also deals with where there's the highlight on page 157. At the M&P, the council had discussed and directed, or the consensus was to put in a $25,000 max fine. The statute says it's now capped at $15,000. It was capped at 5. It's now 15. So that is reflective in this ordinance as well. Unfortunately, notwithstanding your request, the statute does not allow us to go above 15,000. So I've revised that. And then last but not least, I added in language in enforcement on page 158 that is also highlighted in yellow. That is, again, from the statute regarding the limitation on confiscating vacation rentals or rentals if the property owner can demonstrate that they're taking corrective action to abate the nuisance. And again, that's language right out of the statute. Those are the 3 changes that have coming forward to you based upon the conversations that took place last week at the M&P.
John, just a couple of comments on, now I noticed in the first section where you took out the lewd and lascivious, et cetera, that language seems to appear in numerous places throughout this ordinance, not just in that one spot.
I'll make a global change.
Okay, and the other thing, there's a spot here in one of the whereas we use, the town finds it to be in the interest of the village. The 4th whereas.
Yeah, I'll make that, those 2 changes. I'll make a global change because the statute does not allow for the nuisance abatement board to consider matters pertaining to lewd and lascivious.
May I, Mr. Mayor? Just briefly, just in case anybody's still watching and with us here after this long meeting, the 4 that were added that are now in state statute, and just for the public's benefit, is murder, attempted felony murder, aggravated battery with a deadly weapon, aggravated assault with a deadly weapon without intent to kill. Just in case anybody's listening, I thought it'd be helpful for them to know the 4 that were added to the 4 that I mentioned earlier that are now in state statute.
And do the 2 occasions apply to those as well? You have to have 2 felony murders before?
Yes,
Yeah.
ma'am.
Makes sense.
Okay. Any other questions of John? Any,
Actually, I have several things that I'd like to suggest, but if there is any willingness on the part of this board that they're willing to defer this, I don't want to waste John's time going over all my suggestions with him.
well, let's put that to rest right away. I don't see where laying this 30 days would make that much of a difference to us. I don't see the problem in per their request, that would be okay with me, with the understanding that we move on. So, I don't know, how does everybody else feel?
Go ahead, Bill.
Okay, I was just going to point out something. I particularly don't have a problem with waiting 30 days, but I did some research. I know that, the local nuisance abatement boards either aren't meeting or disbanded. I talked to the local nuisance abatement boards, the Fort Myers and the Lee County, they either seem to be disbanded or not meeting. But I did talk with a detective who was the detective for Fort Lauderdale's nuisance abatement board, and I read through some of their history, some of the cases, and I'm trying to figure out how they actually work. And it isn't, you know, complaining about a barking dog doesn't get you to the in front of the nuisance abatement board. It goes through the detective, and pretty much the board listened to the detective. The outcome of the cases I looked at, and there were both cases, they were a place where there was common drug dealing at an establishment. Sheriff or their detective would do an investigation, and then he would send a letter. And in every case, the owner of the property worked with the detective to mitigate the risk by doing things like adding lights, no trespassing signs, being proactive to shoo out people who were loitering. There was nothing in what I read that was punitive in any way. Everything was a cooperative thing, and in fact, it seems like the outcome of these trials, if you will, in front of the nuisance abatement board was exactly what the Lenny Kai is now doing on their own. They're trying to actively to figure out ways to mitigate circumstances. So I think, you know, I think I do have a problem waiting 30 days. I just want to say that I think it's a useful tool. I will say that there's no way, and I've stated it before, that we're targeting the Lenny Kai, because I also don't one place doesn't make a problem. It takes an area.
Well, the news was blowing up today and yesterday about another establishment on the island that, you know, with the social distancing and the people rubbing up against each other and so forth and so on around the swimming pool. And I'm not going to name the place because then that was yesterday. And then this morning, the same person that was interviewed, she said during the interview, well, they were not only not social distancing, but they were rolling joints. They were sniffing cocaine and all this other stuff. So, I mean, it went on and on. So it's not just, as we say, you know, it's not singularly the Lonnie Kai. I mean, things happen in all kinds of different places. But anyhow, so you don't have a problem with it. I don't have a problem with it. How about the rest of the council?
If I may, Mr. Mayor, here's the challenge, and you're obviously representing the Lonnie Kai here today, and I'm thankful you're here. Is if we extend a 30-day lead on this, which I'm open to, because obviously the Lonnie Kai has showed some good faith effort here. Concern I have is, and I want you to hear this, because one of the things this whole exercise has illustrated is the town's inability to impact its own public safety. We're completely dependent upon the sheriff's office again. And it's illustrated the fact that we're in a tough spot. And this tool that we could add to our toolbox could help us, as the mayor just said, on a variety of fronts. And the instances that we'll limit it to, we'll keep it out of most people's hair. And those who have to worry about it will have legitimate reason to worry about it, and obviously are going to be impacting public safety so adversely. So concern is, if we delay it for 30 days, a good faith effort to the Lonnie Kai, which I'm happy to consider. If we do that, then we go ahead and move forward with it. I don't want it to be a reflection on the reforms that you all have made. In other words, if you come forth with some good faith reforms, which I hope you do, and we decide to move forward with this, it may very well not be a reflection on what you've announced, may be a reflection on the fact that the town is trying to reclaim some control of our destiny in this front. So I just want you to hear that in case we decide to move forward with this thing. I think it's good public policy, regardless of what the Lonnie Kai does. And I'm going to be supporting it to move forward. Again, I'm happy to show this good faith effort. So when you come forth with these reforms, and we decide to move forward with this, should we decide to do so, I don't want you to view that as a reflection necessarily of the reforms that you've put forth. So I just want to say that for the record. I would consider that. I would like, Mr. Mayor, if we could, for the vice mayor and for others, fine tune this to the way that we'd like to see it on second reading. So then if we decide to delay it 30 days in good faith, and we bring it forward again for second reading, it's in proper form. And we've already done that lifting. I don't think it's a heavy lift, because I think the attorney's done a nice job of preparing us. So with that said, I yield back my time.
Your points are very well taken. Well taken. And Councilman Veach, your points are well taken too. That you know, when they work it out between the authorities and the establishments, well, this is what we have, and what are you gonna do to mitigate? When you're faced with that prospect of being shut down, you mitigate, you mitigate. And, so I know that because, we have fire inspections and, you know, every once in a while they'll find something wrong and so forth and fix it right away. Otherwise you get shut down, you know, so it does no one any good in business to let these things go. So both of your point, well taken, and, I agree with you, Jim, you know, that, the tool will be there, it will be there, and we have to have something to fall back on, to give it a little teeth. So if it happens somewhere else or wherever, there's a tool to go back on. I mean, I'm not exactly excited about the bureaucracy of it all and all that, but having another committee and that sort of thing. But regardless of that, this one is particularly important. So with all that being said, is there any other comments from the members?
Yeah, if I may, Mr. Mayor. I think it's important to mention that this board was brought to us from the Lee County Sheriff's Office directly. It was under their suggestion that this would give them ability to enforce the things that they need to enforce. As Councilmember Reach said, and Councilmember Adderholt, it's not anybody that can just come out and say, I want to pick a ABC, whatever, and have them come in front of the nuisance abatement board. This is all driven by the Lee County Sheriff's Office. They're the ones that review the complaints, bring it forth, if there's something to bring forward, to the nuisance abatement board. So you can't just call in your neighbor and say, Bob is doing this, or Bill is doing this, or Jerry's doing this. As far as the 30 days is concerned, I think by extending this, we will be going much further than that 30 days. From the time that we receive that letter, the time we will go to the second reading, will be well past the 30 days that they asked for. Essentially, I think we'd be extending it to 60 days plus, which is from the time that was originally asked that we consider putting this on the shelf, if you will, for 30 days. I think if we move forward with moving this on to the September 10th agenda as it's written out, that's the 30 days of when we were asked to do that, and there will still be able for the Lani Kai to come up and speak their behalf, as well as the remainder of the community. At that time, if we decide to do something from there, whether it moves forward or it doesn't, that's kind of my 2 cents on it. I don't see the need to extend it an additional 30 days from where we are now.
Am I hearing that there's 2 for delay and 2 against delay? Is that what I
think
heard?
you had 3 to,
Well, Dan's math is better than mine, obviously, in terms of the 30-day. I'm open to it, but I just, for the conditions, I don't want to be redundant, because I want to demonstrate to the Lani Kai that the council is showing good faith, but by doing that, you're making it about the Lani Kai, when it really isn't about the Lani Kai. It's about giving ourselves an additional public safety tool. But trying to, again, if the mayor wants to show a good faith gesture towards the Lani Kai in return for the kindness and the gestures that they have made, I'm all for peace in the valley, but the issue is still for us, and that we do not control our destiny with respect to our own public safety. And this is a tool that helps alleviate that. And I like it, not because of the Lani Kai, but because of the fact that it empowers this town to do something about our public safety challenges and not be dependent upon other entities that are outside our control. I'm repeating myself, so I'll stop.
I don't see that it's a very valuable tool, especially since we've had to take out the alcohol component. There's drugs everywhere. Yes, we might have some drug issues that would come before this board, but to me, the major reason that people cause problems on this island is usually alcohol related. And if alcohol isn't in here, I don't know why we're going to all the trouble of creating a nuisance abatement board, because I don't think it's going to help out in a vast majority of the situations that we have.
On that point, if I may, not to belabor this, but one of the suggestions that was made to me, and I'll defer to our town attorney on this, is that was suggested to me, and it was a rather clever suggestion, is that maybe the nuisance abatement board in the area of alcohol, as we see here, it's the illegal sale or consumption of alcoholic beverages is defined by law. Maybe instead of giving them teeth with respect to that, because it's not defined in state statute, maybe we empower them to be a data gathering entity that should a particular entity reach a threshold, then the nuisance abatement board can then refer that data to the Department of Business and Professional Development, who regulate the alcoholic licenses. So it would be a data gathering, because it seems like people were shocked when all this data came through from the fire department and the sheriff's department. They seem stunned by it. And so maybe we need to have an entity like the nuisance abatement board watch that data, particularly when it comes to alcohol. And they can then forward that to the appropriate state enforcement agency. And then someone's sort of watching this on behalf of the town and bringing it to the attention of the appropriate authorities. I just think that might be an additional function for this entity that doesn't have teeth to it, but actually, again, I'm somebody who's been involved in state government and oversaw the excise police in Indiana indirectly. When they get concerns from local entities about a particular premise, and those concerns are voiced appropriately, they take action. But it seems to me that we didn't have anyone assigned here at the town to watch these numbers and then report them to the appropriate entity until the past couple of months. So just food for thought on that. I'm curious if the town attorney thinks that if we could draft that into this, or do we leave it unsaid, or how would we handle that particular function?
I have stated to you all individually and collectively that the licensing of the sale of alcohol is not controlled by the town. It is a state function. And so, I'm not necessarily disagreeing with the concept, but as was mentioned by someone else earlier, in the context of police enforcement, regard to alcoholic beverages sales, you're wholly dependent upon a third party for enforcement issues. I understand the concept behind what the county was trying to accomplish by putting that in their draft, their ordinance that they adopted, but after speaking to them, they can't explain how it got there, and they currently agree that it's not authorized by the statute. So you can direct the nuisance abatement board to do whatever, if you feel it's appropriate to task them with that responsibility.
I'm not sure I agree with you, John. There's a state enabling statute. The reason we left out alcohol was because it's not in the state enabling statute. We're creating, now, if you want to create a committee that collects data and call it something else, you could do that. But a nuisance abatement board is not in the data collection business. That's not what it's about.
Maybe the public safety committee that
It'd be the
already
first
exists.
thing that someone would bring up in a court challenge, that the board was acting outside the scope of the state enabling statute.
Maybe, but John said we could assign that to the public safety committee. I'm just saying that that's an area that's, you just said before, neuters the nuisance abatement board, which I disagree with respectfully. But so I was trying to figure out a way to enable.
I like the word neutered, though. I didn't use that, but it's even better than what I said, Jim.
Knew John Goggins should have hung around. Anyhow, okay, so the question before us here at the moment is whether, and I have to disagree with you, Councilman Allers, that this was the first I heard today of this 30-day request for extension. So in my mind, 30 days is from today. And wherever that falls in 30 days, we would bring it up at the next, for whichever meeting that would
I
be.
think they sent us an email some time ago asking for 30 days.
Before our last M&P meeting.
I think too, the idea of this.
You started until we decided on it.
Well, I think the idea of this board is this is a long-term thing. It seems like a while put together. And again, I don't, it's not intended to target the Lanikai. I think what you're doing is a separate issue, and I don't know, like Jim pointed out, that the outcome of your work, whether it's going to affect whether or not this ordinance actually gets enacted. I don't see that because I'm looking at I'm looking at other potential scenarios out there outside Atlantic High that I think this would be useful.
Mayor?
Okay, so these, yes,
I just wanted to let you know that if the 30-day clock starts today, the next council meeting would be September the 21st.
when was it that the 30-day, when was the email sent?
I don't have the exact date of when the email was sent, but I know if you add the time from now until the next reading of this, that's 24 days by itself. That was more my point of, it's going to be 30 days, past 30 days of when we were asked to give them 30 days, able to give them 30 more days.
They've actually formally asked us to pay for it, but anyhow, what do you think about that, town attorney? Timing.
Well, John, let me just pipe in real quick. One is, I don't know if there's anything magical about September 10th other than when this initially came up, there seemed to be some urgency on the council's part. Two is, there's sort of a piece of this that involves the sheriff's office that some of you may or may not have had individual communications with them about this concept and how they would fit into this concept. My knowledge, they haven't come here as a group and spoken to you as a group, say, we want this, it would help us, it'd be a tool for us, and this is how we would argue or would intermesh with the other gears that make this process run. So, you might want to use between now and the 10th to try to have that direct public contact with representatives of the sheriff's office. So on the record, they speak on how they envision this working. Council elects to go forward. And based on that information, you could take your final action at that second meeting in September.
Maybe they could come in,
Could they come for the M&P meeting
M&P
maybe?
meeting or something like that.
By the way, I know that the vice mayor had mentioned during the MMP, and probably one of her comments is, well, what's the cost? You know, I think her comment, I don't, for general, someone is going to do something and they want to get paid for it. We've not had those conversations, nor you know, to the extent that I've been communicating with the sheriff's general counsel's office and some of the senior staff, that issue has not been raised at all by them. And I presume that they would, if they want additional compensation, that they would have raised that at this point. But it's a question that we can very pointedly ask them. So there's no question whatsoever as we move forward.
Could we invite them to the M&P meeting on September 3rd?
Sure.
Talking to the detective from Fort Lauderdale, they keep track of the cost of an investigation to do something, and then they would charge a portion of that investigative cost to the person who they're filing the complaint against. And typically, that's their big carrot. So the two cases I talked to him about, one, he said that people were proactive even before they got a letter from the board to try to mediate some of these things. They charged them 25% of the fee. It turned to be like $500. Another one, they still did, but they waited and they were less proactive and they charged them 50%. So some of these investigative fees are recouped.
Promotion.
And that's provided for in the ordinance.
If you're going to go forward to set this for second hearing, I have several things I'd like to suggest modifying. You want me to do that before you do a motion?
Yes, please. Or be, sorry.
Could wait till all this other stuff gets hashed out.
I don't like changing the wording of ordinances on the day that I do the final vote on them. I like to see them in pretty complete.
All right, go ahead then.
On page 153, John,
Yes, ma'am.
you have a section where you set out composition and organization. This is a 7-member board. One member may be a local attorney, and then again, you say one member may be a local attorney. I think that this board should have an attorney on it, be an attorney, at least one member shall be an attorney, and that person should be the chair of the board who makes the evidentiary rulings.
I don't have a problem with that. There is a reference to two places about an attorney being a member of the board in subsection C and subsection D, with subsection C being a criminal law attorney or someone experienced in criminal law. Want both to be shall?
I think I would rewrite the whole thing, that the town council will be the person, the board, not one person on the board picks the chair. The town council as a whole picks the chair, and that chair must be an attorney licensed to practice law and will make the evidentiary rulings. That's to
Okay.
me what's crucial.
Could I just ask a question consistent upon your philosophy on this, which I think is a good one? Is that in the state statute, or can the whole ordinance now be contested because it differs from state
It's not
statute?
in the statute. Really is very little guidance in the statute about making up the
It
board.
just simply says that the town, once it's created, as part of the process, you can create rules of procedure. I believe that the language of the statute that needs to be in the ordinance is about the subject matter. Beyond that, the ordinance doesn't, as the vice mayor indicated, doesn't give guidance on the composition of the board, how it gets appointed. That's all done locally by ordinance.
Just asking a question. Yeah.
So chair selected by town council must be attorney.
Okay,
And whether,
We,
I would think it should be someone with trial experience, and a local attorney. That's kind of a combination of C and D.
I'm anticipating a completely brand new section.
Okay,
Well,
but
I
I would
just want-
like both of those components included.
I just want to interject. It seems to me when I read this, and it seems kind of odd to say may, it seems the intent is to not stack the board with a lot of attorneys. Like when they're saying may.
I'm asking for one.
And if we're asking for one very specific kind of attorney, are we going to get that person to,
Well, and if we can't, then we shouldn't have a board, because we cannot be putting forth rulings like this group would do and take the chance that it's being done by people without a legal background who do things that leave us open to being sued for attorney fees and acting outside the scope, et cetera, et cetera.
when I talked to the detective in Fort Lauderdale, they have an attorney that is at the meetings. The detective is there, there's an attorney there, and then they have the board.
I spoke to someone who told me that the chair of the Fort Myers board was the attorney who made the evidentiary rulings for the town of Fort Myers. So,
It's easy.
Yeah.
We just put in a new subsection that says I would recommend, to give you flexibility, that you leave in CD that it's may, but that you're select because you may not get two attorneys that meet the
no,
qualifications.
I'm not demanding two attorneys. I'm just
Just that the
saying
chair.
that at least one has to be an attorney, and it has to be the chair, and that person is picked by all five of us.
But didn't you just, are you relenting then on that they have trial experience?
No, I'm not giving up any of the other things I said. I'm
Because-
just trying to make it clear.
Because we have elected attorney generals and elected judges that don't have trial experience. I think that you're almost putting in a poison pill by a small island like this to include those kind of specs.
If you're an attorney who's sat at home and drafted wills and done probate your entire career, your grasp of the rules of evidence is minimal at best. I can tell you from,
We have attorney generals and elected judges throughout this country that do not have trial experience.
and
True.
boy, they
Or-
get it fast once they sit on the bench. They have to learn those rules of evidence.
It seems, I appreciate your concern on that, but it seems a little bit like a poison pill if you, that kind of specificity and without knowing whether we even have somebody on the island who's willing
Well,
to.
and
do
I'd
it.
be willing to say this person doesn't have to be resident of Fort Myers Beach if we can't get. I think it's crucial that we have someone with that experience. Moving on to the next page, John, on page 154.
Yes, ma'am.
Presence of at least 3 members shall constitute a quorum. And then it says a majority vote of those members present shall enable the board to take any action. That means that 2 people out of 7 could make a ruling. I find that to be unacceptable. If there are only 3 people present,
No, I'm saying, is instead of 3, we can put in 4. Now we have in order to be able to meet the quorum requirements, we have a majority of the board members that are required to be present.
you're changing the quorum to 4, and then the majority would have to be at least 3 people to come up with an order. I can live with that. These are just other notes that I had. I'm going in order, so I jump back and forth between my thoughts here. I wanted to point out that I fully expect that the sheriff's office is going to charge us for their work on this board. They charge us every time they send a traffic officer down here, so someone who's doing detective work they're going to charge us. This is outside the scope of Mr. Herron's contract as well, so he's not required under his contract to do this, and I assume that he will charge us for that outside of his contract because it's not part of his contract. In addition, we'll be paying for court reporters to prepare transcripts, et cetera, et cetera. Just pointing out some of the costs that people may not have thought of. Still on the same page, the LCSO nuisance abatement coordinator shall schedule a hearing with the nuisance abatement board for each complaint that sufficiently alleges a nuisance. That seems to apply that the sheriff's office is deciding if it sufficiently alleges a nuisance, which I think that should be up to the board to decide.
Well, ultimately, as the matter of fact, they would have to make a determination that the allegations that the sheriff has brought forward do meet the requirements of the ordinance.
Sounds like they're already determining that he will have already determined that it sufficiently alleges a nuisance before the board has even gotten hold of it. So the language concerns me. You're out if you think that you could reword it so it doesn't sound like that anymore.
I think, the wording there, I mean, it seems like it's intended to not make this a neighbor versus neighbor thing. So you has to be vetted by the sheriff before it goes in front of the.
I think I'm agreeing with. When you're using terms like sufficiently alleges a nuisance, you're jumping into the legal area, and it looks like you're giving a legal decision-making power to the law enforcement office. I just wanted to be careful with that, with using those words. Nuisance as defined was used on 2 occasions within a 6-month period. I'm still in the same section. And the nature of the evidence the LCO nuisance abatement coordinator or other designee will introduce, prove such a nuisance occurred. I'm not sure what we mean about the nature of the evidence, that the sheriff's office is going to get to determine what evidence is presented, or do you get to determine what evidence is presented?
Well, I think for the purpose of it is the counterpart of what, use the analogy, and the code enforcement special magistrate hearing is the notice of violation. It's essentially the charging document. You cite them saying that, based upon an inspection on the property and such a date, the code enforcement officer is making a determination that you're in violation of section blank of the town code for, because of, you're renting the property in excess of what's allowed in this zoning district. By way of example.
To me, it seems to imply that the LCSO gets to determine the nature of the evidence, and I would like it clear that you could also assist with determining the nature of the evidence or something like that.
What I'm suggesting is that we add into subsection B and C on page 154, either myself or alternatively the sheriff's general counsel's office.
Okay, that's what I was driving at.
Roxanne, can I just jump back? Because I'm trying to keep up with the stuff you're going on. On section F5, where you said about the presence of 3 members constitute a quorum, and a majority vote shall enable the nuisance abatement board to take any action. Then it says, except in no case may the nuisance abatement board find the existence of a nuisance or any order or direct counsel to seek any judicial relief by a vote of less than 4 members.
Well, then it's crazy to have a quorum of 3.
We solved that by putting in 4.
Well, I mean, to me, I guess, a quorum of 3, 2 people could vote on when to have the next meeting or some other,
So you're against having a quorum of 4?
well, it pretty much says what you were concerned about, that you were concerned that the vote of 2
If
people.
there's a quorum of 3 and enables them to meet, waste a bunch of time, but not accomplish any business.
Sometimes, I've been in a lot of meetings where you don't know who's going to show up until you're there.
I don't know how everybody else feels about it. I would stick with the quorum needs to be 4.
Can we, in the interest of time, should we be voting on each of these amendments? So just so, because are we going to go back, are you going to offer this in mass as an amendment? Or are you going to do them individually or?
It'll be brought forward with the new write-up of the ordinance.
But we've not voted on any of these proposed changes, I guess. Yeah, because it sounds like there's a little
It
bit of a
would-
disagreement.
I mean, if there's a disagreement on, there's not a majority, let me rephrase that, to support the changes moving forward, then, yeah.
Well, I'm going to speak now. I think requiring that we have a licensed attorney who has criminal experience, criminal court experience or trial experience be the chair, I would not support that. I think that we, with all due respect to our town attorney, he lives 2 hours away. We couldn't find a town attorney who lives on our island. Now you're going to require a town attorney who has trial experience be the chair of this? We don't even know if one exists, yet alone would they be willing to serve. That seems like a poison pill. Maybe offered in good faith.
I offered to open it up that the person didn't have to live in the town.
I don't support that.
I'm okay with it having to be an attorney. I don't necessarily think it has to be a criminal attorney that has trial background. Being an attorney is sufficient for me to be the chair.
I didn't say they had to be a criminal attorney. I said I wanted somebody with trial experience.
You actually did say both.
Well, I'll compromise then. I'll say trial experience.
What I understand is that we were going to leave in C and D as is, which is we're looking for preferably 2 attorneys, one with criminal law, one with general experience, and that the chair must be an attorney with trial experience. Not necessarily criminal, trial experience.
And that's the problem that must have trial experience. I think you made a very valid point that there's several people that are judges that don't have any trial experience. So
They get overturned because they make mistakes when they're brand new on the bench.
You look at the number of state attorney generals who don't have trial experience. I mean, this is, could we just, I would call for a vote on that particular amendment.
So, the other thing is we deal with matters that probably benefit from us being attorneys, but there's no requirement on the council.
Motion and
Well, I'm not moving that the amendment be adopted, so I'm not sure procedurally how to do this. So
well, either you
wanna
or
offer your-
Roxanne can make a motion. One.
Well, I'm going to move that the proposed ordinance contain a requirement that the chair of the board is licensed to practice law with trial experience and is chosen by the entire 5 members of council. Or not necessarily 5, but it's chosen by the council as a group.
Not necessarily have to be a resident.
Yes, and does not necessarily have to be a resident of the town.
Not hearing it, the motion fails for lack of a second. What else do you have, Jim?
Really, Roxanne's driving it, I think.
What else do you
Well, I guess I'd still go for that the chair of the board has to be a licensed attorney and is chosen by the council. Willing to go with that, Jim?
I mean, there has to be 2 attorneys on the board.
No. keep saying, I'm only asking that there's at least one and that that person must be the chair and rules on the evidentiary matters.
Are you still willing to leave in that they don't necessarily have to reside on Fort Myers Beach?
Sure.
I don't like the fact that we've got an attorney that doesn't live on the beach. Let's limit our options.
So there's a motion on the floor. Second it for discussion purposes. All right, discussion.
John? Got an opinion on this? Don't you think it's important that
I think that certainly someone who has knowledge or an experience with the rules of evidence would be certainly helpful to have on any quasi-judicial board. You know, the flip side to that is, in full disclosures, the legislature doesn't require that. But I can understand the benefit. You know, having someone with that experience would be an asset to the board.
Do you see a benefit or non-benefit to them living on the island or not living on the island?
Oh, that's completely for you all. I do know that there is legislation out there that for smaller municipalities does allow for the municipality to go outside its boundaries if they have problems finding members that don't meet the criteria in the ordinance. And one of those is, for example, if you had a code enforcement board and the code enforcement statute says that you're supposed to have a lawyer, a realtor, and I think also the LPA, the state statute dealing with LPAs also has membership criteria. And in those instances, they say if you're unable to find someone locally, you can go outside.
Yeah, I'm just thinking that because of the limited amount of people that are on the island, that it could benefit us to have the possibility to open it up to people that maybe aren't on the island, to broaden the pool of people that we could choose from.
I think as long as our goal is to try to find someone from the island, but if we can't, then I'm okay with that.
Like to restate your motion, Roxanne?
state my motion?
Stated for the
I
question.
believe my motion was that the chair of the board must be an attorney with trial experience, but does not have to be a citizen of the town of Fort Myers Beach, and would be chosen by the council, not by individual members.
I believe the motion, Vice Mayor, did not include the trial. The revised motion that the mayor seconded, I don't believe had the must-have trial.
I've been through it so many times, I've lost track,
Understood.
Dan.
I'm just trying to make sure I keep it straight as well.
I think that's an important nuance. Is it as Councilor Aller stated? Because I think we're trying to find a compromise here, a list of middle ground. Did he state that correctly?
For my notes indicate is that the trial experience is still part of the motion. Now the person, the attorney can be the island if you can't otherwise meet, which would require us to amend subsection B, which states that all board members shall be residents of the town. So we would modify that as well.
Well, I'm sorry, John. My recollection is that that was the first motion that did not get a second. And then the second motion was omitting that, but keeping in the off island. That was my recollection of the second
I'm
motion.
willing to go with that if that's what it takes to get there. To me, it's so important that we've got somebody with some knowledge of the rules of evidence that is running the board.
Why someone would come off the island down into this, I have no idea why they would do that, but be that as it may. Okay.
A licensed attorney essentially doing it pro bono too.
Yeah, exactly.
There are a lot of people that you know, they're in the 33931 area code, but aren't physically on the beach, that are very, very much involved with what's going on over.
Anyhow, okay, so it's, here's the motion. Was there a second to that? I seconded it, okay. All right, any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
Nay.
The motion carries 4-1 with Councilmember Veach dissenting.
Were there any other things that you wanted to vote on before I move forward?
I just thought it's for efficacy purposes. Stated, I think you and Councilor Veach had a modest disagreement on the quorum issue. I think we should probably we ought to have a motion on each one of these so we can resolve it and move forward, I think. I mean,
Oh, Bill's the only one that objected, so I assume since silence is assent is that way I take it. Disagree? A quorum of 4?
if, you know, if it brings everyone together, I will support that. Yep.
My contention is it's pretty much already covered. Anything, any kind of meat, any kind of penalties, you have to have 4. So your initial concern when 2 people could do damage is just. To be fair, I would like to make as few changes as possible, just so we don't try to break new ground.
Because county sheriff recommended this version. Correct me if I'm wrong, Councilor Allers, correct?
This is the one that they directed me to yet.
Anyways,
Which didn't comply with state law.
They said they directed me to.
Yeah, so I don't necessarily take that as a great recommendation. Moving on, in the bottom of the same page, 154 under section C.
Are we saying that change is going to go in, the quorum change is going to go in? Motion or anything on it?
Well, it seemed like there was direction in that. We can have a vote if you like.
Okay, I'll make a motion that the number necessary for a quorum be 4.
Second?
I'll second that motion.
Move and second it. Any further discussion? Objection?
I object. I don't
Motion
think it's
carries
necessary.
4-1 with Councilman Veach. Next,
Okay, bottom of page 154, the page that we're on, number C at the very bottom, gives a notice requirement of 14 days, but I think the statute says 3. I just wondered why we were differing from the statute.
I can, trying to get 3 people together, or trying to get 7 people together on 3 days' notice is a task. And I think that's probably why the county put in 14 days to give notice, to try and get everyone together. And I think that.
This is notice to the
Right. So
property.
the notice as well is, I think that there's the idea of due process, giving the property owner sufficient notice.
Okay,
And
So
you know,
you-
14 days, in my opinion, is better than 3. I
Okay.
think that 3 days is a pretty darn short period and would, as you pointed out before, potentially would open the town to a challenge from the property owner saying, I didn't receive a long enough notice. And back to, just to make sure if we're going, B and C, we're gonna add in town attorney or Lee County General Counsel's office. Okay with everyone?
with me.
on the next page, the nuisance abatement board shall adopt procedure rules for the conduct of its hearings generally consistent with the Florida rules of evidence.
Yes, ma'am.
I assume that you would be guiding them with this.
Yes, ma'am.
And is there something do other boards already have procedure rules that we'll be able to grasp onto? Or is this something that we've put in ours that other boards haven't had?
This is, again, this is, Lee County put this in. I think that the idea is, as you pointed out on the previous page, is to have, is to follow the rules of evidence, so fundamental due process is observed. That's why it's in here.
So all the more reason we need to have an attorney. Okay, gotcha. Next page then seems to conflict with that. On top of page 156, it says, all evidence of a type commonly relied upon by reasonably prudent person in the conduct of their affairs may be admissible. That seems to conflict with having a,
If you, on, back to page 155, it says, for the conduct of its hearings generally consistent with the Florida rules of evidence. And look at subsection C, as well as statute, is that the idea is that you have to follow fundamental due process. These are quasi-judicial boards. The courts of Florida have recognized that holding them to the same standard as judges in court proceedings is unfair, because they may not have the knowledge and experience of a judge who's been on the bench for 10 or 15 years or longer. And so the language that has been developed over the years, and it's very similar, you'll find it again with the LPA and quasi-judicial hearings, you'll find it in the code enforcement statute as well, is that you have to observe fundamental due process, but you're not held to the strict compliance of the rules of evidence. That's how the subsection C is intended to be read, consistent with that case law.
moving down to section F, the standard is a preponderance of the evidence. For those who are, don't watch Perry Mason all the time, there's different standards of evidence beyond a reasonable doubt in a criminal case, clear and convincing evidence, preponderance of evidence. I didn't find that in the state statute. Not sure that preponderance of the evidence is the standard that we want to use. Maybe we want to use clear and convincing.
That or to the extent that this is a quasi-judicial board, competent substantial evidence.
I find that less.
No, there's
I'd like to see a higher standard rather than a lesser standard.
Well, I mean, it's up to this body. What I do know and what I can tell you is that there is a relatively full body of case law out there that says that in quasi-judicial proceedings, the standard of competent substantial evidence is generally what you apply, and it's been found to be appropriate by the courts. It does give a fair amount of deference to the decision maker.
Okay, I'm just putting it out there for the rest of the council. I think this is too low a standard of evidence, and I would like to see it be higher.
My direction from you all.
Pick one, pick a standard.
I think it should be clear and convincing.
You have a problem with that?
That's something we could defer till the sheriff's office gets here, particularly if they bring legal counsel, because if we increase the threshold of evidence to the point where we again neuter this board's ability to be effective or to enact change on those who have violated one of these 8 items now, it defeats the purpose here. They have the ability to appeal this decision to the courts.
Which is why I'd like to see clear and convincing, because if they appeal it and we have a very low standard of evidence, you're more likely to be overturned.
As Councilor Veach said earlier, 99% of the time, they never get to that point, because the interaction between the nuisance abatement board, if done correctly, results in behavioral change. And so that's the goal here. The goal is not to be punitive. The goal is not to target anyone. The goal is to result in behavioral changes that go down the number of gang activity, murder, drug dealing. I mean, these are not, we're not going after people for not trimming their hedges or sweeping their sidewalks. These are serious crimes and they affect the public safety of our island.
Well, the business that we are not mentioning here today, whenever we have had a dispute with them in the past, has litigated with us, including over the size of a sign that violated our sign standards. And we were told they were going to litigate that no matter how much it cost. So I believe that that business is likely to appeal anything that we do based on past behavior, which is why I'm trying to put this into a nice, tight little box. I personally don't want to do this. The reason I'm spending all this time with it is I want to make it as good as it possibly can be if you are going to do it. I don't want it to be a mess. Personally, I don't think we should.
If I may, we help, very quick search here of the standards of proof. Clear and convincing evidence, which is being suggested, it's a relatively difficult standard to satisfy as it requires that the evidence be substantially more probable to be true. A civil claim, the common evidentiary standard of proof is the preponderance of the evidence standard, which is more likely than not to prove the matter at hand. And so, there's the clear and convincing evidence is more than 50%, whereas the preponderance of the evidence, 50%. Competent substantial evidence standard, which is generally what's accepted in quasi-judicial proceedings, is that as long as there's evidence to support decision of the administrative body will be upheld, even though reasonable people may differ on the outcome. So we can have competing views, but if there's evidence to support the decision of the administrative body, then that will be upheld by the courts. And that's generally what gets applied and in all land use and code enforcement proceedings from substantial evidence.
I don't think I had any support on that anyway, John. I had several places in here, but Bill already pointed out there's the consumption of alcohol is listed 3 or 4 times. I don't see that we have indicated any duty to fine first before we haven't set up any structure to the punishments.
Yeah,
So
I mean,
the board could just jump right past fining and enter an injunctive kind of relief?
that is in fact correct. And again, the statute doesn't necessarily say that it has to be one versus other. I think that the concept under the statute and under the ordinance is currently drafted is depending upon the circumstances, that the nuisance abatement board would have the flexibility to make a decision whether or not there's a lower level of enforcement that might be appropriate. But if the circumstances dictate or warrant, then they can go more significant and bypass potentially just the fine. But again,
I hesitate to give that latitude to the board. I mean, we don't do that with criminals. In criminal court, we don't jump right to the highest punishment available. You start out with lower punishments and you work your way up. So in essence, we would be treating a business worse than we treat a criminal.
Rely on your experience here. Based on the example you just gave, is it at the discretion of the judge or the person rendering that decision to less of a penalty or put forth less of a penalty than what the statute calls for?
There are sentencing guidelines in place for criminals in almost every state. And you can't, judges have to follow, if it's your first offense when you come in, you get a lesser punishment, and later on you move on to more harsher punishments. This board has the ability to jump over all lesser punishments and go straight to injunctive relief. I'm just suggesting that we give them guidance, that they don't start out with the harshest punishment.
If we, as a council, 7 people from our island who immediately, first offense, up to shutting a business down or threatening to shut them down. Shame on us. I mean, let's give some flexibility and some respect to the people that we're about ready to appoint to do the job that we're asking them to do. I think our town attorney at the last meeting at the M&P meeting talked about how tradition would dictate that you would start with a lower fine, higher fine, then last resort. First of all, you'd have negotiations to have no fine if they change behavior. It's an incremental process that anyone with any common sense would utilize. There may be a rare occasion or an extreme behavior that threatens the safety of our island that gives them that last resort tool. And if we can't find 7 people with some common sense on this island to do this incrementally, then, then shame on us.
If I may point out, on page 157 of the packet, subsection B at the bottom, it says the nuisance abatement board may enter an order, and it goes through the 4 things that the abatement board can do, and it talks about entering orders that account for fines. Last but not least, next to last, is the section on bottom of page 158 that I've highlighted, which is the section talking about filing for injunctive relief. And I point out that the injunctive relief mechanism is available only if the town council also says yes. So before the nuisance abatement board would enter an order directing filing of injunctive relief, it would have to also be vetted and approved by you all as a check and balance.
Where does it say that, John?
This is in section at the bottom of page 158, where it's highlighted in yellow at the top, or it says enforcement. The nuisance abatement board, with the approval of the town council, may direct the town attorney to bring a complaint under section 6005 seeking an injunction. I would never file a lawsuit on behalf of the town unless I had your authorization first.
But
And are you the person also who will be writing the findings of fact and conclusions of law that are required?
Yes, I mean, we've create templates that get filled in. We do that for the magistrate for code enforcement, similar to that. And we would have a collaborative effort. So again, it's not reinventing the wheel, as Councilmember Veach just pointed out. There are templates out there from other jurisdictions.
On page 158, at the top, it says a certified copy of the order imposing costs or fines may be recorded in the public records. Is there some reason why we're not saying that should be shall?
It's aggressive if you don't want to file or a lien, then that's why it's there. I think that is language. What the county did, by the way, in subsection B and C, they combined and they lifted language from the code enforcement statute. It was chapter 162, and the language in chapter 162, Vice Mayor, is permissive. If you want, you can change that to shall.
It seems like it should be shall to me. I don't know why you wouldn't want to record it. If you don't record it, it's not a lien, it's not enforceable. Other people who come and buy the property are unaware. Any objection to changing may to shall?
I just want to go a step back a second. I hate to keep doing this to you, Rex. On the costs and fines, one thing, because and I don't quite know how to do this, but the way, like I said, that it worked in Fort Lauderdale was, and we all agree, this is intended to change behaviors or change properties into being less conducive to criminal activity. That's the goal. It's not to punish. That something in here they would say that before they enter fines, that there's a period of time that they can act on the sheriff's suggestions of ways to mediate the problem before the fines are imposed.
Can you put that within your order? And then it's recorded when the fine does become active.
Not talking about your mayor shall, I'm going back to, you're saying that it jumps right into the fines? Instead of that, putting in a section there that gives direction to the.
No, that's not what I was saying, that it jumped, I was saying that you could jump right over fines and go straight to injunctive relief was my concern. So, and John did find language that allayed my concerns about that.
Else?
I'm feeling where this is going, so I'm going to withhold any further comment.
My only last comment would be, to your point, about 7 people. If we're able to find 7 volunteers after all, this will be a minor miracle. But, anyhow, okay. That being as it may, we'll see, where are we now with this? So we're gonna go 30 days from when? From today, or from when we got the email, or what do we want to do with that?
There's nothing gospel about 30 days. I think we just
Okay, we could just let it go until we get this thing going.
pick a date that's.
I'm comfortable because the mayor did a great job negotiating a separate issue, kind of good faith from one of the parties. Council needs to show good faith as well. So I'm comfortable, and I don't know if you need a motion for this or not, but I would move that we would hear this particular ordinance as amended on September 21st to respect the 30-day request.
Second that. Any discussion?
I'd like some clarification, if I may. Is that a first hearing on September 21st?
That would be the second hearing.
Okay, that's what I needed to clarify. Thank you.
Good. Any further discussion? Objection?
I say nay.
We need a roll, it's an ordinance. so
Okay, roll call.
Aye.
Councilman Beach. Idaho.
Aye.
Mayor Murphy, aye.
No.
Vice Mayor, no. Councilman Allen, aye. The motion carries 4-1 with the Vice Mayor. Okay, 1:30. I was hoping we'd get this agenda done before 12. It's not going to happen. So I'm suggesting that we break for half an hour for lunch and then come back to the rest of the agenda. Is that all right with everybody?
Sure.
Okay. Okay, we'll recess until 2 p.m. Upstairs.
All right, everybody. It's 1:30 and the town council meeting is now in recess until 2 o'clock. And we're going to go back to the meeting at 2 o'clock. We're really waiting for the dune walkover. What's going on here? Dune walkover issue, which is coming up at who knows when they get to it. It sounded like from the mayor, they still had a few more things to go before they got to the dune walkover. We're waiting for the wife to try and chime in from town hall to see, get her take on how things are going. She's just leaving the building there. What you just saw was, I think they are going to delay the nuisance abatement ordinance for 30 days at the request of Delaney Kai. Delaney Kai had a representative come before the board and asked that they delay it so that their PR company, I think it was a PR company, could take a look at the risk management and take a closer look at all the calls that were going on at Delaney Kai, and in that they're the target. She thinks they're the target, which obviously they are the target. That's the reason this whole thing got started. And the council decided that was a fair request, and they delayed it for 30 days after they looked into the ordinance and discussed some changes for what seemed like about an hour. So they're going to take lunch right now until 2 o'clock, and then come back with more of the items on the agenda. And we're still waiting to see if Kim can come on so she could tell us what she saw from inside the town council meeting. Hope you all had a great weekend. We had a great show on Saturday with Eddie Rude talking about the Dune walkover and his proposal for the town, which they may vote on today. And we'll get to see if they do vote where Jim Adderholt stands on that. And also we had on Dane Eagle, who's running for the 19th Congressional District. So if you didn't have a chance to check out 126, episode 126, it's up on our website, beachtalkradio.com. It's also on the Facebook page and on the YouTube page. And you can either listen or watch it. And the election is tomorrow if you're voting in the primary. And so that was all this past Saturday. And we're going to see if we can grab the wife and talk about the meeting real quick before we pause and wait until 2 o'clock. So please stand by. Here you are.
Here I am.
How we doing?
Oh, my legs are sore. It's good
From
to get up
sitting
and
down?
stretch. Huh?
From sitting down?
Yes, yes. I'm
So
sitting down.
listen, the first thing I wanted to ask you about was what was it like inside the room there when the engineer brought up that building again at Bayside when everybody thought that it was over with? I mean, what were they doing?
People, people were talking under their breath or not so under their breath about why, questioning why this is coming up because it's not something that, that the town people wanted to even consider there. So I think you could tell by the mood of the room that there was a little bit of confusion and some worry on people's part, and they were relieved when Mayor Murphy was able to move them, beyond that point.
Well, yeah, it seemed like he caught wind of it right away and tried to nicely say, "Hey, that building's old news now." So the other thing was the Bay Oaks, the cost of the Bay Oaks thing. It just seems like nobody can get a grasp on how much it's going to cost, and the council really wants the committee to stay around $5.5–6 million.
Well, it looked for sure that there were a couple folks who, brought that up a couple of times, that's not what they told the town. That's not what the townspeople were. That's not an amount that the town people were, explained to. And so they wanted to keep it around that amount. And, and then I think there's others who want to look at getting the whole enchilada, even if it has to be phased in and with looking at, other funding sources. I think, the comment was made that they they didn't want to have happen what happened last time when the first building went in and there was so many cuts made, and then the building was not what they wanted, and it didn't last, and so they don't want to make that mistake again.
Do you get free lunch too while you're there? The council give you free lunch?
No, they went upstairs or wherever they went for lunch, and we're Scoop.
Oh.
You got to get out of chambers at that point. Go find.
Are they allowed to eat lunch together?
I have no idea. No, they all left separately that I could see.
So the how many more agenda items are there before you get to the Dune walkover?
I think I told you there's 9.
They're gonna break for dinner? They're gonna
Huh?
break for dinner? Are they gonna break for dinner before they get to the Dune walkover?
I think they'll be able to move through. I'm guessing they'll be able to move through some of the other things, but you never know. I mean, I don't think anyone anticipated the nuisance abatement board stuff going this long, but it's got to get done. The stuff's got to get figured out.
That was a long discussion about the nuisance abatement board, and it started off with Lonnie Kai representatives trying to delay it.
Yeah, and they, I believe it's now. I've been in there so long, but I believe they agreed to give that 30 days. So they're going to meet again on it around November 21st.
All right. All righty. Well, we'll let everybody know when the meeting starts again and the Dune walkover issue comes up and see how that goes. Is there anything you want to add?
I just may not be able to be in attendance. I have to go see if I have a flat tire and go get some food.
Oh, yeah. You haven't eaten anything today, have you?
No, I was actually putting grapes under my mask just gently because I needed something.
Oh, you look very pretty out there with your shirt on and your hair. You do your hair special today? Your hair looks different.
I did it just special to come down here. It's a little chilly in the room, so no need for a hair for your ponytail.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you, reporter Kim Ryan, reporting live from Fort Myers Beach, and we'll check in with you later.
All right. Bye.
We're going to pick up now with the administrative agenda. We'll go to item A, which is a resolution 20-23, Borough Boulevard landscaping agreement with Lee County. Is there a motion to approve the resolution?
Moved. No, I've been first all day. You go, Dan.
So moved.
I'll second.
Moved and seconded. Anybody need to hear that resolution? Oh, okay. Any objection to the motion?
So there's some discussion. I mean,
Okay, excuse me, discussion.
I still, I really want to like this, but I just don't see a whole lot of planning opportunities for taking on the, this work in perpetuity. I understand we'll get a, bump in our bank account for a little while, but it seems to me, I looked down all the charts and stuff for the plans down the rest of the road, and I found like maybe 5 areas that to me seemed like we could plan something that wasn't in the line of sight. It seems like we're assuming a lot of responsibility for not a lot of benefit. Big concern.
We don't only have to maintain the landscaping we put in. We don't only put in those 4 locations, then we only have to maintain those 4 locations.
They're going to continue to mow like the grass.
The grass in front of people's houses is grass they'll let them, we're going to ask the people to mow grass in front of their house, just like anybody else would, just like mow the grass from right away in front of my house.
It's the only grass we have.
We'll have to encourage everyone to buy weeds, which will get them a good price.
The idea as part of this is to turn over the maintenance of that parking strip to the adjacent landowner.
We're going to encourage them to take care of it. Corporate thing for them.
Courage means they don't have to.
It'll be up to you all as far how far our encouragement goes.
Further discussion? Any objection to the motion? Motion carries unanimously. Resolution passed. Okay, item B is the resolution 20-25, adopting water rates. A motion to approve the resolution?
So moved.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
There's a, if I may, there's a slight a twist to this particular one. Under Florida law, and we've complied with the requirements, it's actually a public hearing. We do have to open it up to public hearing before you make a motion or vote on the motion to approve or deny the resolution. And for just purpose of the record, I'd read the resolution title into the record.
Okay, this is I'll read the resolution, then we'll open it up to this is resolution number 20-25, a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, adopting updated water rates incidental to the operation of the town's water utility system and providing an effective date. I'll open it up. Is there anyone that wishes to speak to this resolution? Hearing none, I'll close it. Is there a motion to approve the resolution?
I'll make a motion to approve the resolution.
Moved. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion?
For brevity, in case anybody's listening, would you just explain first so briefly, this is basically a cost of living increase
Yeah.
for our water utility without having to meet and formally approve rate increases?
Town Council directed staff to engage the a rate consultant, which the town did. The town consultant has come back with a recommendation to update the water rates to reflect cost of living and operational expenditures for the foreseeable future for the operation and maintenance of the system. And that's what's set forth in the exhibit that's attached. And also to the vice mayor's question when this first came up a month or two ago, it also provides for the automatic pass-through of the bulk water rate from the county to the town's residents.
Further clarification, what will differentiate then the need for a rate increase formally approved by the council versus this particular procedural state?
This is the formal water water rate increase. That's what you're doing here today.
This is in addition to what Counselor Hassenfrost had advocated. They've been combined together?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry.
Further discussion? Objection to the motion? Motion carries unanimously. Next item is, item C, is resolution 20-26, adopting stormwater rates. And this is to approve, 2026 resolution adopting stormwater rates, implementing town council policy for the continued periodic adjustment of rates necessary to fund the stormwater management program. A motion to approve the resolution.
Move to approve Resolution 2026.
Moved, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved, seconded. Discussion?
Question, just brief question for the town manager. Is there anything in this resolution, manager, that modifies the colloquy that we've been having about using the general fund to subsidize stormwater utility for the town of Myers Beach?
Well, this resolution implements that policy. Doesn't codify it in that sense, but it implements that.
Subtle nuances find how.
Well, it's not an ordinance, you're setting the rate, and by increasing the rate, the whole rate discussions started around the fact that the existing rate did not include maintenance. This revised rate structure, as analyzed and supported by the rate consultant, does. So the need to augment the stormwater program with general fund money has been eliminated by virtue of the fact of implementing this rate.
Further questions?
Further discussion? Objection? Resolution carries unanimously. Item D, the supplemental task authorization number 2 for CES survey work. This is to approve a contract with CES Inc. for surveying associated with the Bay Oaks Recreation Center property assembly for redevelopment in a not-to-exceed amount of $39,000 and authorize the town manager to execute the required documentation. Is there a motion to approve this work? Authorization. Moved by Councilman Allers. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by the Vice Mayor. Discussion? Objection? Carries unanimously, the authorizations. The next item is E, which is Resolution 20-29, Bay Oaks Property Exchange Interlocal Agreement. This is to approve an interlocal agreement with the School Board of Lee County for the exchange of real property and improvements in exchange for property historically used as part of the Bay Oaks recreational campus and other commitments. Is there a motion to approve the interlocal resolution?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Moved by Councilman Dees, seconded by Councilman Allers. Discussion?
I just want to go out and say, good job by the people who put this together, because I know this has been out there for a long time, and there's been all this uncertainty about the land in Bay Oaks. It's good to see it settled.
I agree, and thank you to the School Board of Lee County for their cooperation. Okay, any further discussion? Any objection? Resolution carries unanimously. Next item is Resolution 20-30, Lee County Property Transfer Authorization. Resolution authorizes the town manager, town attorney, and mayor to approve and execute the property transfer documents as required with Lee County for the Bay Oaks Recreational Campus redevelopment. Is there a motion to approve this resolution?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
If I may, I'm sorry. Right through lunch, we've been working with Lee County to essentially duplicate the resolution in the interlocal agreement that you just approved with the Lee County School Board. We didn't, at the time the agenda was put together, those proverbial I's had not been dotted, T's hadn't been crossed. We do now. So I would request, if I may, to read a substitute title to the resolution 20-30, which is going to read essentially the same as the one you just approved, because we now have an agreement, a document specifying how the transfer is going to take place, which we didn't have at the time the agenda was put together.
Okay.
Resolution number 20-30, a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving an interlocal agreement between Lee County and the Town of Fort Myers Beach regarding the exchange of real property improvements related to the redevelopment of Bay Oaks Recreational Facility, authorizing the execution of the agreement by the mayor and authorizing all appropriate town officials to take all necessary steps to implement the interlocal agreement and providing an effective date.
Okay with the motion maker? With the motion maker?
Was it?
I think you made the motion, you made the second.
All right. I don't think a motion had been made yet either.
On this one.
Oh, okay, all right. Is there a motion to approve the resolution as read by the town attorney?
So moved.
Second.
I'll second it.
Moved by Allers, seconded by Veach. Any discussion? Any objection? Resolution carries unanimously. The next item is Resolution 20-32, loan commitment for First Florida Integrity Bank. Approval of Resolution 20-32, a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, authorizing the appropriate town officials to take all steps necessary to secure a loan commitment from First Florida Integrity Bank in the principal amount of $10 million with a 3.15% per annum interest rate amortized for up to 20 years. Just get a motion. Is there a motion to approve this resolution?
Make a motion.
Okay, it's been moved by Allers, seconded by Holt. Discussion. Town manager, do you want to add anything to this?
I want to be clear about a couple of points with respect to this. One is that, be clear with the council that this loan at 3.15 is, while it is for a 20-year term, interest rate gets recalculated after 10 years based on the same exact criteria we use to calculate this rate. So I want to be clear about that. So it may wind up to be the same number, may wind up being more, probably won't wind up being less. Second thing I want to make clear is that,
Excuse me, is that just what's currently happening in these negotiations? We can't lock in for 20 years, they just don't let you?
it's the problem is it fluctuates too much.
They just won't agree to, they won't agree to that term, is that?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Is there a cap on how high it can go?
No, there's no cap, but the formula is spelled out. Okay, so it's the same formula that generated this 3.15 rate. And we don't necessarily have to refinance that second year through them. We can go to somebody else if it's not competitive. It would be, being that they're our current bank and all of that, but if for some reason if it wasn't, we could go somewhere else and just pay off that loan, or a new loan with somebody else.
It's based off the treasury rates?
Yeah. I believe that's correct. It's in the letter that it was sent to you as part of the packet. The other thing is that besides completing the application and all the required paperwork, what this item does is there's a loan initiation fee of $20,000. So that's what this kicks off. So if we pay the fee and don't close, subsequent item that the council would be approving in September in all probability, then you lose the $20,000. I just want to be clear about that. So that's the main thing. We can, as you know, we could borrow up to $10 million. It's contemplated that there would be a 3-year construction drawdown period, could be less. Then at that point, all the construction would theoretically be done, and we'd be in the loan repayment period for another 7 years, and then we'd be looking at the second 10 years point in time. So, extent that there's still some unanswered questions as it pertains to the 3 projects, where we're sort of working on parallel paths, try to keep options to do those projects moving forward. Get the financing in place and to at least balance the loan demands within our existing budget. And I think you all are aware of how we accomplish that. So this loan won't trigger any need for us to adjust our revenues. With that said, if you have any specific questions, I'll try to answer them.
The manager? Hearing none. Okay, it's been moved second to approve the resolution. It's been discussed. Any objection to the motion? Motion carries unanimously. Next item is H. This is the Laguna Shores Access Channel Monitoring and Eventual Dredging. This is authorization to proceed with one monitoring event and report on the Laguna Shores Access Channel dredging status, not to exceed $3,400. Is there a motion to approve this authorization? I'll move to approve this. Is there a second?
Second.
Move seconded. Question?
By engaging in this, are we committing for the town paying for dredging?
I think so.
Well, you're not, but, it's one of these things where, I guess once you ask the question, you got to anticipate the answer. So the expectation is going to be that there'll be some type of solution if the need for dredging is identified by the consultant. And frankly, that's the main reason why this is on the agenda, because you all have seen some emails and comments of support for this. The expectation based on the past council action years ago was there was a shared financial arrangement. I suspect that in their minds, maybe not your 5 of your minds, but in their minds, if this study or a subsequent one identifies the need for dredging, that we're going to partner with that community. So the terms of that partnership has not been worked out, but they'll, if the need gets identified, they're going to be expecting some level of participation on the part of the town. And therefore, it's one of the main reasons why I put this on the agenda. So yeah, you can walk back from it, but there'll be an expectation out there.
I can add to that, excuse me. I went fishing one day with a member of that community, and was very anxious to talk with me about this item. He was very anxious to tell me that this community is ready, willing, and able to participate. They want to participate in this project financially. So the expectation is that there's going to be cooperation with the community. What that level is, I don't know what that level is, but they're fully anticipating cooperating with whatever that's worth.
That's helpful, Mr. Mayor. Could the town manager tell us historically what that ratio was in terms of the partnership, in terms of costs, how they were born?
I apologize. I intended to try to get a chance to look that up, but I didn't.
Okay. In the future, we'll know that. It is a bit concerning that, I see a number of different alignments here, and this was just dredged, 8 years ago? I think there's particular challenges with trying to keep a channel open in a pass like that. Recurring cost, really.
Could be. As a matter of fact, I don't know whether they still do them. In years past, we have an MSTU or MSBU or whatever it was to set it up as a funding mechanism ongoing. I don't know whether those are still in effect or not.
But we've had several at town council, not when all of you were on town council, but we've had several conversations with regard to setting up ways for neighborhoods to fund improvements. And this clearly would fall into that category if that was the route that the council wanted to pursue.
forgive me, but it seems like when, just after the three of us were newly elected, I thought we discussed that briefly at the first M&P meeting, and I thought we referred it to an advisory committee to sort of wrestle with how that would be, those costs would be borne. Does anybody remember that?
The, yeah, well,
We have for lunch.
well, I think initially we were talking about a different type of project. Or may have so that was a case where each lot that fronted that improvement would pay a flat amount of money. We were discussing in that, I believe in that particular case. In this case, it may be lots on the water may pay X and lots that are immediately adjacent to water pay Y, and that would all have to be worked out.
One of the benefits they have is they already have a structure in place, homeowners association. They could go on without much difficulty. Oh, okay, so the motion is, second is to approve the authorization to to get a monitoring report not to exceed 3,400. Any further discussion? Objection? Motion carries unanimously. The next item is item I, the REP-20-24-PW, Municipal Anchorage Upland Services. This is to authorize the town manager to develop a contract based on the proposals for mooring field upland services received in response to RFP-20-24-PW. Is there a motion to approve this, to authorize the town manager to develop this contract?
I would oppose this. Having served with the Anchorage Advisory Committee, I have heard numerous reports of less than stellar service from our current provider. And one of the reasons that I've been in favor of taking our mooring field under our own, yes, in-house is the word I was searching for, thank you, Mayor, is that I think we would do better. I'm concerned about outlaying funds to improve other people's facilities and or renting facilities when we don't own them. So I would prefer that we go a different direction.
Anybody else want to comment on this?
What direction do you propose?
I propose that we take it in-house. The Anchorage Advisory Committee had explored various options and came to the town council and said, hey, can we do it at Bayfront Park? And the town council at that time said, yes. So they had done their homework. We told them, yes, we were going to go that direction, and then we changed our minds. So I think we need to go out and look for another place and take this in-house. I don't want to just go back to what we were doing before, which really wasn't functioning very well, in my opinion.
I actually have another place in mind. Don't know whether I want to disclose it right now, but it's going to come on. It won't be coming online for some time, but there would have to be something done in the interim. But I don't know. What do you think?
Since we don't have enough time to take it in-house, I think because of our contract expiration coming up, I'd be willing to enter into a similar contract that we have with Matanzas right now to keep us going until we get to another place. But I don't want to invest in hard structure under these proposals. I'd rather spend our money on our own place.
The proposals that are here, they're all essentially, none of these are involved with us operating it.
Roger, is there anything in here that I think I might be just as confused. There, I don't see the option. There was discussion about purchasing that Harbor House unit that could potentially house the upland facilities, and the town would then own it.
So I believe we asked for three, maybe two, at least two, maybe three clarifications of the proposal. Chelsea, did you feel comfortable explaining, or should we have see if the proposer do it? Why don't you start, and then let's see if he'll confirm what you're saying.
Good afternoon. Sue O'Reilly, Public Works Director. Based on the Selection Advisory Committee's review of this, there are three options. One of upgrading the existing facilities that Matanzas currently provides. And I think that would include adding 2 additional stalls that are not currently being used. Option 2, I guess we'll call it 2A. There's multiple options under option 2, Harbor House facilities. There is an option to purchase, but that option has been proposed with Matanzas still providing the services to the town. So the town would own it, but Matanzas would manage upland services. That directly answers the question.
In a way, I mean, why would that even be a valuable option then? In my opinion, if you're buying it, why wouldn't you to bring it in-house? Is it not big enough to take it in-house in that space? I'm not understanding.
I believe, well, and Doug, the owner of Matanzas, is here to answer any questions like that. The space, yes, it could work. Option 1 is them own it, them build it. They own the space. Option 2, correct me if I'm wrong. Option 2 was we own it.
In front of you.
I have it, but it's.
I'm not sorry about that.
Oh.
Looking at me, so.
Doug broke it down in that on one of
Like it's page 497.
Do you want to come clarify?
I'm Doug Spearn-Smith. If you could ask the question again, maybe I can answer it.
My question was, looking at your options here, option 3 says the town buys the facility from Estero Bay. Estero Bay manages the facility. So we would essentially buy the space from you, but then you would continue to manage it?
Yes. What we're trying to do is provide pathways for the town to control the fate of the mooring field. We are trying to create the option to improve the facilities, give the town the option to buy facilities for the bathrooms and laundry. We did not include an office in that, but I think in the discussions we said if that was important to the town, any reason, we look to do that. We were operating under the RFP. We did not have detailed discussions with the town as to what the total vision was. We think there's lots of benefits to have us continue providing the office and the staff and the waterfront adjacent to the upland facilities. If the town feels that is not the case, then the town has the flexibility to pursue whatever choices they want. I was just trying to provide an option to buy the real estate, control the resources, so the town could in the future do as they choose in the best interest of the mooring field. You take a little bit exception as to the innuendo of poor quality services. It's like a job evaluation without a job evaluation. So it would be nice to have an ongoing dialogue as to what is the issue, yes, if there is one. So we don't have to do that now, of course. But we like doing it. We think the quality of the services be good, but I'll stand before you as the owner of the business that if it isn't, we certainly want it. But so I think this proposal as submitted gave the town lots of options to, if Harbor House is an acceptable facility bathrooms, a laundry room, office, if that's necessary, then we would try to accommodate. I will clarify a point on the summary document that the money involved, bid price, all of the costs associated with Harbor House, whether the town purchases it, leases it, or purchases it, has us own it. Those prices are all included in the proposals. So the summary document says it does not include those. It did. So as the town invests in the real estate, cost to us as provider goes down. Was no double dipping. That's a little confusing.
Cool.
Clearly, the price goes down if the town buys the real estate.
Doug?
Doug, just a little clarification here. So you have down there option on page 498. There's option 1, 2, and 3. So it's basically option 1 is you take care of all the improvement and own everything.
Yes.
Option 2 is we pay just for the improvements. And option 3 is we own them both. Now, so the numbers here, if I'm reading this correctly, it's like $90,000 for the construction cost too. And so would it be the cost of actually purchasing, would that be the 266 minus 92?
Well, 266 includes the 92 and the real estate itself.
Okay, so,
And then our fee, which is $6,500 a month, is really just labor and some additional fees because of the use of existing Matanzas in.
okay, so the actual purchase price is or 170, something like that? Without,
172 for yes, which we believe to be the approximate appraisal.
and it could, is there room in this proposal to have, for us to bring it in-house and purchase and finish it, or is that something that you're not offering? Is this purchase contingent on you managing it?
Oh, I'd be probably wrong to say yes. No, I mean, this is not. I just thought, I personally think there's benefits to the town, and we're a pretty cost-effective provider given what we're being. There's a quality of service issue and of ample opportunity to. We're trying to be a positive force here and flexible.
Roger, under option 1, that monthly cost of $95.50 over the year, how much is that an increase over what we're on average paying now for the service?
Essentially zero. The bid form asked us to bid it in a different way. Right now, we split revenues. We built it up from a cost point of view and a quality point of view and a labor point of view. And then we put the number to it. It happens to be about the same as we get.
We would get enhanced services for roughly the same amount we're paying now.
And then in the proposal, there's lots of caveats on it, but if the Morin Field expands, we would look for the town for expansion of variable costs, but not necessarily same rate as the fixed costs. So, realistic.
Just trying to, Madam Vice Mayor, you mentioned that the paying for improvements of someone else's property. I'm trying to figure out what option you were referring to. If I'm looking at option 1 and the way it's been described to me, that if they're paying for enhanced services that would be done there, they're going to pay for it. What we're currently under contract with now isn't going to change. Would we be paying for improvement?
Maybe I was under a misimpression upon reading this. I was under the impression that they would retain ownership, that we were paying for some of these upgrades.
Madam Mayor.
It's a little bit different. For existing facilities, we have no desire to sell them. So we have incorporated, it's a lot easier to modify our existing facilities, move the bathrooms, than it is to hand over 750 square feet of commercial area and remodel it totally to meet the needs of the mooring. So I think it's.
I guess my point is, I'm against this whole thing. I want to own the property. I want us to improve it, make it like we want it to be and run it ourselves. That's what, I'm the liaison to the AAC. That's what they wanted to see happen. They're studying, expanding the mooring field. We have a lot of people asking us to do that because we have boaters that are mooring out there and dumping things overboard inappropriately. If we have the mooring field expanded, then we'll be regulating those areas. Since we're expanding, it was all one big plan that they came up with, that they're going that direction. They want this to be in-house. So I just can't go along with any of these options because that's not what the AAC had wanted to see happen. This came to us when the community said, we don't want that building there, and then they offered us some options. When we put it out for bid, they were the only ones who came back with anything, whereas we didn't spend any time looking at getting a place that's in a different location, doing any of the things that had been previously discussed. I feel like the AAC's kind of been ambushed a little bit here because they thought we were going down a particular path and then we changed our minds. But rather than going back and retracing our steps and trying to fix that at a different location, we went off on a different direction, which isn't what I thought they wanted. So,
Well, one of the things we were being asked and couldn't answer was a variety of things such as what would the cost of the additional space be? How much would it cost to build it out? How much would the operational costs increase or decrease if we did that? Whether we owned it, whether they owned it, so we try to get that information through this RFP process, as well as sort of test the market to see what else might be out there. So, and I will tell you that what was submitted, I personally found a little confusing and asked the selection committee to reconvene to try to get it clarified. And I know they did that. I know they also the project manager had some additional email exchanges to try to get it clarified. And I think we've got it clarified to the point, not to the final price, because and this would be an authorization to negotiate one or more of these options, but enough to have a discussion of very points that the mayor is making. Do we want to own our own facility? No. Do we want to operate our own facility? Yes or no? As you make those determinations, several of these options will begin to fall off the board. Obviously, the reverse side of the coin would be, I like option B2, and, boom, and we have a decision there. But we wanted to give the council the benefit of the knowledge and see if this helps you clarify the policy. It may not. And, but it was our intent to try to clarify the policy and try to answer the questions that we heard and anticipated about this issue. Initially, as the Vice Mayor said, as a comparison to building in Bayside Park, but then to the wider issue of owning our own facility somewhere, operating our own facility somewhere. And there's a lot of people who feel that it's always better for us to contract wherever we can. Some people may not feel that way.
Well, if we're undecided today, I want to continue to explore this for a little longer. The say of the AC people.
oh, I don't think it would be to their dismay.
No?
They want you to explore it further.
Okay,
and-
well, then I reverse that. But, would, Baron Smith, Doug, is he willing to continue on as we are? Just month to month or year to year, whatever the,
I don't think we're at that, quite that point yet where their contract is expiring. I just put that out there as an option, but I think
When
we
was
have
it?
a couple of months,
We're
1 month,
close. Yeah, we're close.
close, but we don't have to do that today.
I would like to see the option of the opposite of option one, of what it would cost if we can do it at the place at the Harbor House, if it's available for purchase and we can build it out and we can take it over with an office and whatever it would take to control it, if that's the will of the council to go that direction. I'd like to be able to compare option one versus that option, or if it's at a different facility, to be able to make a better decision.
Do you get the feeling we need a little more time to explore this?
Absolutely.
And you're willing to work with us on that? Yeah, okay.
Well, I'd be interested to know what, I mean, I understand the cost here, and I think actually, I mean, we're looking at 266,000 compared to the 800,000 for the building we're gonna put in Bayfront Park. How much, is there room in there to carve out an office somewhere or extra space we can get, and how much would that cost?
You have to find more space, I
Right.
think, to do it effectively. We could look at that.
And one thing now, this isn't really a conversation about this proposal, but we are going to take something in-house. Then if there's a way to put this facility on the Bay Oaks campus, that might allow the town to actually manage it from within the town hall because of the proximity.
That was one of the prior prior locations that were discussed. But then when we looked at doing Bayfront Park, that kind of fell by the wayside, but that was discussed by the AAC. Being an option, they would like to see the facility be on the water, where you can come up with your dinghy and
I have a location in mind.
so.
Very.
Like, and I was thinking that one of the cruxes would be to get from Bay Oaks through the preserve, essentially, because you can't get through the canal, right? The preserve, the plans that they're sitting now has that already. It has a walking path out and like a kayak launch. So that means that there could maybe potentially be a dinghy dock there, maybe a long walk through the mangroves, and it wouldn't be downtown. Which are two important considerations. Then what it also do is there would be maybe more activity at Bay Oaks because there's people who are there for the mooring field.
Well, and if we're doing a redo of that facility and it's going to include showers and things, it would be that we could incorporate the two together somehow.
I think the advisory committee is correct that location on the water, close proximity to the core, good spot. Doesn't mean that as the mooring field changes, there are other choices can emerge. But between the Matanzas site and Harbor House site, you have most of the criteria to meet the needs of most boaters. I've always thought that even if the town takes it over, and let's assume you over enough space in Harbor House to go over whatever services the town wishes to do, it would still be beneficial to the mooring field and the users of the mooring field to have access to the harbor, whether it's dinghy docks or convenient temporary dockage or all the resources of a waterfront property. So Matanzas fits most of those bills, but so might Moss Marine or someone else. But proximity and convenience means a lot to most mooring field users.
Just so the record's clear, so it was, earlier today, the council determined that we're not building a building on Bayside Park. That decision was made earlier today. However, the amount of that building was estimated at versus this was 5-year numbers and that's 25-year numbers. So we really shouldn't compare those two numbers.
Well, in addition, that building was to serve other purposes besides just the mooring
That
field.
too. That too.
So,
So let's not do that.
yeah, you can't really,
Okay, so we're gonna agree, not to agree today.
I'll just move to postpone consideration of what we're doing for our mooring field upland services and ask staff to investigate other options for us.
I
Consistent
was
with-
actually going to say, Madam Vice Mayor, that to remand us back to the AAC.
I'd like staff to also be looking at things in the meantime yes, we do have a short amount of time that you do have to bring us back a renewal of the current contract if,
But
just
we
to
just
keep
do
things
that, we
going.
would just do that separate from this.
Well, that's assuming that Mr. Spear and Smith agrees to that.
I thought I heard him say yes.
I'll second that motion. Any further discussion?
Yeah, I would just say, in fairness to the vendor here who's providing our services, we decide to go with the status quo instead of sort of nebulous charges that are floating around out there. Let's tell the vendor what our concerns are, and then you can build performance standards into the new contract. If we decide to stay with the status quo, it's really unfair to him to smirch his service without telling him specifically what the challenges are. And then if there are challenges, let's create a contract, a new contract that has performance standards that address those issues. So that could, the status quo, if it's going to continue to be one of our options, I think we ought to work with our current vendor to try to be fair and try to solve some of these challenges. Contractually, there's ways to protect our interests but also protect the vendor's interests. And let's continue to consider that as an option as well.
Any further discussion? Any objection to the motion? Carries none. Thanks so much for coming out.
Sure, thank
Appreciate
you.
it. Next item is J, offer of settlement, SEZ 201-90049, Moon Walkover. Discussion regarding an offer of settlement in the Squeeze Me In LLC, Hold'em LLC, Bert Harris claim and related beach dune walkover special exception. Pass it to you, Mr. Town Attorney. Where are we?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. We had a preliminary discussion regarding this matter at the MNP. I've had, I think, fair to say, extensive communications with each of you regarding this matter over the last month, if not longer. And I, at this point in time, I'm seeking direction from the council as to how to proceed. As currently set forth in the agenda packet, we really have two paths to potential pursue here, and I just need direction from you on which path you want me to embark upon or go down. One is relatively simple: acceptance of the property owner's settlement offer, and the process of consummating that settlement offer through the appropriate steps and scheduling of the required hearings and settlement documents, or alternatively to move forward with the Bert Harris statute, which under the statute, we still have about 120 days in which to evaluate the claim and submit a response to the claim, and the alternatives with regard to that settlement or that response to the claim. Again, were set forth in the MMP materials and also set forth here in the agenda and the blue sheet of what our options are in responding to that Bert Harris claim that's in the package.
John, I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
I was under the impression that previously I had asked that you poll us individually off the record because we're at a disadvantage having to conduct, in essence, conduct our attorney-client discussions in public. And you didn't indicate that that was impossible at that time. Did you change your mind?
No, I've had those conversations, but it does need to be, a vote needs to take place on which of the two alternatives you want to go down. In my conversations with each one of you, I have a sense of what the direction is going to be, but I can't pursue that unless you say, John, the settlement or Bert Harris. We don't need to go into any greater detail beyond that unless you all want to. I've had the conversations with each of you. I understand where you're, where,
Occasionally, you don't just accept an offer, but you make a counter offer.
and that's provided for.
But then we're discussing that again.
Well, no, because
in public.
once we, presuming that the majority decision is to, Mr. Herron pursue the Burt Harris response, not the settlement, then, you know, we'll engage the appropriate experts, which would be primarily an appraiser and potentially to assist staff, planning staff, and outside planner to review the factual basis of
I'm
the
just
claim.
trying to say is that the discussion could go awry. I don't see it's easy to keep us from revealing too much.
Well, no, I mean, we can continue to have the conversations individually, and I'll keep you up to date on what the experts and the appraiser and the planners tell us with respect to their evaluation of the claim. I'm not an appraiser. I can't dispute the alleged devaluation.
I think we're not communicating, John, so I'm just going to let it go.
But there doesn't have to be an in-depth conversation today, or for that matter, necessarily in the future, as to what direction you wish for me to pursue. Right now, and not to make it very simple, and to minimize the conversation, as you suggest, as it relates to potentially not accepting the settlement offer, is that's it. I just, do you direct me to accept the settlement offer, or do you direct me to pursue responding to the Burt Harris claim as provided for in the statute? I take my cues from there. I know what to do from there.
Questions? The attorney?
So Johnny, you basically suggest we just take a vote on that without discussion? We've all had discussions.
No, you can have as much discussion, and I'll answer as much as I can. I think that the vice mayor's observation is that we do not have the benefit of a pending lawsuit that would allow us to meet in private and have maybe and say things that you all would feel more comfortable saying in private. To the extent that I've had conversations with each of you in private, individually, you've expressed some of those issues and concerns, but we don't have the benefit of being able to discuss that in public. But so everyone is clear, I cannot take direction through canvassing and polling. You ultimately have to direct me to either accept the settlement offer
Now we're back to my original statement, which was, I thought that that's what we could do, and you didn't tell me we couldn't. So now you're saying.
No, Madam Vice Mayor, I believe, on several occasions indicated to all of you publicly that if in the absence of litigation, your decisions, your directions to me have to be in public. The Sunshine Law mandates that. It can be simply, I move to direct the town attorney to accept the settlement offer and take all necessary steps to implement that settlement offer, or alternatively, I move to reject the settlement offer and direct the town attorney to respond to the claim in accordance with the Burt Harris statute.
Any other questions? Well, as long as we can discuss, I'm gonna ask the manager a question, or a question here. Regards the Burt Harris law itself. These parties that have filed this action could go either way, of course. We don't know how it's gonna go. But is there any part of that law that states once that action has been filed, they too can file action?
Any property owner can file a lawsuit. The statute says that, the,
I mean,
I can't remember, the circumference, but the notice has to be to adjacent property owners who may be affected. And also it has to be sent to any other agency that may have or party that may have a dog in the fight. So, yeah.
That's what I'm getting at.
But the neighbors don't have not had any interaction with the town. The town hasn't denied the neighbors anything. So they don't have any standing to file a Bert Harris claim.
I
Well,
beg to differ.
Well, the Bert Harris Act has been interpreted to say that a claim does not ripen until essentially the same as in inverse condemnation claims. A application has been submitted to take action on, and the government has to take action on it unless on the face of the regulation, it creates an undue burden. And that's very consistent with the case law. So my answer is that no, there's nothing that stops the adjacent property owners from potentially filing similar claims. But before they can do so, they would also have to file an application that the town would presumptively deny. They were in a similar posture as the current property owners that have filed their claim.
The adjacent property owners, at the LPA level, were joined in with these property owners. By virtue of, they were told that they would also be losing their access beach as well. When the access was cut off down there and they could no longer, the other property owners could no longer walk across this way, they were denied theirs as well.
I've heard that statement made, Mayor, and I would respectfully disagree. I do not believe that the property owners were joined in as has been suggested by the current claimants.
I'm putting it out there now to my fellow members, just to advise them that the exposure could be much greater than just these two property owners. Agree with me on that?
As I said, anyone can file and add on, so the exposure can increase incrementally. Yes, sir.
Anyone can file, but if they don't have standing, the court would immediately dismiss their claim for lack of standing.
There are some procedural steps that have to be taken under the court interpretation of the Bert Harris Act before a claim becomes ripe and be filed. And one of those is that the application does have to be submitted and some action has to be taken on that application by the government.
Mayor, if I may add something. For me, I'd like to go back a little bit. You know, when this came through the LPA, it was based on a special exemption. Long before Bert Harris's terms like bullies, everything else like that that's been thrown out, it was brought before the LPA for a special exception, correct?
Yes, sir.
So I've gone back and reviewed this. I'm referring to section 6, 366D. Is it your opinion, if you can give it, that they have met all of those criteria in the special exception for a dune walkover? Reason, I guess.
I'm not trying to avoid answering the question, Councilmember Allers, but I don't believe that that is my area of expertise and responsibility under the code. What I can tell you is that both at the LPA level and at the town council level, your professional planning staff who are the ones responsible for interpreting and applying the town land development regulations recommended denial of the application on the basis that the applicants did not meet the criteria in the code.
And staying with this, again, I'm trying to go back to where it all started versus where it potentially could go. When it came before us in the LPA, we had a long discussion, and there was discussion about public benefit. And that was a big catch for the town staff at the time, that they didn't believe there was enough public benefit. That's why they recommended denying it. And I asked the question back then, what constitute public benefit? Is it one person? Is it a neighborhood? Is it an entire island? And nobody could really give me that answer. And I think that's what led us to the discussion to get to asking them to grant the easement to their fellow neighbors, which they agreed to do. Again, there was no clear direction as to what public benefit was. LP at the time unanimously passed this with a lot of input from someone I hold a very high regard that's on that board, who's dealt with this for a long, long time. And he seemed very convinced that they were within their right to have this dune walkover based on the criteria that the LPA put in. And it moved forward to the town council, and we all know what happened there. I would like to try to focus, if we can, back to if we feel that it has met the special exemption that they were originally brought before us for. By accepting this offer, if you accept this offer, does that eliminate Bert Harris going forward? Is that essentially gone from them and their potential claims that could come down the road from their neighbors?
I can't speak to the neighbors, but it would be speculative, but I would believe that it's significantly reduced.
I'd like to also add that there are a large group of people who were not noticed to come before the LPA, and that was the Audubon Society, which joined with the town in the lawsuits that we started this whole mess with. They were not noticed to the LPA meeting. They were not given the opportunity to come and give their side of the story. So I think that relying on the LPA's ruling at that point is not really fair, because both sides weren't given the opportunity to be there.
Well, Madam Vice Chair, I will respectfully disagree with you on being noticed. I know we've had several conversations in here about people claiming they didn't know about it, or it wasn't publicly noticed, or they didn't have enough time.
I'm not talking about official notice. I'm talking about their attorney, which worked with our attorney on our case. It's not notified about it. I'm given the opportunity to be there, and that was completely appropriate that that attorney be given that opportunity to be there and educate you about what had happened and why. I've heard different stories about why that didn't happen, but they should have been given the opportunity to be there. And I feel that you didn't get a lot of the information you should have gotten. So I'm just saying, I'm going to discount the LPA at this point because they didn't have both sides presented to them fairly.
Well, but it's safe to say that we did have access to the code that they were applying for the special exemption through, correct?
Oh yeah, you had the code.
And as I'm staring at it now, one of the first things that's in there is the walkovers. It says, new and expanded beachfront development must construct state-approved dune walkover structures at appropriate crossing points. All walkovers must meet this criteria in addition to state approval. I'll ask you, John. Did they get state approval?
They have a state approval to use state, they have an easement to cross over state lands for each dune walkover, subject to obtaining a special exception from the town. Sir.
And I want to be very clear about this to everybody that's listening. I've been very vocal about this from the beginning, that personally, I'm not in favor of it. I've told the applicants that I'm not in favor of it. For me, this is a case of a property owner's rights. And I would stick up for their rights just like I would stick up for anybody else's rights. Again, personally, I've told them, and I'll tell you again, I'm not in favor of it. I have to look past that and figure out if, based on what they came before the LPA and what they came before town council for the special exception, were they within their rights to potentially get it? And if they have, the very first thing listed in our code is that they have to get approval from the state first. They've done that. And as we go down through it, we list some of the other things here, that the proper depth has been shown that they've done. elevated at least 2 feet. All of the things that are listed in our code under subsection D, as far as I can see, and maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong, John, they have done or has been addressed.
Dan, I just want to point out a couple of things that assumptions you're making, I think, that you're basing a lot of what you're saying on. Like, number one is, we have had discussions, at least I know I have with John, about public benefit. And if you have a condo and you put in a pool, that benefits a number of people. It's not the public, it's a subset. The other is, this is not a dune walkover. It's not a dune walkover by intent. It's not a dune walkover by design. A dune walkover is like what you see at the beach accesses, like you see downtown. They, by the guidelines, they start within 10 feet of the primary dune, go over the primary dune and end. This travels 300 feet and stops before the primary dune.
Mislabeled.
They have said, they've even stated publicly, Mr. Root has, their intent is to get over the lagoon. Makes it a bridge, not a dune walkover. And it's not just the matter of what name you're calling and what label you're putting on it. It's not like when you call bathrooms comfort stations. You're talking about essentially the same thing, because dune walkovers have a protected place, a special place in our code because of the benefit they serve. This is not a dune walkover. So giving it that benefit is just, is starting with a bad foundation.
Fair enough. And again, I will go back to, if the state didn't feel that this was a good suggestion or a good thing for the environment, how did it get as far as it has to us?
It rolls on a completely different set of criteria than a special exception. They're looking at approval to use the land, not what was being built there.
Understood. But the fact of the matter is, it still made it through the state level. It made it to the level where we were able to vote on a special exception, which then we have to rely on our code, grant or not grant that special exception. And the only point I'm trying to make is, I believe that they've met the criteria within our code to grant the special exception. Whether you want to call it a bunch of wood that's put together, whether you want to call it a dune walkover, or whether you want to call it a boardwalk. They, in my opinion, they have met the criteria in our code that defines them, allowing them to get a special exception. That's the only point I'm trying to make.
I would just disagree, and I think you're being very clear, and I would disagree with you wholeheartedly that they have not met the criteria for a special exception.
And I'm open for, please tell me what they haven't.
Well, the public benefit is one. This is not going to benefit the public. I'm not going to be able to go down there and cut through someone's yard and go out to the beach. It's not for the public. We've even talked about locking it off in some fashion. It's not for the public.
And again, I have not been able to find a definition of their public benefit. What is exactly public benefit? I can't find it, and nobody can supply it to me.
Well, let me
And if
give
it's
you an
there, I
example.
would appreciate it.
We built docks at the end of Hercules. They are not just open to the people that live on Hercules. They're open to the public, which means I can go down there and use them. But this is not open to me or to you, to anyone else except possibly their neighbors. That's the difference.
Also, you come to the word public, because you know the situation they've had down along the Coon Island channel there, where they have all the wakes that are damaging the docks. Public docks, places for the public to use their boats, can be protected, and they can reduce speed limits. But those are not considered public because they're not open to the general public, just the association owners who own them. So they're a collective group, but they're not the public. The public means anybody. You know,
I would argue that there is a public benefit, just because it's not allowing people to walk over the footbridge, whatever you want to call it. It is keeping people out of these so-called critical wildlife area. It's keeping people from trudging through the wet part and through the dry part, keeping them out of there. So that's a benefit. So we could argue this all day, but I think what we ought to get down to is the brass tacks of the realities of what's going on here. And it's no secret that I've been talking to these people about it, and pretty well informed of what's going on. They're going to file suit for quiet title for that property. It's going to happen. I spoke with Chief Counsel of Florida DEP. His name is Justin Wolf. I spoke with the chief lead attorney of this project out here over the years. Her name is Betsy Hewitt. They all but assured me that the state is going to have real difficulty defending the ownership of that land out there. We're going to have a real problem. Okay? So if that happens, if that suit, that quiet title suit is filed, they proceed this, and they end up getting ownership of that land, all this is moot. It's moot.
Not moot, we still would have to grant them a special exception to build there.
Yeah, well, for what?
special
And
exception
what-
is-
For
the
what,
special
for
excep-
what purpose? For
the
what
s-
purpose? You win this little battle and you lose the war. So for what purpose? For what purpose? The very land that you're
we-
trying to protect goes out the
If
window.
we settle with them, it does not stop any of their neighbors from filing the same action to quiet title. Does
don't-
not accomplish your goal.
They don't want the land. They don't want it. Why would they want it? They don't want it. They don't want to upset it. They love that area out there. Those people love that. They love having that out in front of them. They love the fact that the beach is out there and the people are out there and they're back in here and they have that between them. They don't want it upset. They want to leave it the way it is. They just want to be able to get out to the beach. That's what they want. They don't want to tear up this CWA, but that's what's going to happen. So if we pursue this, if we keep going with it, what have we gained? What have we gained? We've lost. We have lost. And not only that, but if the Harris Act continues and we get creamed in that, now what have we really lost? So, but it's not the money. It's not the money. It's the land that you're trying to protect. That's what it is. And if you lose that, you've lost it all. And that's all. That's the meat of it. That's
Well,
the
one
meat
thing
of it.
is, okay, now, and it's all spelled out. And if you read through their Bert Harris claim, they make a lot of claims, like the claim it's a Dune walkover. They also claim they had this existing use. They had a legal dry access to the beach, which they never had. Even their little drawing they put in this document shows them going and trespassing on someone else's land. The idea they're claiming damages because they lost something they never had is a ridiculous claim. And the other thing now is the situation has changed because Mr. Root told me when I visited the site some time ago that they used to have the wet sand because it was a tidal lagoon to walk around that gave them an access. Now it was the lagoon stopped being tidal. And they declared it, they certified as not being tidal. So now there was no longer a wet sand right away around that body of water. Well, since Cristobal came and opened up a channel, and now that is tidal again.
For how long, Bill? For how long?
Right now, it is tidal. The whole area is changing. The whole area, I mean, the idea of putting a
They open and close
boardwalk,
it. Every storm that comes through, it opens up and closes again. It's going to close again.
it hasn't opened up in years.
It-
Hasn't opened up in years. Right now, it's tidal. If they, this comes to your point. So they try to put quiet tidal to land on the other side of a tidal lagoon. That's a different story. Different story. But their case is just, I mean, I don't see the case being strong. They're claiming damages that we took something away from them that we didn't take away. They never had. They had to trespass by their own admission, have it. So this existing use, there's really just no claim to it. And I understand what you're saying, but if you give in to something that has this little basis to it, then you're opening
it's
yourself
not
up for
giving- it's
everybody
not
and their
gi- it's
brother
not-
charging you.
It's not giving in. And I'm so tired of hearing that. You're backing down, you're weak, you're giving in. That's not the case. I'm relying on the council of professionals. Professionals are telling me this. Professionals on the inside that know better. It's like me. It's like when people say, you're making me wear masks. Why should I wear a mask? It's because I rely on the opinions of the professionals. If Dr. Fauci says we should wear a mask and socially distance, that's what I'm going to do because he's a professional. He's a professional. I'm relying on the testimony and my conversations with professionals within the DEP and FWC themselves. They're the ones that are telling me. They're the ones that are telling me, you got a weak case. You got a weak case. We could not guarantee that property is not going to end up back in private hands. That's what I'm basing my judgment on. If you want to roll the dice on that and say, we're going to defend it, now you have the possibility of greater exposure than the money. The money is great, believe me. You start talking about Bay Oaks and everything else, all these millions and millions of dollars. You can take that millions and millions of dollars and that's where it's going. Just ask the city of Bonita Springs, who just settled a couple of $10 million Bert Harris acts down there, what it feels like to get stung by that. Ask them. So, to me, it's not worth the risk. It's not worth the risk of exposing the town. But that's me, you know, it's not from being weakness, and it's not from, oh, you're setting a bad precedent or that. I know when to cut bait. I know when to stop the bleeding. And it's now with this. It's now. Because if the offer is not countered or is refused and they go on, then this thing goes on for another couple of years. It's hanging over our heads. It's just.
Regardless, I think we have to turn to Mr. Adderhold because it's obvious that we've got a 2-2 thing going on here.
Well, thank you very much. So I have great respect for everybody here and what's been said thus far. But I'm not going to litigate it here today in public. But as it stands today, I don't believe the settlement offer before us is in the public interest. My position.
We need an actual motion, John?
Yes, I would.
Okay.
I would.
I would move that the town of Fort Myers Beach refuse the settlement offer made in the litigation of Squeeze Me In and Texas Hold'em.
I'll second that.
Then direct me to respond in accordance with the Bert Harris statute. We're
I will accept your friendly amendment to my motion.
Modify the second.
Is there any further discussion? I'll just add, I mean, at the risk of belaboring this point here, I just think it's throwing good money after bad at this point. And I truly believe that it's a loser, no matter which way you look at it. I've already made my points. I'll call the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Nay. Motion carries 3-2 with Councilman Allers and Mayor Murphy dissenting. Okay, we'll move on. The next item is final public comment. And I apologize, Council, if I raise my voice. I get a little up at times. Irish. No public comment. Anybody want to?
I have no
Ellen,
request.
come on up.
Thank you very much for your dedication to this town, and I realize how many hours I've in the abstract known how much of a commitment it is, and having witnessed today and the fact we're all still here at 3:25, I will be very, very quickly and just say I am delighted by the outcome of that last vote. Ray, Mr. Mayor, I understand your concerns, but this is a battle worth fighting. Thank you.
Okay. Enough.
I wanted to first congratulate you on being mayor and being an
It's been a
adjacent.
while.
Oh, anyway,
Thank you.
I hadn't seen you since then.
Okay, thank you.
I am one of those adjacent homeowners, and personally, I'm glad you voted the way you did too, because I think you're going to lose.
Could you please state your name on the record?
Oh, John Cameron.
Cameron.
Jarrett, 120 Hercules Drive. And as somebody that has worked in wildlife conservation all of her career, I am glad about the vote. And I hear from FWC and from Audubon, and I'm glad to take this all the way, because without it, we are going to lose species. And they are a very important part of this island and its coastal area that need protection. Land needs to be.
Anyone else? They will close the public comment. Town manager items?
Mr. Mayor, I'll be very brief. I want the council to be aware that myself and Allison and her staff are working very hard to try to figure out how we can implement the after-school program
Beach Elementary children. We received the updated procedures from the county via the beach school, and we've reviewed those. And been looking to see how we can take on the program that which we're very excited and happy to offer the public, but we want to make sure we can do it in a safe manner for the children, safe manner for our staff, and of course, all the people on the periphery of this thing. That being said, I have Allison here, and I wanted to give you an update because I know you may have been hearing from some members of the public about what's going to be happening with this issue. So she's going to give you a really quick update on what our current plan is.
Good afternoon, Allison Geeson, Director of Culture, Parks and Rec. So as Roger, the town manager, stated, we are working hard to offer this service. We have had a very successful summer camp, and we feel that we can meet the needs, very small numbers, but needs of Beach Elementary, of the residents of Fort Myers Beach. So we are working hard. We would like to make a final decision this week because, as you all know, August 31st. If you have any questions, I'd be glad to answer them. Be structured very similarly like the summer camp has.
Anybody sick this summer, Allison?
Campers, there were no campers that we noticed that had any no.
We did have an employee in the Parks and Recreation. So our current thinking, just to be, is that we're thinking about a very small group to start of what, 16 kids or 12 kids or
Yes,
something
it
like
would be
that?
2 groups of 8, just like our summer camp. Yes,
And
16
as sort of like, and then expand from there if everything goes well. So that's our
Is
current,
that done by lottery?
first come, first serve right now.
Well,
right?
yeah, so the taxpayers' base would be the first to be served. And if we had more, then it would be a lottery like that to be able to pick from. And if it opens up to Beach Elementary, non-tax base, it would be the same thing. Be offered to our taxpayers.
Allison.
Luck, Allison.
Good luck.
Thank you.
We will have a infirmary in the new building for you. Anything else, Roger?
That was the main thing because we were getting some questions about that.
Attorney.
I'll be brief. I have an item that is in the agenda packet. It's relatively self-explanatory. My agreement is coming due for renewal. To go ahead and start scheduling meetings with each of you individually if you so desire. I thought, Madam Clerk, that an evaluation form had been developed.
There's one in the council's policies and procedures.
Okay, so we'll get that distributed to each of you and from there, if you have any questions, I'm here to answer them. I'd be remiss not saying that I'm hopeful that you all will extend the agreement for an additional year. If there are any issues or concerns or need to modify the existing service agreement, willing to do so and discuss that with you all as well.
Quick procedural question. I thought you mentioned at the last meeting you were interested in 2 years. Is this just 1 year?
Well, the thought process was that I would undergo the annual evaluation process, but instead of having to bring the agreement back every year, we could do it for 2 years. I would be remiss if not to point out, which has already previously been pointed out, that under the agreement, it really doesn't matter how long the term is. You all have the ability under the charter to terminate my services at your pleasure.
But the request then
Yes,
formally is
the
1 year.
request would
then.
be for 2 years, so we
It is
don't
2
have to
years.
do it every year. Review would take place
It would take place every 2 years, every 1 year?
every year.
The contract is for 2 years?
Contract would be for 2 years.
It's an
That is what I'm proposing. If you all don't have to, if you want to continue to be it on a yearly basis, that's fine as well.
It's an at-will contract, though.
Yes, sir.
It's really semantics then, right?
That's correct.
Okay. I'm just asking. Yeah, I'm just trying to understand.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's
Any other questions?
I guess I'd like to say for the record that I still have the same position that I had last year. I like John, but as was demonstrated during our emergencies, John is on the other coast. I would still like to have an attorney who is closer to us. I throw that out just to see if any other council members are interested in looking into having, I would like to have an attorney who is our attorney, who doesn't represent other people. We've had that in the past. You don't have a conflict with magistrating, you know, if we need them for an emergency meeting, they're not serving as a magistrate on the East Coast, for example, or somewhere else. I think there's a lot of attorneys on this coast, if not in Lee County, at least on this coast, and contiguous counties. That would be my preference. I just put that out there.
I believe my absence at the one meeting was because actually was presenting COVID symptoms. And it was suggested to me by my personal doctor as well as CDC guidelines not to come to a public meeting. I don't believe there's been another instance where I've not been able to make a meeting. If there was, I don't recall. I'd say that that's not the case. Otherwise, I've made all your special call meetings.
Other questions of John? The council members' items, to start with you, Dan.
Nothing additional, Mayor.
Mayor?
I guess I'd like to mention that there was another TDC meeting since the one I updated you on. The meeting that I told you about last time was the preliminary discussion of the awards. We had our meeting last week. It was the meeting, the final vote on the awards, and there was no update of any additional funding available. Therefore, all capital projects that were applied for by all entities turned down, and other projects were severely limited. So far, the TDC is functioning without layoffs and being very active in promoting appropriate travel. And I'm very impressed by how they're doing their job and being very nimble in these very changeable times.
A question for you, Roxanne. I noticed in the chart that the tree nourishment funds were carried through, but ours were drastically reduced.
We offered to only take the money that we needed for the next year. And we were not the only ones. Lee County reduced theirs by a great amount as well.
Right.
We voluntarily did that. Roger approved it. And
I was just curious if there's some other.
I was hoping by doing that it would save our capital project, especially since we had rated it to be a greater priority. But basically, I think the logic was they were just going to turn down all the capital projects. That way it looked fair.
Councilman Agarwal.
Nothing. Thank you.
Councilman Veach.
Yeah, I got a couple things. One is now when I first became the chair of MRF a long time ago, this was under the order of Mayor Kiker. We had a joint meeting between town council and all the chairs of all the committees. And I found that to be a very useful thing because not only does the council get to find out what the committees are doing, but the committees get to find out what the other committees are up to. And things like the signage for the beach, for the bus shelters, things like that involve multiple committees. It gives the chairs a chance to talk about that. And so that's something that I'd strongly recommend we schedule a meeting with all the different chairs. And,
sounds good.
I don't know, can we pick a time to do that, or how far forward?
I would suggest, Mr. Mayor, we do it in October when after the committees get reestablished.
There may be new chairs.
Right, which is good and bad. The old chairs know what's going on. The new chairs are the ones that have to do it going forward. So, okay. The other thing is maybe through the Public Safety Committee or staff or whatever, or maybe through the sheriff, is if we want to consider putting up security cameras in some of the public areas around the downtown area particularly, as a tool for law enforcement and a deterrent for some criminal activity, as part of a, more comprehensive public safety measure. I know there are some privacy issues with it. I haven't talked to the sheriff specifically about where and what they would do, but in a casual conversation, they were very supportive of it.
I think that's a great idea, and I think it's something, it sounds like we're going to have somebody from the sheriff's office here at the M&P early next month, so Q&A for them.
Well, and the Public Safety Committee says that they're going to have an ongoing presence at their meetings with the sheriff, so maybe it's something we send to them first, have them vet.
I've had discussions with the public safety, some of the members of the Public Safety Committee about what was mentioned earlier, neighborhood watches, things like that. So if we want to say the ball is rolling on that, but there are some members that are going to bring that up at the next meeting. Obviously, I'll be there and I'll try to bring that up as well as far as information that the county sheriff's office can maybe help them with as far as being in the community more involved.
Okay, and one last thing. I was noticing we were going through these variances. The variances were specifically for repairs being done that did not change any of the nonconformities that the property had. So, like a stairs being replaced, that kind of thing. So where is the line between when you accept something like that as an administrative variance and when it's a variance that has to come in front of?
Well, I can tell you that based on the prior council, it was very small. However, you can give me as much discretion as you'd like to give me for that.
It seems like it was a pretty expensive process for something that was as simple as changing stairs that were dangerous, that were necessary for the habitation of a property.
I believe that is something that is certainly on the look at, make recommendations list to our consultant. The process of reviewing the plan and the land development code.
Is that something that's written in the code about when someone needs an administrative variance and when someone needs to
The
go?
threshold could be set in the code. It's not right now, but it could be.
Okay. That's it.
Okay, I'm just gonna make the same pitch I made at the last meeting to everyone to, we're knee deep in hurricane season now, and a few storms come close by. There's more waves coming off Africa now, and a few of them halfway across. So I just want to reiterate to the people on the island, to particularly the seniors, to have your evacuation plan in place. Really important this year with the COVID situation and everything else, that you have your plan, know where you're going, and safe and ready to go. Be ready to go when the time is called upon. So I'm going to keep doing that every meeting, just to remind everybody that it's very important this year. That's all I have. Is there anything else for the good of the order before we adjourn? 3:40, we're adjourned. Thank you.
We can't find something to talk about for another couple more hours?
We could.
Let me
We
know
want
how
to
that
make Roger
goes.
buy